Students, today we are honored to invite Zhang Kai, a member of the famous Scarlet Ghost Hunting team, to teach you the supernatural class. Please welcome him with applause. As the teacher finished speaking, the young man named Zhang Kai walked up to the podium with a lazy look on his face. Wow, it's the Scarlet Ghost Hunting team. They should have already reached Class B. The students looked at the door excitedly and expectantly. I was sitting in the corner of the classroom, and when I heard the teacher's words, a trace of memory flashed in my eyes. This Scarlet Ghost Hunting team, in my memory, finally became Class A, but it was overturned and wiped out in a supernatural incident, which caused quite a stir at the time. First of all, as a person involved, I think it is meaningless to teach you. Zhang Kai's first words stunned the students. If it weren't for that pitiful 1 point, I would never appear here in my life. Perhaps in the near future, you will become a corpse. Of course, if you are lucky enough to survive a supernatural event, you may need our rescue and become a burden. Even because of you, a supernatural person will be sacrificed. This is your value as an ordinary person. His cold words echoed in the classroom, and the students' faces turned pale. I listened and nodded. In supernatural events, ordinary people are really a burden if they are not smart, and they may even kill people. Later, the policy was changed. If necessary, they can be abandoned or killed. Although it is cruel, this is the reality. So, what I can teach you is that if a supernatural event occurs, knowing your position and not being a drag is the greatest help to the supernatural person. At this time, a boy stood up unconvinced and asked, "You look down on us too much. Why do you say we are a burden?" Why? Zhang Kai put away his laziness, his eyes sharp as a knife, just because you can still live safely in school and say childish things. As he said, he slammed the podium, his eyes glowed with a faint green light, staring at the boy. The boy was frightened and pale, at a loss. Zhang Kai looked at us, a trace of loss flashed in his eyes, and then his eyes fell on me. I still sat in the corner calmly, waiting for him to continue. Interesting. He looked at me, but in his eyes, I might just be a little interesting. That's all I have to say. I hope you can enjoy this hard-earned life. After saying that, he returned to his lazy look and left the classroom. I fell into deep thought. Sure enough, not everything will go according to plan like in my previous life. As long as my actions change, my experiences will be different. In my previous life, I never awakened my superpowers, but as an ordinary person, I became a member of the A-level hunting team. But in the end, I was still powerless in the face of high-level supernatural events. God gave me a chance to live again, but I am still an ordinary person after all. I have been tested countless times and there is no possibility of awakening superpowers. Just as he was thinking, he returned to the classroom with a serious expression. I am honored to tell you a piece of news. We have been involved in a supernatural incident. I have asked the captain for help. Now what we need to do is to try to survive within 30 minutes. Good luck to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights went out and the classroom fell into darkness. I leaned against the corner speechlessly and sighed helplessly. I just transferred here to do an experiment, and I encountered such a thing. Did this school have supernatural incidents in my previous life? I have no impression at all. After all, there are too many supernatural incidents every year, and transportation and information transmission between cities are cumbersome now. Zhang Kai's voice came again in the darkness. Current supernatural index, unknown. Ability, unknown. If you don't want to die, I suggest you hide in the corner, close your eyes, don't talk, don't move, don't make any noise. Only in this way can you ensure that you are most likely not to make mistakes. Of course, if you want to die, it's up to you. After that, sobbing and commotion were heard in the darkness. Zhang Kai seemed to have expected it, but there was a green light in his eyes, which was his awakened supernatural power green light. I reluctantly put on my backpack. I didn't expect to be involved in a supernatural incident right after my rebirth. With my current physical fitness, it is difficult to survive alone. The map of the classroom emerged in my mind. As an ordinary person, if I can't even remember the terrain, I don't deserve to join the A-level team. Soon, I dodged the tables and chairs and came to Zhang Kai. "Hey, buddy, are you short of people to join the team? Take me with you," I said, looking at the direction where he was in my memory. Zhang Kai was stunned, is it the kid in the corner just now? He seemed to find me interesting, but still said, "It's really good to know that you will be safe if you stand by my side at this time, and you can keep a calm mind. But, after all, you are just an ordinary person. In this situation, you can't play any role. If I were you, I would quietly retreat to the corner. After all, no one can figure out the killing pattern of this supernatural incident. At least the mortality rate will be lower in the crowd." It's rare for him to say so much to an ordinary person like me, but I know that in his eyes, if I wasn't so calm, he wouldn't care at all. First of all, as long as you understand the killing patterns of ghosts, even ordinary people have a chance to survive, right? And if you really encounter a crisis, I believe you will also need a cannon fodder to help you test the ability of ghosts. I said calmly. I experienced too many supernatural events in my previous life. Although my physical condition is poor now, I don't want to get involved unless it is absolutely necessary, let alone be a cannon fodder. Zhang Kai frowned deeply and looked at me with his green eyes. He didn't expect that I knew so much and took the initiative to be a test subject. He was entangled. At this time, the air became oppressive, the temperature of the teaching building dropped, the ceiling became rotten at some point, and bright red water drops kept dripping. It seems that this ghost can change the real environment. The coverage rate of the magnetic field is unknown. The origin location is unknown. No one has died so far, and random killings have been ruled out for the time being. The method of killing is unknown. But judging from the number of students who survived in the classroom, the killing efficiency is not high. I subconsciously sorted out the data and said slowly. These habits were cultivated in my previous life. Zhang Kai looked at me deeply, with green light flashing in his eyes, and no longer hesitated. Follow me closely. He pushed open the door of the classroom and walked out. As if I had expected that he would agree, I followed him silently, keeping a distance of half a meter. Everyone in the classroom panicked in the darkness, sobbing louder and louder, and finally burst into tears. In the darkness, a strange smile appeared on the wall, and the corridor was filled with darkness and fear. Students and teachers from other classes came to the corridor in panic and looked around. A bunch of trash. Zhang sneered, the green light in his eyes became stronger, and after looking around to determine the target, he walked towards the stairs. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word to me. In his opinion, although I was mysterious, I was just an ordinary person. If I didn't follow him closely, it would be a joke to help him. I couldn't see the surroundings in the darkness. The only light was the green light in Zhang Kai's eyes. The strange thing was that no matter how crowded the crowd in front of me was, I could always sense and find a gap in advance, and always maintain a position half a meter behind him. But I also frowned. These students were still walking and gathering in the corridor under such circumstances. They were simply looking for death. The pattern of ghost killing is unknown. With so many people gathered together, there must be people who meet the conditions to be killed. If someone's death causes panic, more people will die. If this ghost can grow, these people will provide nutrients for the ghost, and it will be more troublesome to imprison it. This is why Zhang Kai said they are a burden. Don't you even watch the popular science on TV? But this was the situation in the early stage of the terrorist resurgence. The era when I died was much better. Ordinary people also knew how to survive, but this was experience gained at the cost of countless lives. Those idiots died long ago, and those who survived had some brains. Soon, Zhang Kai stood at the staircase. The staircase disappeared, leaving only darkness, as if one step would lead into the abyss. Zhang Kai frowned, green light flashed in his eyes, and his face was a little pale. I suggest you don't use your superpowers too frequently. This will only make your body functions decay faster. After all, ordinary people can think of a solution to this situation. I said faintly behind him. Zhang Kai was stunned and looked at me. He found that I could still follow him accurately in the dark. He took my words seriously and thought I was more mysterious. It's impossible to confirm the source now. My superpowers can trace some traces. It just stops here. What do you think we should do? Unconsciously, he began to consult my opinion. Ghosts can change magnetic fields and affect reality. It's not clear whether the stairs are changed by magnetic fields or illusions. If it's just an illusion, it means that the level of this ghost is not high. But if the stairs really disappear, this supernatural event will be a bit troublesome. I said with a thoughtful look in my eyes. The test method is very simple. The magnetic field formed by ghosts can change and invade almost everything. But there is only one thing that can't. Zhang Kai thought about it and understood my intention. Are you talking about gold? I nodded silently and looked at the gold ring on his finger. Asshole, do you know how expensive gold is now? Although Zhang Kai felt pain, he took off the ring without hesitation and threw it into the darkness. The ring floated strangely in the air and bounced a few times. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I'm lucky. This ghost can only create illusions, but it still can't change reality. If the power of this ghost is limited to this, then things will be much easier. Zhang Kai's eyes showed confidence, and he raised his leg to step towards the empty stairs. If you do that, I might feel that I have chosen the wrong partner. My cold voice sounded behind him. First, the killing pattern of ghosts is still unknown. Second, although the gold test result is an illusion, whether only gold is not affected has not been tested yet. Finally, if both parties cooperate, I can take on the role of experiment and cannon fodder, but in order to show sincerity, you should tell me your special ability. If all the members of the B-level team were like you, they should have been wiped out long ago. I looked into his dark green eyes calmly, without fear. Zhang Kai was silent for a few seconds. I admit that you are right. Although your ridicule makes me feel angry. He looked at me deeply and continued, Zhang Kai, the superpower awakened, the eye. Currently, 2 abilities have been discovered. Under normal circumstances, it can trace the source of ghosts. It can scare ghosts for a short period of time. After listening to him, my brows frowned even deeper. Only 2 abilities have been discovered. And they are auxiliary skills. If there are offensive superpowers in the team, his assistance can increase the team's survival rate, but I am just an ordinary person. As a member of a B-level team, you should carry a container for storing ghosts. My voice was full of doubt. His previous actions made me question his ability. Zhang Kai looked at me deeply, suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and said, I brought it. Okay. Next, I need to play my role. I didn't care about his attitude. It was too irrational to solve supernatural incidents with emotions. He was still too immature. I walked in front of him, frowned and looked at the deep road, raised my foot and stepped on it lightly. Is it really just a simple illusion? What seemed to be an abyss in front of me, I stepped on the real thing and felt the shape of the stairs. Go to the place where I stepped. If I fall on the road, be ready to pull me up at any time. I turned my head and gave an order, and raised my foot to walk upstairs. Zhang Kai stood behind me. For some reason, he felt the captain's feeling from me, as if he only needed to do as he was told. This damn sense of security, he shook his head slightly, and followed me to explore the source of the ghost. At this time, the ceiling of the teaching building became increasingly damp, and water droplets slowly dripped down, dripping onto students' clothes or necks. A wisp of cold wind blew by, and the air became increasingly cold. The next second, a scream came from the crowd, and a dried corpse in a school uniform fell to the ground. It's Wang Ye. A student recognized the corpse in horror. But then, his neck felt like it was pierced by a needle. After he touched it in confusion, he lost consciousness in front of his classmates' horrified eyes, and his body visibly deflated and turned into a dried corpse, exactly the same as the previous one. Fear and despair suppressed everyone. In the corridor, one after another suddenly opened their eyes wide and fell silently. The wall became even more damp, and the color of the water droplets gradually deepened. Stop, it's on this floor. On the 4th floor, Zhang Kai's eyes flashed green and he said seriously. I stopped silently and looked at him. I can feel that the ghost energy is very strong on this floor. The specific location. His eyes flashed green, his face became paler, and he took a breath for a long time. That room. He pointed to the half-closed room deep in the corridor. The corridor on the 4th floor was quiet and terrifying. There was no trace of people. Only the sound of water dripping could be heard vaguely, which was particularly weird. This is. I frowned and recalled the layout of the school, the principal's office. I said with my eyes bright. Why is the source of ghosts there? Zhang Kai's voice was full of doubt. I shook my head silently. Let's find a way to get there first. I pointed to the ground. Use your eyes to see. Are you using me as a flashlight? Zhang Kai looked at me coldly, retreated in the face of my calm expression, and helplessly looked at the ground with green light in his eyes. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. This is. A pile of mummies were hidden in the darkness, and the bodies had lost all their moisture and looked like mummies. This road is very dangerous. Fear flashed in my eyes, and I said calmly, look carefully, each of them has the same movements when they died. Zhang Kai looked in the direction of my finger and found that some of the mummies had their palms touching their necks. They are touching their necks. Zhang Kai gasped. I nodded silently, yes. But why are they doing this? Zhang Kai asked puzzled. I was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly looked up at the ceiling. It's the water. Water. Yes, I can think of only water dripping on their necks, and they will subconsciously touch it. I thought for a moment and said. In other words, this ghost's killing pattern is water. Touching the water dripping from the ceiling. At least one of the killing patterns should be like this. Zhang Kai fell silent after hearing this, and looked at me deeply for a long time. I was too mysterious in his eyes. I was obviously an ordinary person, but he was afraid of me. In just over 10 minutes, I shocked him too much. He deduced a pattern of ghost killing based on the scene in front of him. If I knew what he was thinking, I would think that after experiencing countless supernatural events and paying the price of countless lives, people naturally grow up. Now these people are still too young. It is currently unclear whether the ghost has other methods of killing people. But what is certain is that this ghost can grow. I said solemnly, the sound of water drops falling is becoming more and more frequent. If the ground is covered with a layer of water, things will be difficult. I suggest you notify the members of your team to be careful of water drops, and don't let a few of them die inexplicably. It will be interesting. I looked at him and said. Zhang Kai was silent for a few seconds, took out his mobile phone and sent a text message. Looking at the dim light of the phone, I don't know what he was thinking. A minute later, he breathed a sigh of relief. Our team members will arrive in about 10 minutes. For some reason, he was a little more confident when he said this, maybe because he was controlled by me before and was hit. I nodded slightly. The simplest way now is to cover your head with clothes, stand still and wait for rescue. Zhang Kai was silent for a few seconds, and said in a low voice, but in 10 minutes, who knows how big the ghost will grow? And how many people will die? I was always calm, but a faint smile appeared on the corner of my mouth, and I looked at him with admiration. Since you know, what are you waiting for? My voice was still calm, as if nothing could affect my mood, which made people feel much more at ease in this terrifying environment. I took off my coat and supported my hands on my head. Now we can only gamble. Betting that the water drop must touch the skin will cause death. Of course, you also have to pray that your shoes are waterproof. I walked to the wall and took a deep breath. Now, let me test it for you. I stepped over, and a drop of water on my head dripped onto my school uniform, making a dull sound. My expression did not change, and I waited quietly. 3 seconds later, does it have to touch the skin? It seems that we are still very lucky. Follow me. I said after a calm analysis and continued to move forward. Zhang Kai looked at my leaving back with a complicated look in his eyes. He felt that I was mentally strong. That step seemed simple, but in fact, life and death were unpredictable. It was like dancing on the edge of a knife. However, an ordinary person had fulfilled his promise to be a cannon fodder. If he backed down, he would probably never be able to hold his head up again. He laughed at himself and imitated me by taking off his coat and holding it above his head. In the dark corridor, there were mummies everywhere. We walked forward silently, one after the other. The scene was particularly strange. Speed up, the water drops are getting faster and faster. If our clothes get soaked, we can die with them. I frowned and felt the speed of the water drops while speeding up my pace. I gritted my teeth and kept up. A minute later, at the door of the principal's office. Stand behind me, I'll open the door. I said, kicking the door hard. Bang. The door was kicked open, and opening it with my hands at this time was tantamount to seeking death. Although kicking the door was reckless, it was the best way. Inside the door, the body of a middle-aged man was lying on the desk, mummy-like, just like the dead in the corridor. I silently took a step back and retreated behind Zhang Kai. I have completed the test and cannon fodder duties, and the next step is beyond my ability. What made me solemn was that the dripping sound in the room became more frequent, and there was shallow water on the ground. With the green light of Zhang Kai's eyes, I vaguely saw a shadow floating behind the principal, and a golden bottle on the desk had opened its lid at some point. Seeking death. My eyes were gloomy and terrible. The golden bottle was obviously a container for sealing ghosts. The ghosts were suppressed, and the person who opened the bottle was undoubtedly the principal. Terror revived after the eternal night, and now there are still people who dare to open the sealed gold jewelry. Zhang Kai, how many minutes are left? I took a deep breath and asked. 9 minutes. How long can your ability suppress the ghost? 5 minutes is my limit. Zhang Kai smiled bitterly. Time is running out. Fortunately, the only good news at the moment is that the shadow just stood there quietly without taking any action. This kind of ghost without action is easier to deal with. At least after the death of a person in the teaching building, there is no one to kill this ghost. Hold on for 4 minutes, and then start suppressing them. I closed my eyes, remained silent for a few seconds, and then opened them abruptly and said. I opened my eyes and nodded silently. I knew that innocent people would still die in these 4 minutes, but this was the best solution. Although it was cold-blooded, it was the only option that could save more people. Now we need to consider how we can survive in these 4 minutes. Feeling the frequency of the falling water drops and the material of his school uniform, Wang Ye frowned slightly. As a man who had died once, he was not afraid of death. But this doesn't mean he wants to die. As long as there is a chance to survive, he will still try his best. Take off their coats. Zhang Kai hesitated for a moment, pointed at the dried corpse on the ground and asked. Madness. At this time, doing this kind of thing is tantamount to seeking death. As long as you stretch your hand outside, who knows if some water drops will fall, and the clothes on the floor will have been wet by the water droplets and will no longer be of any use. If there was an umbrella at this time. According to Wang Ye's estimation, his school uniform could only last 2 minutes at most before it would be completely soaked. The moment his clothes got soaked, it would mean death. Open up, you stand with me, and wear a coat. When my coat reaches its limit, I'll use yours. Zhang Kai was stunned for a moment, and after he understood Wang Ye's intention, his eyes lit up instantly. He moved closer to Wang Ye and protected his coat from getting wet. The two men huddled together in a small school uniform. The entire 4th floor was eerily quiet, with only the sound of dripping water. The sound of water drops became louder and louder, and more dense, even like a light rain. This means that more people have died. As time passed, feeling the weight of his coat change, Wang Ye said silently, "Take off your coat." Zhang Kai decisively held up his coat, and Wang Ye threw away the clothes in his hands. Perfect connection. 10. 9. 8. 1. Start. Wang Ye closed his eyes and tapped his arm rhythmically with his index finger, calculating the time. Suddenly, Wang Ye opened his eyes and said. Zhang Kai, who was waiting anxiously, had a strange green light in his eyes at this moment, and stared at the shadow standing behind the principal's body. A green light came from the open eyes and connected to the phantom. In an instant, the sound of dripping water disappeared. The shadow froze in place. Did it work? Wang Ye held up his coat carefully, not letting it go easily, and observed his surroundings carefully. Fortunately, everything is back to normal. Now, you can only hope that your teammates won't be late. Wang Ye silently threw away his almost wet coat and said coldly. As for imprisoning the ghost in the container again, this was not something an ordinary person like him could do. It can be said that now, Wang Ye's life, as well as the lives of all the survivors in the entire building, all depend on Zhang Kai's teammates. Because all Zhang Kai can do is to shock, not to seal. Although the water drops stopped falling, the ghost zone still existed and they could not escape from the teaching building. Looking at Zhang Kai's supernatural power suppression at this time, Wang Ye's eyes were filled with surprise. 5 minutes of shock, although part of the reason is that the ghost's magnetic field is still relatively weak, and it even has no innate factors such as mobility. But it is still considered a very abnormal skill. No wonder the Scarlet Ghost hunting team was able to advance to an A-level team in the previous life. Pity. The more powerful the skill, the higher the cost of using it and the faster you die. This is one of the greatest shortcomings of mankind. Sure enough, as time passed, Zhang Kai's face became paler and paler. By the 4-minute mark, blood was even flowing down his open eye sockets. The opened figure began to tremble. Even the ceiling became a little damp again. Wang Ye frowned slightly. Has Zhang's shock almost reached its limit? Judging from Zhang Kai's current condition, even if this incident can be resolved, he probably won't have more than a few months to live. But this is the price that people with special abilities have to pay. They usually enjoy the highest privileges and the most abundant resources, but at the same time, they are the ones who need to fight for their lives when there is danger. Fortunately, the glass in the principal's office suddenly shattered. A figure suddenly jumped in from the window. Zhang Kai, are you okay? A middle-aged man with a pair of fleshy wings growing from behind his ribs looked at Zhang Kai and said with a slightly frown. At this moment, Wang Ye quietly retreated and quickly disappeared into the darkness. He knew that this supernatural incident should have been resolved, and he didn't want to get involved in the subsequent finishing work. After all, he is just an ordinary person. When ordinary people encounter supernatural events, they just need to do their own thing. In his previous life, as the only ordinary person in the A-level team, he often appeared in various schools or places where ordinary people gathered, popularizing what ordinary people need to do when encountering supernatural events. But unfortunately, there are many ordinary people, but there is only one Wang Ye. Some even say that if Wang Ye possessed superpowers, even if only one part was awakened, he would become a top-level existence. Sure enough, when Wang Ye walked to the first floor, the ghost realm had disappeared. Countless investigators entered the teaching building to rescue survivors and carry out post-disaster work. And Wang Ye gradually disappeared in the crowd. Walking on the way home, Wang Ye frowned slightly. In his previous life, at this time, he was still studying in Yong'an City. In order to test whether he could change the future trajectory of his previous life after rebirth, he transferred to Shangjing City, but he did not expect to encounter supernatural events just after transferring. But in his previous life, he didn't seem to have heard of any supernatural problems breaking out in Shangjing City at this time. After all, Shangjing City is currently the safest city, and the headquarters of countless ghost hunting teams are all here. Is it because I obtained too little information in my previous life, or is it because I have changed in this life, and my future has also changed accordingly? All this made Wang Ye a little confused. Before he knew it, Wang Ye returned to his new home. After Wang Ye's parents passed away, they left Wang Ye a sum of assets. After opening the door, Wang Ye stood there in a daze, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Even the supernatural incident that just happened in school did not affect his mood too much. In the living room of Wang Ye's new home, a half-real and half-virtual door was erected in the living room at some point. Paranormal events. The first thing that occurred to Wang Ye was his immediate reaction. But then, the door opened. Then, a suction force came and Wang Ye was pulled into the door uncontrollably. A flash of white light passed by. Wang Ye slowly opened his dazed eyes and immediately checked the surrounding environment. This layout. It's the post office. The post office was empty, and all the objects in the environment were flickering slightly, as if they were between half reality and half illusion. At this time, Wang Ye was sitting at the desk at the front desk of the post office. On the table, an old envelope that seemed to be stained with blood was quietly placed on the table. There was a note next to the envelope. Address, Suburban Cemetery, Monument Number 3. Burn the envelope in front of the tombstone. Reward, Ghost Messenger Rope. Deadline, 3 days. A cemetery on the outskirts of the city. Envelope. Wang Ye looked at the scene in front of him, frowned slightly, and fell into deep thought. Wang Ye's first reaction at the moment was that this was another supernatural incident. But the current situation is clearly different from what he has experienced before. Generally, supernatural events occur on a large scale, involving a certain number of people and causing impact. But the strange door in his living room and the mysterious envelope made Wang Ye feel particularly weird. What Wang Ye found most incredible was: ghosts cannot communicate. This is an iron rule summed up by countless people in the previous life. But this letter and the words left on it were clearly a message from this strange post office to him. This falls into the category of communicable. Moreover, at the end of the handwriting, there was even a reward written. Wang Ye stood silently at the front desk, looking at the mysterious envelope, and fell into deep thought. After a long time, a gleam of light appeared in Wang Ye's eyes and he took the envelope in his hand. Is there anything more incredible than being reborn? Rather than not being able to awaken and going down the same old path in my previous life, I might as well give it a try. After all, I have died once, so how could it be worse? As Wang Ye picked up the envelope, the strange door appeared again in the somewhat unreal post office. Wang Ye raised his eyebrows slightly, but quickly calmed down and pushed open the wooden door. The next second, he reappeared in his living room, and the wooden door disappeared into the void again. As if he had guessed this would happen, Wang Ye remained calm. Instead, he looked at the old envelope in his hand and muttered to himself. Suburban cemetery. As he spoke, Wang Ye went to the study, turned on the computer, entered the information of the suburban cemetery, and started searching. 10 minutes later, Wang Ye recalled the information he had previously looked up and fell into deep thought. The suburban cemetery existed before the eternal night. After the eternal night, horror revived and hundreds of ghosts roamed the night. However, no supernatural events had ever occurred in the suburban cemetery, which was filled with Yin energy. At the beginning, investigators also listed the suburban cemetery as a dangerous area, but as time went on, they gradually lifted their guard. At present, there was no one there except an old night watchman. The seemingly peaceful cemetery, the mysterious letter, the owner of tomb number 3. There seemed to be absolutely no trace of it all. I only have 3 days. Soon, Wang Ye faced the reality that he was just an ordinary person without a team and his authority was almost zero. Even if I give myself more time, I won't be able to find out much. If you want to check the information of the post office, you have to send this letter first. Late at night, Wang Ye tied a dagger made entirely of gold to his calf with an expressionless face, and left home under the cover of darkness. Gold is the only material that ghosts cannot affect. Although ghosts cannot be killed, if the timing is right, this dagger may be able to play a certain role at the critical moment. This was also one of the little tricks Wang Ye did for himself after his rebirth, while gold could still be bought with money. Late at night. Suburban cemetery. At the entrance, there was a somewhat shabby wooden house, dimly lit by candlelight. Through the window, you can vaguely see an elderly man sitting in the wooden house with his eyes closed. The occasional cough brings a sense of peace to people's hearts in this dark cemetery. In order to avoid trouble, Wang Ye's figure blended perfectly into the darkness. If you didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice that there was a figure moving quickly in the shadows. The security guard didn't seem to notice him, and Wang Ye quickly entered the cemetery. Tomb number 3. Wang Ye did not choose to turn on the flashlight because the brightness was very high and it would be easily noticed. He skillfully took out a fluorescent stick from his backpack and kept observing the tombstones on both sides with the faint green light. Tomb number 38. Tomb number 37. Damn it, this order is reversed. Wang Ye couldn't help but curse inwardly. For some reason, the entire cemetery gave him a very uncomfortable feeling, making him subconsciously want to leave. But if it follows this order, it means that tomb number 3 is at the deepest part of the cemetery. Looking at the dark cemetery, Wang Ye felt a little uneasy. There was a flash of hesitation in Wang Ye's eyes, but it soon turned into decisiveness, and he quickly rushed to the depths of the cemetery. But what Wang Ye did not notice was that the door of the wooden house at the entrance was opened at some point, and the old man who was in the house before was standing at the door with an expressionless face, holding a candle in his hand, silently looking in the direction where Wang Ye disappeared. Number 8. Number 6. Finally, Wang Ye gradually reached the depths of the cemetery and was getting closer and closer to the so-called tomb number 3. But Wang Ye's expression became more solemn. As he went deeper, the tombstones became more and more dilapidated. Some of them were even cracked by wind, including tomb number 2, where the entire tombstone was broken in the middle, leaving only a small area at the bottom intact. Etc. Tomb number 2. Wang Ye stood there, his eyes becoming deep and solemn. After tomb number 4 is tomb number 2. The so-called tomb number 3 has disappeared, or it has never existed. A chilling aura spread throughout his body, making him feel more and more uneasy, as if a hidden voice in his heart kept reminding him to leave. In fact, this impulse is getting stronger and stronger. Wrong. Wang Ye frowned slightly, and stopped where he was, having already stepped back subconsciously. Fear. I don't know how long it has been since I last had this kind of mentality. Because if you want to survive, you can't be afraid. Those who die the fastest are always the trembling losers. But ever since I entered the cemetery, I have been in a state of uneasiness. Even when I reached tomb number 4, this uneasiness completely turned into fear, prompting me to escape. There is something wrong with this cemetery. Wang Ye suddenly woke up, subconsciously pulled out the dagger tied to his leg, and looked around. Soon, he discovered something strange. Tomb number 1, not far away, has now become a complete ruin, and the tombstone has turned into a pile of rubble scattered on the ground. In tomb number 2, the entire tombstone was broken in the middle, as if it had been chopped by a knife. The disappeared tomb number 3. And the somewhat broken tomb number 4. It seems that the deeper the tombs are in the cemetery, the more serious the damage is. Wang Ye closed his eyes and recalled the scene when he first entered the cemetery. It seemed that the tombstone in the front seemed to be newly built. New build. Wang Ye suddenly opened his eyes with a hint of doubt. And in his heart, he had a bad idea. If it is true as he guessed, then this cemetery is simply terrifying. Great terror. A drop of sweat slowly dripped from Wang Ye's forehead without him noticing. Wang Ye's eyes were fixed on the ruins of tomb number 1. Wang Ye's eyes suddenly narrowed, his expression filled with solemnity. There is a low pit in the ruins of tomb number 1, and it seems that something has drilled out of it. And there seem to be traces of scratches around the pit. Could it be that something escaped from tomb number 1? If it really exists, Wang Ye should have been able to search it when he was looking for information just now. After all, the website he opened is not accessible to many ordinary people. A lot of information in it is credible and reliable. This is also the highest information circle that Wang Ye can access at present. Or maybe the information here is too confidential and that website is not qualified to announce this news. If this is true, the situation becomes complicated. Sure enough, how could this mysterious post office give itself such a simple task? The current situation is still within Wang Ye's acceptable range, but tomb number 3 still needs to be found as soon as possible. No matter what secrets this suburban cemetery hides, he is no longer qualified to explore them. Wang Ye now just wants to complete the task assigned by the post office as soon as possible and leave here. But something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a slight noise came from tomb number 2, which seemed so abrupt in the quiet cemetery. Wang Ye looked over suddenly and found that the tombstone was shaking slightly. Afterwards, the horrific crack on the tombstone seemed to deepen a lot, and the tombstone was in danger of breaking at any time. Is the stuff from tomb number 2 going to come out too? Wang Ye's expression was solemn. The situation had unknowingly become critical. If he couldn't find tomb number 3, he would have to retreat and think of a solution later. Fortunately, the mysterious post office gave me 3 full days. But wrong. Wang Ye frowned slightly. Based on the current situation, he speculated that the mysterious post office seemed to have chosen him, which meant that the post office would most likely make an evaluation of him. If this were the case, the post office could not possibly arrange itself to complete an impossible task. After all, I am just an ordinary person now. If an ordinary person is given a task that involves the appearance of ghosts, it would be too exaggerated, unless the original purpose of the post office was to kill him. Wang Ye calmed down instantly and no longer cared about tombstone number 2, which was gradually breaking into pieces. Instead, he turned around and looked around carefully. Number 4. Number 2. Number 1. Wrong. Suddenly, a guess flashed through Wang Ye's mind, and he seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Why do I think that the broken ruins are tomb number 1? The tombstone was obviously broken into pieces. Without even looking at the words on the broken stone, I assumed it was tomb number 1. Wang Ye suddenly woke up, hurriedly took 2 steps forward, raised the fluorescent stick in his hand, and turned over the remains of the tombstone. The tombstone next to it began to shake more and more frequently, and the cracks gradually grew larger, soon covering the entire tombstone. It seemed as if the tombstone would shatter in the next second, and something terrible would break out of the ground. Really? Wang Ye's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his lips. A bright red number was engraved on a broken stone. 2. Sure enough, this is tomb number 2. In that case, the one next to it. Wang Ye walked quickly to the original tomb number 2 and observed it carefully. As the tombstone shook, pieces of broken pieces fell to the ground. Strangely, blood gushed out from the cracks in the tombstone, gradually covering the entire tombstone. Even the words on the tombstone are a little unclear. Are you afraid of being recognized by me, or? Wang Ye frowned slightly, took off his coat and wiped the blood on the tombstone. If outsiders saw this scene, they would be shocked. A strange cemetery, a bloody tombstone, and a calm young man wiping the blood from the tombstone with a frown. In this gloomy place, there is a rare sense of harmony. At some point, a blurry figure stood behind Wang Ye, motionless. In the darkness, the eyes of this figure seemed to be silently watching Wang Ye's figure for a long time. The figure gradually raised his dry and pale hand. I knew it. Wang Ye couldn't help but curse inwardly. After careful observation, he found that the tombstone actually said tomb number 3. However, half of the number was taken away by this slanting crack, so it looks like 2. After confirming his guess, looking at the constantly breaking tombstone and the increasingly gloomy environment, Wang Ye took out the envelope without hesitation, turned on the lighter, stood in front of the tombstone, and lit the envelope. A wisp of red smoke continued to rise as the envelope was lit, floating in midair towards the tombstone, covering the entire tombstone in smoke. Soon, the huge movement in the tombstone gradually disappeared, and finally became completely quiet. And the red smoke gradually dissipated. Faintly, it seemed that the cracks on the tombstone had subsided a lot, and there was a tendency for them to gradually heal. Behind Wang Ye, the pair of pale hands gradually retreated and disappeared into the darkness again. Sure enough, this is a task that an ordinary person can accomplish. As long as you are careful and calm, you can do it. Wang Ye looked at the scene in front of him and muttered to himself. Sure enough, everything was just as he had guessed. But where is tomb number 1? There was some confusion in Wang Ye's eyes. He was sure that there was no tombstone here. However, this place was full of weirdness. Wang Ye put away his curiosity, put away the glow stick, hid in the darkness again, and walked out of the cemetery. Standing at the entrance of the cemetery, Wang Ye glanced inside the wooden house and saw the old man who was still leaning on the rocking chair with his eyes closed, and sighed. This cemetery is so dangerous, but the old man is lucky to have lived safely until now. Lucky. Wrong. Wang Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. The things from tomb number 2 had already escaped. How could this old man be safe and sound? Even the things in tomb number 2 almost came out tonight. Why couldn't this old man hear such a loud noise? At this time, inside the wooden house, the old man who had been closing his eyes suddenly opened them and looked in the direction of Wang Ye. A smile appeared on his wrinkled face. This smile is eerie and terrifying. Cold sweat instantly fell from Wang Ye's forehead. He swore that even in his previous life, when the top psychic looked at him, he never felt such great pressure. What kind of existence is this damn old man? Wang Ye turned and left without hesitation, quickly disappearing into the darkness. The old man in the wooden house moved his eyes with effort, then slowly closed them again. In the darkness, on the door of the wooden house, there seemed to be a number that looked like it was carved by a child. 1. After returning home and sitting on the sofa, Wang Ye's mind was still constantly recalling the scene just now. It was as if the old man's appearance had been deeply engraved in Wang Ye's mind. Why had I never heard of this suburban cemetery in my previous life? I'm afraid it's at least an S-level location. Or, this place didn't explode until I died in my previous life. Or in other words, even if I was a member of an A-level team in my previous life, I am not qualified to know this information. Sighing softly and trying his best not to think about it, Wang Ye went to the bathroom and washed his face with cold water. He felt much more energetic. Back in the living room, Wang Ye was stunned and speechless. Why should it be so sudden? At some point, the mysterious wooden door appeared in the living room again. It seemed to be just an illusory projection, but when Wang Ye touched the wooden door, he could feel the real object. Entering again, Wang Ye had plenty of time this time to carefully observe the surrounding environment. Inside the post office, besides the front desk, there is a huge storage cabinet on the left. The cabinet is filled with various items. Broken Buddhist beads, rusty nails, and a small bronze tripod. Etc., etc., etc. Full of mystery. On the right side, there is also a huge cabinet filled with letters. It was exactly the same as the letter I had sent before. It was just that his letter only had a faint red blood stain, while most of the letters in the cabinet were half red. The most eye-catching thing is the top of the cabinet. On it were 3 letters that were completely stained with blood, emitting a dark red color. It seems to exude a magical power that makes people fall into it involuntarily. Wang Ye shook his head slightly to get rid of this strange feeling. It seems that what I sent before was just the simplest and most ordinary letter. The darker the red blood stain, the greater the difficulty. This simple letter today almost got me into trouble, and I even met a scary old man. What kind of horror do the 3 letters at the top represent? And what does the other mysterious object represent? Wang Ye raised his head and looked into the distance. A staircase stood in the darkness not far away, and seemed to be mostly covered by the darkness. Just one glance at it made Wang Ye's soul tremble. He knew that was not a place he was qualified to explore. However, this means that the post office has a second floor. Retracting his thoughts, Wang Ye looked towards the front desk where he received the envelope. A hemp rope lay quietly on the table. Is this my reward? Ghost messenger rope. Wang Ye muttered to himself and took the hemp rope in his hand. A special feeling came over Wang Ye. The hemp rope was cold and seemed to carry a chilly aura. But this aura did not hurt Wang Ye. Instead, it surrounded Wang Ye and made Wang Ye exude a unique temperament. There was still the familiar note next to the hemp rope. Ghost rope, can restrain ghosts. The next letter will be delivered in 7 days. These 2 short sentences answered all the questions Wang Ye wanted to ask. After 7 days, come here to pick up the next letter. Wang Ye fell into deep thought. The current situation of this mysterious post office is unknown, but after putting in the corresponding work, he will receive generous rewards. Equivalent to: I'm like a courier, or a postman. Today's letter, at least for now, seems to have suppressed the crisis in tomb number 3. Is he trying to suppress the ghost inside? What is the purpose of this post office? Is it simply to maintain peace? At least there is no harm for now. Wang Ye analyzed calmly and finally left with the hemp rope. No matter how you look at it, the situation is moving in a positive direction now. It seems that if you live your life again, it will be more exciting, isn't it? Looking at the hemp rope in his hand, a smile appeared on Wang Ye's lips. Although the post office's introduction to the hemp rope was simple, Wang Ye knew that any supernatural item was terrifying and could produce unexpected effects if used properly. And being able to restrain ghosts without gold is simply abnormal in supernatural events. You know, in his previous life, his entire A-level team only had 1 incomplete supernatural item. Although the mission is dangerous, the rewards are also generous. Wang Ye felt that this was very suitable for himself as he had a serious gambler's mentality. Perhaps, the supernatural powers that could not be awakened in the previous life may have a chance to be realized in this life. Life is gradually changing. It's interesting. Wang Ye fell on the bed and slowly fell asleep. In my previous life. He also has a nickname. Crazy Gambler. Scarlet Hunting Team. Zhang Kai, are you sure he is just an ordinary person? The middle-aged man with the ribs and wings looked at Zhang Kai seriously and asked. Yes, and he seems very familiar with dealing with supernatural situations. Zhang Kai thought about Wang Ye's actions during the day, and said slowly, besides, he gave me a feeling. How does it feel? Asked the middle-aged man. He was too indifferent to life, whether it was other people's or his own. Thinking about how Wang Ye stepped on the illusion without hesitation when he suspected it was dangerous, just to explore the way for himself, and how he did the same thing in the corridor on the 4th floor, Zhang Kai felt a little chilly. Although he could also make sacrifices for the mission, there was no doubt that he felt he could not be so indifferent. It's like. Zhang Kai seemed to be thinking of an adjective. Like what? The middle-aged man asked. Zhang Kai frowned, and after a long time his eyes lit up. Gambler, yes, gambler. At the top of the stairs, he was betting that this was just a primary ghost and couldn't change the terrain. In the corridor on the 4th floor, he was betting that only when water drops fell on the skin would the ghost's killing pattern be triggered. It's just blatant gambling behavior. Zhang Kai said with certainty. As long as it is not a losing situation, the student-looking guy seems to dare to gamble. And without hesitation. Is that so? The middle-aged man frowned slightly, not knowing what he was thinking about. After a long while, the middle-aged man ordered, "Go investigate the student's information and report the situation to the Tian group." Report to the Tian group. Zhang Kai was a little hesitant. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "No matter how talented he is just an ordinary person after all. It would be better to send his information to the Tian group. Maybe we can get some points in return." Zhang Kai nodded in confusion. Finally, this familiar feeling. No need to use your brain, just follow the instructions. This damn sense of security. But you have to awaken the second part as soon as possible. Otherwise, given your current condition, your body functions will almost decay in 2 months at most. The middle-aged man patted Zhang Kai's shoulders and said in a serious tone. Early morning. Under the powerful biological clock, Wang Ye opened his eyes. I can't go to school. After washing up, Wang Ye muttered to himself, a little dazed. Suddenly he found that he had nothing to do for a while. In the previous life, as a member of the A-level team, he was busy with various supernatural events every day. Although his life has become much more comfortable, paranormal events have now occurred in the school. This strange sense of comfort makes Wang Ye feel a little at a loss. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Wang Ye was stunned for a moment, and then, things happened. Unexpectedly, these guys are so quick to act. As expected, they will be upgraded to Team A later. The captain won't be an idiot. Thinking about it, Wang Ye regained his composure and opened the door. Outside the door, a sturdy man in a suit looked at Wang Ye with a scrutinizing gaze. Are you Wang Ye? Seeing Wang Ye's unchanged expression, the sturdy man couldn't help but ask. It's me. Wang Ye returned to the room, took out a can of Coke from the refrigerator, took a sip, and sat on the sofa. Come in and sit down. Aren't you curious about who I am? The sturdy man was silent for a moment, walked in, looked at Wang Ye and asked. You would tell me even if I didn't ask, wouldn't you? Wang Ye said calmly with a faint smile on his face. In his previous life, he had dealt with many people from the Tian group. Wang Ye could be said to be very familiar with this organization. So, Wang Ye could even guess what this guy would say next. My name is Sun Qian, from the Tian group. Sun Qian admitted that he was defeated completely in this brief confrontation. So, he just introduced himself directly. Oh. What is Tianzu? Wang Ye took a sip of Coke and asked calmly. Although he knew the Tian group very well, he must not show it at the moment. Because, he is just an ordinary person at present. In other words, an ordinary student. Judging from his previous calmness in the face of supernatural events, you can also say that he is calm in the face of things and is a talented person. But if he knew everything about the Tian group, this was not something Wang Ye could do at the moment, unless he exposed the fact that he had been reborn. Sky Group. It is very suspicious and any uncertainties will be strictly controlled. After the eternal night, terror revives. The government has set up a Tianzu to handle supernatural incidents. Similarly, they are also responsible for monitoring people with special abilities to prevent them from suddenly awakening their abilities and doing something out of line. Sun Qian found that he had no idea of the character of this guy in front of him. He believed that if he did not take the initiative to reveal some information, this young man would simply ignore him. But I'm just a normal guy. Wang Ye put down the Coke in his hand, looked at Sun Qian deeply, and said. Sun Qian nodded, yes, although you are just an ordinary person, through the water drop incident, sorry, this is the file name we made for the supernatural event we experienced yesterday. We found that you are very calm in the face of things and have a good understanding of supernatural events. Now there are all kinds of paranormal issues breaking out everywhere, and we are short of manpower. In other words, we need talent. Sun Qian looked at Wang Ye seriously, his tone full of sincerity. But Wang Ye refused without hesitation. Do you want to send an ordinary person like me to solve supernatural incidents? Or should I think you are committing murder? Wang Ye looked at Sun Qian and said calmly. We also have many professions in the back who don't necessarily have to rush to the front. Moreover, each time you cooperate to complete a task, you will get corresponding points. And the integral. It symbolizes greater strength, or endless wealth and power. Sun Qian seemed to have guessed that Wang Ye would say this and answered Wang Ye's question. Wang Ye shook his head. I believe you should be able to find my file. I am not short of money. Besides, the patterns of ghost killings are all kinds of strange. The staff in the rear can't be said to be safe either. I could even die inexplicably because of a recording sent back by a superpower from the front. I believe that even if I agree to you now, you will still test me, so there is no point in saying this now, right? Listening to Wang Ye's words, Sun Qian fell silent. After reading the file, he felt that this was just a simple task. After arriving, he told them his background and expressed the Tianzu's desire to win him over. The young men would follow him excitedly. But what Sun Qian didn't expect was that since he entered the door, all the rhythm was controlled by Wang Ye, and he could only deal with it passively. You are right. After a long silence, Sun Qian nodded. I believe that for someone like you, no matter what I say, it will not change your inner decision. So, will you come with me? Sun Qian has given up trying to persuade him. In his opinion, people like Wang Ye have a strong sense of autonomy and will not be easily manipulated. Certainly. What surprised Sun Qian was that he was ready to give up, but Wang Ye agreed unexpectedly. In his opinion, Sun Qian was too immature. For someone like Wang Ye, wealth no longer interests him. But there is one thing that Wang Ye cannot do. Intelligence. Various information and intelligence. If Wang Ye were alone, there would be some things he would never be qualified to know. Like a suburban cemetery. He never wanted something like this to happen again. Moreover, he would send out his second letter in 7 days. Without a strong source of intelligence, he would probably suffer greater losses. This is also the reason why he agreed to join the Tian group. I have only one condition. I would like to be given high-level intelligence clearance. Wang Ye looked at Sun Qian and said calmly, if you agree, I will go with you to take the test to prove my worth. Sun Qian looked at Wang Ye deeply. He found that in just 10 minutes, this young man had shocked him again and again. In his eyes, Wang Ye became more and more mysterious. I'll report. Sun Qian was silent for a few seconds, then took out his cell phone, turned around and made a call at the door. 1 minute later. Good. Sun Qian hung up the phone, returned to the room, looked at Wang Ye and said, the higher-ups have agreed to your request. Accordingly, the difficulty of the assessment level is increased to B. I hope you think carefully. B-level assessments are for people with special abilities. The chances of you passing are slim. Sun Qian is very honest. Wang Ye nodded calmly. If you want to obtain resources, you have to prove your worth. It's reasonable. Let's go. Go to the capital city. City center. A towering building stands in the center of the city. Standing on the top of the building, you can overlook the entire city. Wang Ye looked at this magnificent building, and his mouth twitched subconsciously. Seeing Sun Qian's proud introduction, he was completely speechless. If he remembered correctly, about 3 years later, a Class A supernatural incident broke out at the Tianzu headquarters, which was this building. Because this building. It was so high that the people above had no time to escape. There were countless casualties. Since then, the Tianzu group has learned its lesson and changed to a side-by-side bungalow area. After entering the building, there was only a simple reception desk on the spacious first floor. A pretty girl greeted me with a smile. You must be Wang Ye. Wang Ye nodded lightly. I have received a notice from the minister. I will take you for the assessment now. Please follow me. The girl said with a professional smile on her face. As she spoke, the girl opened the elevator and pressed the number for the 13th floor. Good luck to you. I am not responsible for what happens next. Sun Qian stood at the elevator entrance, looked at Wang Ye and said, then turned and left. The elevator door slowly closed. The girl stood at the back and looked at Wang Ye with some curiosity. She didn't quite understand why the minister would let an ordinary person go to the 13th floor to take the assessment. Soon, the elevator stopped. The girl took Wang Ye out. Wang Ye stepped out of the elevator and subconsciously looked at the surroundings. The 13th floor was empty and seemed a bit spacious. It was eerily quiet and one could even hear the echo of the girl's voice. Assessment content: find the source of the ghost on the 13th floor and seal him. After the girl followed the procedure and introduced the rules to Wang Ye, she returned to the elevator and left at an extremely fast speed. It was as if there was something scary on the 13th floor. With the girl's departure, the 13th floor fell completely silent. A cold breath came, and Wang Ye frowned slightly. Is the B-level assessment task to seal a ghost independently? This difficulty is a bit high. Given the current level of psychics, most of them cannot be detained independently, and instead are held in teams. Tian group, you seem to be overestimating yourself. Moreover, this group seemed to be a little too bold, they actually dared to release a ghost in the headquarters. If something went wrong, the losses would be extremely serious. Unconsciously, the light seemed to be affected by the magnetic field and flickered. Is this the start? Wang Ye muttered to himself as he felt the change in the atmosphere around him. A hemp rope slowly slid down the cuff of his left hand and was held in his hand. At some point, a golden needle made entirely of gold appeared between the index and middle fingers of the right hand. After being fully prepared, Wang Ye did not take any action. Instead, he stood there, seemingly waiting for something silently. Before you figure out the ghost's killing pattern, any unnecessary action may result in you losing your life. This young man is quite calm. Behind the huge screen, a middle-aged man looked at Wang Ye's figure and nodded subconsciously. In this situation, he remained calm and his mental quality was pretty good. But he is an ordinary person after all. Do you really think he can hold a ghost in prison alone? Even if it is a transformed ghost. Next to the middle-aged man, a young man with long flowing hair frowned, with deep doubt in his eyes. Haha, why bother asking him to seal the ghost? The middle-aged man laughed and said, after all, this is just an assessment, not a mission, right? The young man looked deep in the eyes and stopped talking. 3 minutes later. Apart from feeling a little cold, Wang Ye did not experience any other abnormalities. Is it hidden? Or did I not trigger his killing pattern? Wang Ye frowned and kept observing his surroundings under the flickering light. It seems that waiting for something to happen is unrealistic. As expected, how could this kind of assessment be so simple? If that's the case, why not take the initiative? In his previous life, he had always believed in the idea that as long as you understand the ghost's killing pattern, even an ordinary person can easily imprison it. Certainly. There is no solution, and the kind that kills people indiscriminately. I can only pray that I can live a little longer. Wang Ye walked forward slowly, but no matter how he walked, Wang Ye firmly occupied the open central area. As for leaning against a wall or something like that, that's tantamount to seeking death. You may not even know when the ghost will appear or when it will attack, and you may die inexplicably. But what Wang Ye didn't realize was, as he walked forward, his shadow strangely remained in the same place, shaking continuously. For a long time. The shadow struggled and slowly rose from the ground. He tilted his head to look at Wang Ye's back, then hid in the darkness and followed quietly. No. After searching the entire floor, Wang Ye said in a low voice. But that makes sense. If it is a very aggressive ghost, then this assessment task is no less than a murder. But now it seems that the most difficult part of this mission is not the final seal, but finding him. Hide and seek. Interesting. There was a hint of excitement in Wang Ye's eyes. Oh, stupid ordinary people. The long-haired young man yawned out of boredom and completely lost interest in Wang Ye. In his view, Wang Ye was like a fool, staggering here and there. No, look carefully. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, he seems to have discovered something is wrong. It's only been 10 minutes. I remember that when you were doing this assessment task, it took you about 30 minutes before you noticed something was wrong. The middle-aged man said this, pointing at Wang Ye who was standing still on the screen. Humph. The long-haired young man snorted disdainfully, but his eyes were fixed on the screen again. There is hardly any cover on the entire floor, and there are very few places for ghosts to hide. Then he. Where is it? Wang Ye closed his eyes, the floor plan of the entire floor appeared in his mind, and he kept thinking. 1 minute later. Wang Ye suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I found you. I found you. A gleam of light flashed in Wang Ye's eyes, and he threw the golden needle in his hand without hesitation and stabbed it into his own shadow. There was an empty floor with no cover, but there was a ghost. If the ghost wasn't behind him, Wang Ye couldn't think of where else he could exist. Of course, it is not ruled out that ghosts can become invisible. But he believed that the Tianzi would not come up with such a difficult test. Sure enough, as Wang Ye swung the golden needle in his hand, his shadow began to twist restlessly, as if something wanted to break away from his shadow. The golden needle kept shaking, but it was firmly stuck in the ground. Can a ghost be easily suppressed by a golden needle? It's really weak. Wang Ye muttered to himself. As expected, the Tian group would not let a ghost that would kill people at will. The most fundamental difficulty of this assessment lies in finding the ghost. But doing so would be a bit simplistic. After all, as long as you work hard, you will find this guy sooner or later. So, the real test is the time it takes to find this ghost. Wang Ye had a vague guess in his heart, and then said lightly, "Can the assessment be ended now?" "Congratulations, the assessment is over, please go to the 21st floor." An electronic sound suddenly rang out, and in the empty environment, it kept echoing. Wang Ye shrugged, ignored the shadow that was still struggling on the ground, and turned away. 18 minutes. The middle-aged man's expression gradually became serious. He looked at Wang Ye's figure on the screen carefully and spoke word by word. "Even if it's 18 minutes, it's only an A grade." The long-haired young man glanced at the screen with some displeasure and said. The middle-aged man turned his head and looked at the young man deeply, "But don't forget, he is just an ordinary person." "Well, I'm going to go meet this interesting guy." Having said that, the middle-aged man turned and left, leaving the long-haired young man standing there, deep in thought. 21st floor. In a huge reception room, a middle-aged man sat on the sofa, looking at Wang Ye standing at the door, with a gentle smile on his face. "Let me introduce myself, Zhang Ziliang, head of the logistics department." Wang Ye nodded silently. "Wang Ye. Sun Qian has told you all the requests I made before." "Haha, that's no problem." Zhang Ziliang smiled and said, "After all, talented people are welcome everywhere. Let me first briefly introduce you to the work of the logistics department." As Zhang Ziliang spoke, he poured a cup of coffee and handed it to Wang Ye. "Our entire logistics department can be said to be completely serving the superpowers of the Tian group. For example, before dealing with supernatural incidents, we can look up information in advance and provide it to them to increase their chances of survival. Or, report the supernatural information they have handled and create a supernatural file. Finally, people with special abilities face the threat of death every day, and they are under great psychological pressure. We need to provide them with counseling." Wang Ye nodded. He was very familiar with logistics work. After all, he also had his own operator in his previous life. But in that unsolvable supernatural event, that lovely little sister seemed to have died with him. After all, that ghost can kill people with just the sound of their voice. If there is no problem, I will have someone arrange for you to join the company. You will then be assigned a person with special abilities. Your job during the internship will be to take care of all the needs of this person with special abilities." Zhang Ziliang said. Wang Ye nodded, "Okay." Zhang Ziliang took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Wang Ye. "Take a look, this is the superpower you need to be responsible for." Wang Ye opened the document and frowned slightly. Johan, female, 18 years old. Not the heroine. Awakening of superpowers, keep it secret. Personality profile, suspected split personality. Note, Due to dissatisfaction with the work of the logistics department, 3 exclusive operators have been replaced, but they are very capable and have handled 3 supernatural incidents. Violent woman. She looks like a problem girl. By the way, this USB drive is for you. If you install it on your computer, it will automatically open a website. There will be a lot of information in it that cannot be found by the outside world. However, it is all classified as Class B secrets and is not allowed to be disclosed. Wang Ye's eyes lit up and he quickly took the USB drive and put it in his pocket. I worked so hard all day just for this. With higher authority and more information, I can survive as long as possible during the next delivery. I'll send Zhou Han's contact information to your phone later. I will inform you in advance if there is a mission. You are free at other times. But your phone must be turned on 24 hours a day to avoid being unable to contact you. Zhang Ziliang said. Wang Ye nodded, turned and left. Can I ask an off-topic question? Suddenly, Zhang Ziliang's voice rang out. Wang Ye stopped walking but didn't turn around. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "You ask." Zhang Ziliang looked at Wang Ye's back with a half-smile, and a sharp look flashed in his eyes. "What's the use of your hemp rope?" His eyes were fixed on the simple hemp rope that had been hanging around Wang Ye's waist. Decorations. Wang Ye said calmly, "Anything else?" "Have a nice day at work." Zhang Ziliang looked deeply at Wang Ye's back, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, his eyes flickering. After a long time, he finally smiled again, as if nothing had happened before. "Thanks." Wang Ye answered expressionlessly, then walked to the elevator, pressed the button, and left. Soon, the 21st floor became empty again. There's something strange about that hemp rope. Suddenly, a long-haired young man appeared out of nowhere behind Zhang Ziliang and said, "Yeah." Zhang Ziliang nodded, "But this is not important, right? You actually let him take charge of Zhou Han. Do you dislike this guy? That crazy woman, just thinking about her makes me shudder." Thinking of Zhou Han, the long-haired young man shuddered subconsciously. "I think Zhou Han will like him." Zhang Ziliang narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of contemplation in his eyes, and said lightly, "You want him to die, right?" The long-haired young man corrected Zhang Ziliang's speech error. At this moment, he suddenly felt some sympathy for the guy named Wang Ye. Wang Ye, who was completely unaware of this, finally returned home, turned on his computer and plugged in the USB drive. He really had too many doubts about the suburban cemetery. Perhaps, this B-level data authority can bring him some surprises. Plug in the USB drive. A spiritual secret website popped up on the computer. Pieces of news appeared in front of Wang Ye. Last night, a B-level supernatural event broke out in Fengtian District, Linen City. Code name, Hearse. It looks like an ordinary taxi. Everyone who gets on that car will die. For every death, the number of hearses increases by 1. When the discovery was made, there were already hundreds of hearses driving around the city. The dead will become drivers, and the spread will be extremely wide. Currently, a team of psychics has gone to deal with it, but we are still unable to confirm the location of the taxi that was the original source. Hearse. Wang Ye thought for a long time, constantly recalling the memories of his previous life. At this time in my previous life, I was just an ordinary high school student. I had come across very few supernatural events and had never heard of this hearse incident. But it should have been resolved later. Otherwise, it cannot be concealed at this speed of transmission. Without reading any other news, Wang Ye entered Suburban Cemetery in the search list and waited silently for the search results. But what made Wang Ye frown was there was not even a speck of information about suburban cemeteries on the computer. Could it be that the Tian group has not discovered any abnormality in this place yet? What Wang Ye can be sure of is that a ghost has walked out of this cemetery, and it is impossible that there is no sound at all. And that old man. Is he a human or a ghost? All these mysteries continued to bother Wang Ye. He was eager to know the secrets of the suburban cemetery. Only through this strange cemetery could he guess part of the purpose of the post office. At this time, the cell phone beside me suddenly rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number, Wang Ye clicked to answer. You are the new operator assigned to me. A somewhat sweet female voice rang on the phone. Johan. Wang Ye thought for a moment and asked. The work was just assigned in the afternoon, but the call came in the evening. Wang Ye suddenly realized that this job seemed a bit busy. You called Johan too. Suddenly, the sweet voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became angry and said coldly, "Call me boss. If you continue to be so boring, I will hang up." Wang Ye said calmly. Although there are indeed many abnormal people with special abilities, such a weird one is still relatively rare. Brother, are you talking to me? Do you want to die? On the other end of the phone, Johan's voice became cute again, and he said the most terrifying words with a smile. Believe it or not, I will twist your head off. Put it back the other way. If I cut off your hands, what about your legs? Wang Ye's expression didn't change at all and he silently hung up the phone. Sure enough, a crazy woman. Wang Ye always keeps his distance from such problematic guys. Soon, the phone rang again. Explain. After answering the phone, Wang Ye said calmly. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, as if she couldn't believe that someone actually dared to hang up on her. A few seconds passed. I'm suddenly interested in you. Johan's somewhat crazy voice sounded, but before that, please check all the information about the hearse for me, your sister. On the other end of the phone, Johan seemed to be suppressing his inner anger. It was obvious that she was trying to solve the supernatural incident that Wang Ye had just seen, and it was not going particularly smoothly. Otherwise, she would not have suppressed her anger and asked Wang Ye to look up the information. Good. Wang Ye still used that calm tone, searching for information about hearses on the website, and said, Hearse, a Class B supernatural event. It broke out 3 days ago. Address, Yonghe Street, Phone Tian District, Linen City. Currently, I have figured out the pattern of killing, get in the car. Other killing patterns are currently unknown. The source is unknown. The known death toll is 140 to 150, which means the number of doppelgangers of this hearse is currently around 150. This is all the information known at this time. Wang Ye looked at the dense data on the computer, quickly summarized all the useful information, and introduced it accurately. New. Johan was silent for a few seconds, then said coldly, since you are more efficient, I can just break your head. Wang Ye couldn't help but roll his eyes. Where did this freak come from? Sometimes she is a cute loli, sometimes she is a hot-tempered pepper, and now she is playing the role of an ice goddess. But his words seemed to be about twisting his own head off. It's so boring. In Wang Ye's opinion, the time spent on this kind of nonsense was enough to analyze a lot of clues at the scene. Madness. Thinking of this, Wang Ye hung up the phone without hesitation. In just 3 seconds, the phone rang, and according to the rules and regulations, Wang Ye answered it. You are looking for death. It didn't seem like there was anything serious going on, so Wang Ye hung up the phone. The phone rang again. Believe it or not. Hang up. So angry. Hang up. You uncle. As if he was afraid that Wang Ye would hang up, Johan yelled at an extremely fast speed. Oh, is there anything else? Wang Ye's voice was as calm as ever. I just want to tell you that if you want to die, I have to die. After saying that, Johan hung up the phone. Boring indeed. Moreover, when dealing with supernatural events, is it really okay to say that you are going to die? Wang Ye complained silently in his heart, and then carefully read through the supernatural event codenamed Hearse. The information shows that the incident broke out 3 days ago. A middle-aged taxi driver suddenly died while resting on the roadside. Afterwards, the surveillance footage showed that the dead taxi driver suddenly sat up and started the taxi driving again. Anyone who gets on this taxi afterwards will die within a short period of time. Cause of death, sudden death. Later, another taxi would appear at the place where the deceased died, with the same appearance and license plate number as the source. The previous deceased will also mysteriously appear in another taxi and become the driver. Fortunately, only more than 100 people have died in the past 3 days. If people don't take taxis, the death rate should be curbed. Suddenly, the data showed updated. Wang Ye's expression became serious and his eyes looked solemn. The latest information is displayed. The hearse has a new killing rule. While driving, it will hit and kill passers-by, forming a clone. Is it the ghost's growth potential? It's still accidental. Wang Ye fell into deep thought. If the car accident was counted, the death toll would soar horribly. The situation seems to be serious. What exactly can be done to break the deadlock? Wang Ye sat in front of the computer with his eyes closed, lost in thought. After a long time, a thought flashed through Wang Ye's mind. I found Zhou Han's cell phone and called him. Immediately. Was hung up. Idiot. How could such a woman survive to this day? Wang Ye threw his phone aside and continued browsing the website, but he had no intention of calling Zhou Han again. He is not a saint. But soon, his cell phone rang. This stupid woman. Wang Ye frowned and answered the call. Why don't you call again? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Han expressed his doubts. Wang Ye said calmly, if you want to live longer, try to talk less nonsense. I just looked up the information in detail. The rule for killing people in hearses is that anyone who gets in the car will die. Do you need to call me again to remind me? Zhou Han's voice suddenly turned cold. Do you think I have plenty of time? Shut up. Wang Ye interrupted Zhou Han without hesitation. Ghosts cannot be killed. This is an iron rule. But anyone who gets on the hearse must die. This is also an iron rule. In that case, what will happen if you stop a hearse and send a ghost on it? Wang Ye's voice was as calm as ever. I think the final outcome will be a competition between the two ghosts. In order to fulfill its iron rule of killing, the hearse will recycle the clones. In the end, the car that the ghost gets on will be the real source. If you're lucky, even the hearse will fall into a deep sleep because it can't fulfill its own iron rule of killing. As Wang Ye's voice ended, the other end of the phone fell into silence. Zhou Han turned on the speakerphone without realizing it. Several people with special abilities looked at each other in bewilderment, as if they had never thought that there was such a solution to supernatural events. Good. After a long time, Zhou Han rarely said more than one word and hung up the phone. Wang Ye turned off the computer and started exercising on the treadmill in the living room. My body is too weak now. Tianzhu headquarters. As Zhang Ziliang listened to a telephone recording, his eyes became brighter and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. The long-haired young man next to him was lost in thought. Finally, the recording was over, and Zhang Ziliang clapped his hands on the table excitedly. Good. This Wang Ye is such a talent. Report this idea to the deputy team leader quickly. It's finally our logistics department's turn to make a contribution. All along, the role of the logistics department has been just to serve and cooperate. Even when the operations department's psychics failed in their mission, they directly put the blame on the logistics department, blaming them for not providing timely information. Some people were too lazy to even make up excuses and simply said that their liaison officer did not speak to them respectfully, which made them unhappy and led to the failure of the mission. But today, if the theory proposed by Wang Ye is true, it means that their logistics department can also carry it. Sure enough, I have a keen eye and did not choose the wrong person. Zhang Ziliang paced back and forth in the office excitedly. The long-haired young man looked at the minister in front of him speechlessly, wanting to refute him, but in the end he could only say sourly, that kid is smart. After saying that, he organized Wang Ye's theory into paper materials and turned to leave. About 10 minutes later, the superpower group held an emergency meeting. Half an hour later, a superpower carrying a golden box got on a helicopter and left in a hurry. The next day, I habitually open the Lingme website to see if there is any updated news. The top row of characters is very eye-catching. The hearse incident occurred only 3 days ago and was resolved perfectly. Click on the title and you will see how brave and selfless the team members were. However, the exact details were not recorded. This is not because the Tian group wants to take credit for themselves. After all, the attitudes of the two major forces, the Buddhist kingdom and the Taoist city, are very ambiguous and erratic. Outside the city, the wasteland is full of dangers. In this case, a new solution cannot be easily announced. And Wang Ye's name was not on the news. It should be to protect him, after all, he is just an ordinary person. Really? At noon, I received a commendation call from the Tian group. Zhang Ziliang's excitement was hard to conceal on the phone. It looked like the entire logistics department had gained a lot this time. You are the first person whose internship period is only 1 day. Congratulations, you have been hired as a full-time employee. What reward do you want? Zhang Ziliang asked generously. Wang Ye pondered for a few seconds and asked weakly, A-level intelligence authority, is that okay? Roll. Zhang Ziliang cursed decisively, 10 points, okay, I'm going to get busy. After saying that, Zhang Ziliang hung up the phone without hesitation, breaking out in a cold sweat. This kid is asking for too much. You have to know that even he only has A-level intelligence authority. However, a guy who has just been on the job for 1 day has earned 10 points. This efficiency is faster than that of some psychics. Thinking of this, Zhang Ziliang's mood improved again. After all, he has a good eye for talent. Zhang Ziliang thought with some pride. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ye seemed a little dazed. As a reborn person, he is extremely clear about the importance of points. Points are relatively easy to earn now, but with the second outbreak of terrorist resurgence in the next few years, the crisis will become more serious. Money is almost like waste paper. The only currency is points. Points can do everything: houses, women, power. As long as you have the points, they are yours. It seems that I have made a good start, but the prices are not high now, and the things that can be exchanged for 10 points are still very limited, so there is no rush to redeem them. This thing, the future. It will appreciate in value. Just like that, after the Hearst mission was completed, Johan entered his rest period. And Wang Ye also gained a brief period of comfort. As time went by, a hint of anticipation appeared in Wang Ye's eyes. The 7 days are coming. The post office will be open again. I don't know where I will be asked to deliver the letter this time. Finally, at 12 o'clock in the morning, the wooden door appeared in the living room again. Wang Ye calmly opened the wooden door, walked in, walked to the front desk familiarly, and looked at the note beside him. Address, number 404, Unit 4, Building 4, Qinyuan Community. Put the bronze nail on the picture in the bedroom. Reward, awaken the power of your hands. Time, 3 days. Awakening hand abilities. Wang Ye's eyes lit up instantly, and his calm emotions began to fluctuate for a rare moment. Can the most frustrating problem in my previous life finally be solved? Soon, Wang Ye calmed himself down with his strong control and looked to the side. A bronze nail with dried blood on it lay quietly on the table. This time. Isn't it a letter? Looking at this strange bronze nail, Wang Ye carefully put it into his pocket. After making sure that the post office would not give any other unnecessary prompts, Wang Ye returned to his living room and turned on his computer. He skillfully logged into the Lingmi website and looked up the information about Qinyuan Community. File, Qinyuan Community. Codename, Ghost Child. D-Class. Killing pattern, being watched by the Ghost Child and being chased. Solved. Note, in the second year of Eternal Night, on March 29th, a supernatural incident broke out, killing 23 people. The supernatural Johan led a team to solve the incident. Currently, most of the community has been evacuated and is sparsely populated. Has it been resolved? Wang Ye frowned slightly and muttered to himself. He believed that the post office would not let him do something meaningless. Through this archival information, Wang Ye gradually came to believe that it was not that the information level of the suburban cemetery was too high, but that it was not included at all. After all, the information I checked about Qinyuan Community shows that the supernatural incidents in the community have been resolved and the community is currently safe. But given the nature of this post office, there is no way they would let me go to a safe place. Last time, it was just a letter stained with slightly blood, but I almost got caught. Here, I was given a nail that looked like a supernatural object. I'm afraid things are not that simple. It seems that I need to plan carefully this time. After all, Wang Ye's biggest regret was that he never awakened his superpowers in his previous life. Now that the opportunity is right in front of him, he doesn't want to fail miserably. Thinking about this, Wang Ye carefully looked up the address of Qinyuan Community, as well as the community floor plan and the internal structure diagram of the room. And so on a series of information. Wang Ye carefully hung the hemp rope around his waist, recalled the various layouts of the entire community and the location of Building 4 in the information, and then left home. Qinyuan Community. When Wang Ye arrived at Qinyuan Community, it was already afternoon. Under the sunshine, the deserted neighborhood seemed exceptionally quiet, as if there was no danger at all. But Wang Ye, standing at the main entrance of Qinyuan Community, gradually became alert. Those so-called ghosts are afraid of sunlight. There are no ghosts during the day. Wang Ye thought it was a little ridiculous. If ghosts were really afraid of sunlight, then the vast wasteland outside the city and the rampant ghost fog would become a joke. So even during the day, we should not take it lightly. Wang Ye stood in the distance and looked at the community, comparing it with the layout diagram in his mind. After finding that there were no mistakes, he breathed a sigh of relief and walked in. As an ordinary person, he survived one supernatural event after another in his previous life, not by relying on his top-notch fighting skills, but by being cautious. Any slight mistake may lead to your own destruction. The buildings in the community are a bit old and deserted. Wang Ye did not look around anymore, but rushed to Building 4 at an extremely fast speed. Sudden. A somewhat crazy laugh was heard. Wang Ye felt a slight numbness in his body. He stood where he was and looked suddenly towards the source of the sound. A woman with disheveled hair and wearing bright red clothes was standing not far away, looking at him crazily. Hee hee, hee hee. The woman smiled, her face was very pale, as if she had been malnourished for a long time. Fear. The great terror. The woman kept muttering to herself, her eyes unfocused, as if she didn't see Wang Ye. Wang Ye stood cautiously in the distance, looking deeply at the woman, observing her for a long time. Such a crazy woman appeared in a deserted community, and there was no introduction to this woman on the Lingme website. All these things made Wang Ye label this woman as mysterious. However, after observing for a long time, Wang Ye found that the woman was just standing there smiling foolishly and did not take any next step. He breathed a sigh of relief, took 2 steps back, walked around the woman, and continued to rush to Building 4. People who are too curious will not live long. It is enough as long as they complete their task and leave alive. As for who this woman is and what happened, you can report it to the Tian group and let them worry about it. If you're lucky, you might even get some points. The community is not very big, and soon Wang Ye arrived at the door of Unit 4, Building 4. For some reason, Wang Ye felt a vague sense of throbbing in his heart since he entered the community, but he couldn't find the source. After taking a deep breath, Wang Ye regained his composure. Looking at the somewhat dark corridor, Wang Ye walked in. In the corridor, because no one had lived there for a long time, the lights in the stairwell were broken and it seemed a little dim. In the empty stairwell, only Wang Ye's footsteps continued to echo. Soon, 4th floor. Standing at the door of room 404, Wang Ye's pupils shrank slightly. The door of this room was not closed, but rather ajar, and through the gap, one could vaguely see the furnishings in the room. Sure enough, the task given by the post office was not easy. Wang Ye, who had already prepared himself mentally, gently pushed open the door, walked in, and observed the surrounding environment. It seemed that no one had lived there for a long time and the furniture was covered with dust. Old wooden coffee table and chairs. On the wall, there is a huge cross-stitch. The cross-stitch is made with red thread, and it seems. Wang Ye was slightly dazed. It's a hand. That's right, there was only a severed hand embroidered on the cross-stitch, and there was even blood flowing. This person has great skills and the whole cross-stitch looks very realistic. The blood from the severed hand seemed to be flowing out, which made people feel creepy. Wang Ye quickly shifted his gaze. This cross-stitch gave him a very unusual feeling. Wang Ye felt a bit dazed after just looking at it for a few seconds. But soon, Wang Ye froze in place again, with a sharp look flashing in his eyes. There were clear footprints on the dusty floor. Someone has been here. Besides myself, who else would come to such a damn place? Wang Ye frowned deeply, and after a long time he continued to move forward. Not far away, a strong smell came from the kitchen. Wang Ye took a sniff and his expression became more serious. The smell of rotting corpse. He was sure that he had experienced too many supernatural events and come into contact with too many rotten corpses in his previous life. Wang Ye will never forget this familiar taste in his life. But how could this smell appear in the kitchen of 404? Damn the Tianzu, after dealing with the supernatural incidents, their follow-up work is so rough. Wang Ye cursed inwardly and walked into the kitchen. Sure enough, in the kitchen, the smell of rotting corpses became stronger and stronger, almost to the point of choking. But the strange thing is that the kitchen is full of dust. Wang Ye checked the pot, the refrigerator, and any place where items could be hidden, but found nothing. At this time, Wang Ye's eyes fell on the dusty chopping board. A boning knife stained with dried blood lay there quietly. The source of the rotting corpse smell seemed to be coming from this boning knife. The boning knife was filled with a cold aura. Wang Ye stared at the boning knife silently, and there seemed to be a voice echoing in his heart. Take it. It will bring you endless power. The sound was very small at first, but as time went on, this mumbling gradually filled Wang Ye's mind. That's enough. In severe pain, Wang Ye covered his head and shouted subconsciously. As Wang Ye scolded, the sound gradually became quieter, but the cold aura emanating from the boning knife seemed to become stronger. Wang Ye wanted to turn around and leave the kitchen several times, but he couldn't take his eyes off the seemingly simple boning knife. Complete the post office's tasks and you will receive corresponding rewards. This means that the post office is interested in training letter delivery people to become stronger. Because only in this way can the messenger go to more dangerous places. If that's the case, can we enhance our strength during the mission? Wang Ye analyzed calmly. Except for being caught off guard at the beginning, when Wang Ye gradually calmed down, the tempting voice had disappeared. This requires gambling. I'm betting on the post office, and I'm betting on myself. But it's fun, isn't it? Wang Ye no longer hesitated and decisively picked up the boning knife on the chopping board. A cool breath spread throughout Wang Ye's body, causing him to shiver subconsciously. Then, the cool breath became stronger and stronger, continuously pouring into Wang Ye's brain. Under the intense stimulation, he let out bursts of low growls. Images emerged in Wang Ye's mind. A pair of hands. A very beautiful pair of hands. But these hands holding this boning knife, surrounded by. In an ancient courtyard, the owner of these hands sits in the yard, picking bones. What he cut off was a human head. And the human head was showing a cunning smile, emitting a strange aura. The screen flashes. It's still the same boning knife, and still the same hands, but the position has changed. Yes. 404. The owner of these hands seemed very nervous, and the hand holding the boning knife was shaking slightly. Then, the picture disappeared. Wang Ye's entire body was covered with sweat without him noticing. He was breathing heavily, and the scene just now kept echoing in his mind. Where on earth is that courtyard house? This boning knife is so powerful. What kind of horrible existence can make the owner of the boning knife feel so scared? And this horror. It's actually at 404. Wang Ye's pupils shrank slightly. It seemed that this place was no less terrible than a cemetery in the suburbs. Damn the group. What on earth do they do all day? Why isn't this horrific place blocked off? Wang Ye took a deep breath, gradually calmed down, tied the boning knife to his calf, and left the kitchen. I don't know why, but when I touched the boning knife, the strong, fishy smell of rotting corpse disappeared. Wang Ye slowly came to the bedroom. This is where his mission is. The pictures on the wall. Standing at the bedroom door, Wang Ye paused for a few seconds, and after getting ready, he suddenly opened the bedroom door. The room was as quiet as ever, as if there was no danger. A simple wooden bed, two red-painted wooden cabinets beside the bed, and a photo hanging above the head of the bed. In the photo, a woman is wearing a cheongsam with a smile on her face. Woman. Wang Ye was stunned where he stood. He had just met this woman. The crazy woman in the neighborhood looks exactly like the woman in the photo. Suddenly, there was a burst of violent footsteps in the stairwell. Someone is coming at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the bronze nail in his hand and feeling the speed of the owner of the footsteps going up the stairs, after only 2 seconds of analysis, Wang Ye knew that it was too late. Wang Ye gritted his teeth, looked at the red lacquered wooden cabinet beside him, rushed in, and gently closed the cabinet door. Just as Wang Ye finished his action, the owner of the footsteps entered the living room. Then, the footsteps gradually slowed down. Boom. Boom. Walking silently in the living room with heavy footsteps, Wang Ye held his breath and closed his eyes. He knew that if he was discovered by that thing, he would most likely not be able to escape. But surrendering without a fight was obviously not his style, so he silently pulled out the boning knife tied to his leg and held it in his hand. As long as that guy opens the cabinet door, Wang Ye can ensure that he will get the boning knife into that thing's arms as soon as possible. Although ghosts cannot be killed, if you can affect them for even a second, you will have a better chance of survival. The cold feeling from the boning knife stimulated Wang Ye's body from time to time, making him calmer. The footsteps were wandering in the living room, the pace was very slow, and sounds were heard from time to time. Gradually, the footsteps moved towards the kitchen. Soon, the footsteps suddenly quickened, as if he had noticed something, and kept walking in the house, as if he was looking for something. At this moment, Wang Ye felt that his hand, which was touching the cabinet, was a little wet. A faint smell of blood wafted into Wang Ye's nose. Blood. This cabinet is not painted red, it's painted with blood. But this is no longer the point. As time went on, the owner of the footsteps seemed to become more and more impatient. He kept walking around the room, accompanied by the sound of rummaging through things. Sudden. The footsteps came to the bedroom. This thing is coming. Wang Ye's heart tightened and he subconsciously held his breath, not daring to make any sound. Then the footsteps slowly walked towards the closet, and finally stopped. Just standing at the cabinet door. Wang Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and he slowly raised the boning knife in his hand, pointed it in the direction of the cabinet door, and was ready to stab at any time. The room seemed to gradually become quiet. As time passed, Wang Ye remained calm and did not move. The long period of supernatural events had already raised his mental quality to a terrifying level. Sudden. The wooden cabinet door next to it suddenly made a noise. Then, it sounded like someone rushed out of the closet. There's someone in the next closet. Wang Ye was shocked. During the time I was in the room, I was hiding in the closet alone. For a moment, Wang Ye felt a little scared. If I had tried to hide in another closet just now and that person had suddenly attacked me, I might have been dead. I've been living in peace for a long time recently, and I've let my guard down a bit. Wang Ye reflected on himself. Judging from the sounds, the person in the closet seemed to have successfully rushed out of the bedroom. Then the previous footsteps followed. The bedroom became quiet again. Listen to the sound, it seems. Go downstairs. Wang Ye was somewhat relieved that there was someone hiding in the cabinet next door and he couldn't withstand the pressure. Otherwise, you might be the one who died. The owner of the footsteps must have discovered that the boning knife in the kitchen had disappeared, which is why he was so anxious. Wang Ye looked at the boning knife in his hand, thoughtfully. Soon, he opened the cabinet and came out. Looking at the blood on his hands and clothes, Wang Ye frowned slightly. This cabinet seems to have the effect of blocking the detection of ghosts. Otherwise, if it was just an ordinary cabinet, that ghost thing would have opened the door long ago. It seems that every item in this room is not simple, including the cross-stitch hanging in the living room. However, after facing such a big crisis with just a boning knife, Wang Ye now doesn't dare to touch anything else. Looking at the photo of the woman on the bedroom wall, Wang Ye frowned slightly. Cheongsam. In Wang Ye's memory, this was the dressing style from decades ago, but its terrifying revival occurred after the Eternal Night. The Eternal Night incident. It was only 2 years ago. Could it be that something similar had already happened in an earlier period? Wang Ye's expression was somewhat solemn. In the photo, when Wang Ye lowered his head in thought, the woman seemed to glance at Wang Ye vaguely, and the smile on her lips deepened a little. But when Wang Ye raised his head again, the photo stopped again, as if everything before was an illusion. Taking out the blood-stained bronze nail again, Wang Ye walked to the photo and stabbed the woman in the photo in the forehead. But Wang Ye seemed to have overestimated the sharpness of the bronze nail. This strange nail did not penetrate into the photo at all. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the woman in the photo seemed to move. And the footsteps in the stairwell sounded again. That guy. Back. The footsteps were hurried. Did he want to stop what he was doing? It was too late to hide in the closet again. Wang Ye gritted his teeth, picked up the boning knife in his hand, used it as a hammer, and hit the bronze nail hard with the handle of the boning knife. A crisp sound was heard, and the bronze nail penetrated slightly. In the photo, the woman's expression became ferocious. She stared at Wang Ye with resentful eyes, and her body struggled frantically, as if she wanted to get out of the photo. It works. Wang Ye was delighted and ignored the weirdness of the photo and smashed it hard again. The bronze nail went in a little further. But Wang Ye's forehead seemed to be hit hard, and he felt dizzy. Damn, is this a side effect of the boning knife? It will backfire on the user. Wang Ye shook his head slightly and regained consciousness. In the photo, there seemed to be a shrill scream, and the woman struggled even more frequently. In the stairwell, the footsteps became more rapid. Then, the door to the living room slammed loudly. That guy comes in. Wang Ye gritted his teeth and smashed down again quickly, once, twice. The bronze nail hammered in little by little. The woman stopped struggling and her screams also stopped. It can be seen that a trickle of blood seemed to be flowing from the woman's forehead in the photo. The woman became quiet, but she kept staring at Wang Ye with a resentful look, which made people feel uneasy. In the living room, the footsteps suddenly disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Wang Ye breathed a sigh of relief, suppressed the dizziness in his head, and went to the living room. Empty. Even on the dusty ground, there were still only footprints of myself and the first person. It was as if the previous voice was just an auditory hallucination. Is it over? Wang Ye took a deep breath and relaxed completely. After resting for about a minute and relieving the discomfort in his head, Wang Ye walked out of the mysterious room 404 and gently closed the door. When he came to the community again, he looked up and saw the sun in the sky which had not yet set. It was hard to imagine that in just 1 hour, Wang Ye had experienced a life-and-death crisis. Sure enough, people yearn for beauty. Ghosts may not be afraid of sunlight, but sunlight can make people feel safe. Wang Ye sighed. Suddenly, he felt as if someone was watching him. He turned around abruptly and looked around, but there was no one. An illusion. Wang Ye muttered to himself, a gleam in his eyes, and he took out his mobile phone from his pocket unnoticeably, without unlocking it, and used the reflection of the phone screen to quietly observe his surroundings. Suddenly, Wang Ye froze in place, a chill instantly running through his body. In the reflection of the mobile phone screen, at the window of room 404, building 4, a woman with a bloody hole in her head, bleeding slowly, was looking at him with resentful eyes. It's that crazy woman. Damn it, wasn't she already sealed by the bronze nails? Wang Ye cursed inwardly and quickened his pace to leave. I can't stay in this damn place anymore. As expected, the addresses provided by the post office are all terrifying. As Wang Ye left, the woman in room 404 silently left the window. The entire building number 4 gradually became somewhat unreal and disappeared into the Qinyuan community. It was as if building number 4 had never existed. For a long time. In the ruins, a withered arm suddenly stretched out and supported the ground. Gradually, a young man crawled out from the ground. The young man's whole body looked like a mummy, but the miraculous thing was that as time went by, his dry body gradually became fuller and his dull eyes became clear again. Did you die once? The young man muttered to himself, what the hell is going on in this damn place? How can there be such a terrifying existence? As he spoke, the young man looked towards building number 4. Then, his pupils contracted violently and his face was filled with shock. Has it disappeared? Damn, I should be thankful that I made it out alive. The young man had a look of fear on his face, and then he quickly left and disappeared. After returning home, Wang Ye opened a newly bought diary and started recording carefully. Code 404. Notes: a strange room, a bloody boning knife, a mysterious cross-stitch, a wooden cabinet that can block the detection of ghosts, and a woman who seems to have existed before the eternal night. There is also a mysterious person in the house. I didn't have a chance to see his appearance, but judging by his footsteps, he should be a man. Key point, the woman is suspected to be unsealed and has set her sights on me. Be careful. After finishing the diary, Wang Ye looked at the suburban cemetery recorded on the previous page and closed the diary. This is his exclusive archival record and also Wang Ye's top secret. Some ghosts can change memories. Writing down everything on paper is a habit Wang Ye has developed over the years. At this moment, the wooden door leading to the post office appeared again in the living room. Sure enough, we have to wait until 12 o'clock. Wang Ye looked at the wooden door that suddenly appeared, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes, and he muttered to himself. Finally, my superpowers are about to awaken. Wang Ye's calm heart was slightly disturbed and he felt a little nervous, but he quickly regained his composure, pushed open the wooden door and returned to the post office. Front desk. A pair of blood-red gloves was quietly stored on the desk at the front desk. Next to the gloves, there was a familiar note with a few lines of handwriting on it. Put the gloves on your hands to awaken your hand's special abilities. Next delivery time, 7 days later. Wang Ye nodded thoughtfully. Sure enough, the interval between each letter delivery is 7 days. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ye fixed his eyes on the gloves. The dark red gloves had red lines on them that looked like human veins, flashing a faint red light. It was as if it was not a glove, but a hand with peeling skin and bones. Wang Ye took the gloves in his hand with a serious expression. Sure enough, the texture was like flesh, and Wang Ye could even feel that the veins on the gloves seemed to be vibrating at a certain frequency. There was a hint of decisiveness in Wang Ye's eyes, and he put on the gloves without hesitation. The next second, the veins on the gloves gently pierced Wang Ye's hands like tiny needles. Afterwards, the gloves glowed with a faint red light, and the veins gradually became brighter. Wang Ye's blood flowed into the gloves along the veins, and then returned to his hands, forming a cycle. Wang Ye's face turned pale instantly, and the severe pain in his hand made his face covered with sweat. Finally, Wang Ye couldn't help but roar in pain. In this strange post office, only Wang Ye's low roar continued to echo. Half an hour later, the pain in his hand finally eased and disappeared. Wang Ye looked like he had been fished out of the water, his clothes completely wet. Wang Ye raised his hands tremblingly. The gloves had disappeared without him knowing when. Wang Ye clearly felt that his hands were different from before. Seam. After feeling it for a while with his eyes closed, Wang Ye suddenly opened his eyes. 3 abilities. Generally speaking, most people with special abilities only have one ability after awakening a certain part of their body. A few gifted people, like Zhang Kai, are able to possess both. There are 3 types, and almost all of them are top-notch perverts. You know, every additional ability will greatly enhance your own strength. In the later period, many people who awaken 3 parts only have 3 abilities in total. Silently feeling the power of his hands, Wang Ye showed a smile. Finally. When facing supernatural events, you will have your own confidence, which cannot be replaced by any top-notch fighting skills. After returning to his room, Wang Ye fell on the bed exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Early morning. Wang Ye was woken up by the ringing of the phone. Looking at the phone number displayed on the screen, Wang Ye frowned slightly. Zhou Han. I chose to answer the call, and a familiar sweet voice came. My dear operator, it's time to work. Explain. Wang Ye quickly regained consciousness, got up, poured himself a glass of water, and said lightly. As expected, it's this cold tone again. Zhou Han's voice was full of grievance. But this time we will meet and cooperate. I'll finally have the chance to tear your head off, hee. Then, as if he had thought of something, Zhou Han's tone was full of excitement and he couldn't help laughing, but there was a hint of eeriness in this sweet laughter. I need information and address. Wang Ye was stunned for a moment and said. Logically speaking, there is no need for logistics personnel to go to the front line to perform tasks, because most of the members of the logistics department are ordinary people. Or rather. Wang Ye kept thinking about the current situation of the Tian group and the mysterious minister. For a moment, Wang Ye seemed to understand something. It looks like. Does he have his own ambitions? Reform? Or what? As for the specific answer, perhaps we can only slowly discover it during this mission. For a moment, Wang Ye became interested. Go watch the news yourself, but you only have 30 minutes. If you're late, I'll have a good reason to dismember you and reassemble you. I'm really looking forward to it. Wang Ye hung up the phone without hesitation, turned on the computer, plugged in the USB drive, and started checking. Sure enough, on the homepage of the website, the latest information is about this so-called crybaby. Codename, Crybaby. Address, Candy Amusement Park, Shangjing City. Murder pattern, currently unknown. The playground is covered with a magnetic field that shields signals and is accompanied by a mist of illusion. Ordinary investigators will quickly get lost if they enter. Only faint cries can be heard. It happened to be a maintenance day for the amusement park, so there were no tourists, but 52 staff members were trapped. The death toll is unknown. Looking at the information on the computer, Wang Ye fell into deep thought. Level 2 Ghost Realm. We are still in the early stages after the Eternal Night, everyone is relatively immature, and many levels have not yet been divided. But later, a clear level list was drawn up for this kind of ghost area. Like the teaching building before, it was a mild illusion that could not block the signal, and it was just a primary ghost domain. The second-level ghost domain affects vision, mobile phone signals, positioning, and illusions. As for what happens after that, it is no longer accessible to ordinary people like Wang Ye. Candyland. With a sigh, Wang Ye tied the hemp rope around his waist, then tied the blood-stained boning knife around his calf, and took a few gold nails with him. After making sure that nothing was left out, he set off for the target address. In the era of the resurgence of terror, all the benefits you enjoy require a price to be paid. When he obtains corresponding rights, he will also bear corresponding risks. That's fair. As Wang Ye walked out of the room, a black car stopped at the entrance of the community, and a middle-aged man in investigator clothes stood in front of the car. Seeing Wang Ye, the investigator took 2 steps forward and asked, "Excuse me, is this Wang Ye?" Wang Ye nodded slightly. "Please get in the car. I will tell you the details in the car." Afterwards, the investigator opened the car door. After Wang Ye got in, the investigator closed the door, trotted into the driver's seat, and started the car. The paranormal incident has been happening for 40 minutes now. Commander Zhou Han has arrived. There are 2 other psychics who have achieved the same level at the same time. 3 logistics personnel. 12 investigators went in to investigate, but the signal disappeared after they entered and the positioning system failed. You can hear crying outside. The road has been blocked, there will be no traffic jam, and we will arrive in 20 minutes. While driving, the investigator reported all the current information to Wang Ye as briefly as possible. Wang Ye nodded slightly, looking at the blocked road and the ordinary people on both sides of the road who were curiously looking at his vehicle. He closed his eyes, relaxed his mind, and tried to be in the best condition possible. The investigator in front stopped talking and drove seriously. About 20 minutes later, the car slowly stopped. Try hard and survive. The investigator opened the car door, looked at Wang Ye sincerely, and spoke slowly. This is a job with a very high mortality rate. Behind all rights is the sacrifice of life. Thanks. Wang Ye nodded and got out of the car. You're from the logistics department, but you asked us to wait for you. You're so arrogant. A weird voice sounded. Wang Ye frowned slightly and looked over. A young man looked unhappy at this moment, with a fierce look in his eyes, and looked deeply at Wang Ye. Tian Qi, this is my operator. Can I think you are provoking me? Suddenly, a woman in her 20s wearing a red windbreaker and with a frosty face walked over from a distance, looked at the young man, with a hint of murderous intent in her tone. What a beautiful woman. A hint of admiration flashed in Wang Ye's eyes, especially the sexy legs that were faintly visible under the windbreaker. This should be Zhou Han. He seems to be mentally normal, not as crazy as he sounded on the phone. Hearing the woman's voice, Tian Qi's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Zhou Han with deep fear in his eyes, his face was a little gloomy, and he didn't say anything. Haha, we still have to work together next time, why are we making things so awkward? A hearty voice sounded, and a burly man tried to smooth things over. Tian Qi's expression was still somewhat ugly, but out of fear of Zhou Han, he snorted coldly and said nothing. At this time, Zhou Han's attention shifted to Wang Ye. She took a deep look at Wang Ye, and the coldness on her face suddenly melted away like spring snow, revealing a sweet smile. You must be Brother Wang Ye. I will protect you. After all, I'm going to twist your head off with my own hands. Zhou Han was already quite demonic on the phone, but in reality, with that sweet smile and the scary words, even Wang Ye was a little uncomfortable with it. Now is not the time to talk nonsense. Wang Ye glanced at Zhou Han indifferently and said, "Yes, now that everyone is here, let's go in." The sturdy man still looked cheerful and said with a smile. Wang Ye took a deep look at the sturdy man. Among this group of people, it seemed that this sturdy man was the most cunning. He looks cheerful and brainless, but he has solved conflicts silently several times by speaking. If an accident really happens, you probably won't even know how you got killed. Let's go. Zhou Han became cold again, standing at the entrance of the amusement park, looking at the thick green fog inside, and said lightly, "You three logistics guys, follow closely, otherwise I won't be responsible if you die." Tianqi still had an arrogant look on his face. He just glanced casually at Wang Ye and the other two logistics staff, and then he and Zhou Han, the strongman, walked in first. The other two logistics personnel had a hint of fear on their faces. They looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and followed Zhou Han and the three psychics. Wang Ye stood at the back, silently looking at the layout of the garden gate and taking notes. Listening to the crying sounds gradually coming from the garden, I don't know why, but I seem to feel sad inside as well. It seems that crying can affect one's mood. I don't know if this is its pattern of killing. Wang Ye muttered to himself in a low voice, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He looked at the backs of the few people who had already walked away and followed them silently. As you enter the gate of the amusement park, your vision is instantly blocked and you can only see about 5 meters ahead. Moreover, the crying sound that was originally faint suddenly became clear. It makes people feel sad deep in their hearts. Will the ghost realm amplify the crying? Wang Ye thought for a few seconds, then followed everyone silently, trying his best to make himself invisible. The situation now is different from the last time in the teaching building. Last time there was only one person with superpowers, and the situation was critical. People around him were ordinary people who had never experienced supernatural events. If Wang Ye had not stepped forward at the time, more people would probably have died. But this time, both the three psychics and the logistics staff are professionals. In this situation, it is obviously a foolish act to force yourself to step forward and become cannon fodder. Those who dared to express themselves have all become black and white photos hanging on the wall. Ahead. The sturdy man's footsteps gradually slowed down. Can you feel it? The crying is getting louder and louder. And my mood swings are very severe. I might burst into tears at any moment. The sturdy man's voice sounded a little serious and he looked around vigilantly. Tianqi gritted his teeth and said, "I asked the Scarlet team to borrow Zhang Kai's ability, but those bastards hid it like a treasure. If we borrow Zhang Kai's ability, it will be much easier to solve this problem." Haha, Zhang Kai is the treasure of the Scarlet team. Zhou Han sneered and glanced at Tianqi, his eyes full of disdain. Everyone's body functions are here, and the number of times you can use your superpowers is limited. If you don't awaken new body parts, only death will await you. Why should I lend you this kind of treasure to assist the superpowered? You. Tianqi's eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Zhou Han. Hee hee. Zhou Han sneered again, as if he had guessed that Tianqi didn't dare to take action, and the disdain in his eyes became more intense. At this time, one of the members of the logistics department suddenly covered his face and squatted on the ground crying. I miss my sister," he said while crying. Another girl from the logistics department seemed to be more familiar with him. She looked at the three psychics and explained, "His sister died in a supernatural incident 3 months ago." Suddenly, the face of the logistics department member who was crying bitterly suddenly became distorted, as if a smile was squeezed out of him, and then he fell to the ground. The strong man's expression changed, and he hurried over, carefully observed for a few seconds, and sighed, "He's dead." What? Tianqi's face was very ugly. It's only been 10 minutes since we came in, and one person has died. Then the ordinary people who were trapped before, wouldn't it be? Wang Ye frowned deeply, feeling the sadness in his body, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Does the law of killing include crying? The sound of crying triggers emotional changes in the heart, inducing people to cry. And once you cry, the killing pattern is triggered and you die. It just so happened that this person's sister died some time ago and he was depressed, so under the guidance, he cried easily. In an instant, Wang Ye roughly analyzed part of the situation. Another young girl from the logistics department looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but scream, then she collapsed to the ground in fear. She is just an ordinary person. Her uncle is a senior official in the investigation bureau. Through connections, he was assigned to the logistics department and enjoys official welfare benefits. I originally thought that there would be no danger in the logistics department, and that I could get a stable income in this terrible world. She. Not ready to sacrifice yet. At this moment, listening to the faint crying sound beside her ears, tears welled up in her eyes. Wang Ye's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly stepped forward, looked at the girl from the logistics department, and scolded her, "Don't cry." The little girl was stunned for a moment, then looked at Wang Ye with a wronged look, tears welling up in her eyes. "If you don't want to die, you'd better hold back your tears." Wang Ye's voice was as calm as ever, as if the dead body on the ground did not exist. "How did you get into the logistics department when your mental quality is so poor?" Looking at the little girl who was looking desperate and trying hard to hold back her tears, Wang Ye frowned deeply. I. The little girl gradually calmed down her fear, but she was unable to speak. "Hey, this kid is pretty good." Tianqi looked at Wang Ye and spoke thoughtfully, but his tone was still full of sarcasm. Johan smiled sweetly at Tianqi, "Do you want to die?" Johan's eyes narrowed into a crescent, looking extremely cute. "I feel that this supernatural incident is not that simple." The sturdy man became more and more serious, looking at the surrounding environment with a serious expression, and said solemnly, "Humph, if they don't hold me back, I can handle it easily." Tianqi snorted coldly, glanced at Wang Ye and another girl from the logistics department, and said unhappily, "I really don't know what the higher-ups were thinking. Bringing in a few operators, other than being a burden, I really don't know what use they have." For some reason, Tianqi had particularly strong feelings towards the logistics department, including his operator who had just died. Wang Ye remained silent, but he had some guesses in his mind. Most people nowadays enter the logistics department through the back door because, by comparison, the logistics department is the most comfortable and relaxed place. So if anyone in the family has some connections, they hope to squeeze in. The logistics department is now in a chaotic state. But if Minister Zhang Ziliang wants to reform, it should be possible to do so through relatively mild means. But this time Lei Ting acted so decisively, obviously wanting to scare off those guys by threatening their lives. It looks like the minister behind me is no simple person. He acted ruthlessly, without any hesitation or fear of arousing public anger. Forget it, let's keep going inside and try to find the source of that ghost thing as soon as possible and get rid of it. Tianqi continued to grumble unhappily as he took the lead and walked forward. Wang Ye looked at Tianqi's back coldly, his eyes calm. This impatient guy will die earlier than everyone else. Shortly after everyone left, the body of the previously dead logistics member suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an expression that seemed to be both crying and laughing, and finally stood up in a strange posture. Then, it looked in the direction where everyone left and gradually followed. Our logistics department has always been responsible for processing data in the rear. Why is it that this time? Zhang Ziliang stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back, looking in the direction of the candy park. He was a little absent-minded, and no one knew what he was thinking about. The long-haired young man looked puzzled and asked, looking at Zhang Ziliang's back. After a long time, Zhang Ziliang sighed and said, "Yang Chen, how long have you been in the logistics department?" Yang Chen shook his long flowing hair and said, 1 year. "Yeah, it's been a year. You should have seen the environment of the logistics department during this year. They are in cahoots with each other and treat this as a place for retirement. I am not running a charity, and neither is the Tianzu. And it's not just the logistics department, even the Sky Group is a bit messy. If you don't take action now, it will be too late." Zhang Ziliang's voice was a little hoarse, but his tone was still low, even a little lonely. Yang Chen sighed. He is a person with special abilities, sent down from above to be specifically responsible for the safety of the Minister of Logistics. At first he was very unhappy, thinking that as a person with superpowers, why should he be a bodyguard for an ordinary person? But as he followed Zhang Ziliang and watched his every word, action, and every decision he made, he gradually became convinced. It turns out that ordinary people can be so outstanding and can make great contributions. He gradually integrated himself into the logistics department. The team leader has issued a new policy. 1 month later, Team A will be established. There are 3 teams in total, 5 people in each team. I want to strive for a spot here. With the resource advantages of the logistics department, our say will be much more important. We can also put some pressure on the guys in the intelligence department and the operations department, and make them take it more seriously. But our achievements are not enough. After all, the logistics team is mostly made up of ordinary people. Zhang Ziliang sighed and spoke slowly. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. So, merits need lives to be filled. Zhang Ziliang's emotions seemed to calm down and his voice returned to normal. But that's going to kill a lot of people. Yang Chen seemed to have thought of something, his face turned pale, and he murmured. Every change requires blood. Today's incident is just the beginning. In the next month, all logistics personnel will be on duty. Only those who survive are real talents, not parasites that eat food. After all, there are too many connections. There was a hint of murderous intent in Zhang Ziliang's voice. Yang Chen fell into silence and did not refute. Damn it, this ghost realm seems to be different from the previous ones. Tian Qi cursed unhappily. The continuous crying in his ears made him seem particularly irritated. Wang Ye followed the little girl in silence. Zhou Han frowned slightly at this time, with an irritable expression, and his whole body was full of hotness, which matched the red windbreaker so well. Something is coming. After entering the amusement park, the slender man's eyes changed, he looked in one direction and spoke suddenly. Wang Ye calmly turned sideways and cleverly stood behind them again. This guy has such a keen intuition. I had only just discovered it, but this sturdy man reacted at the same time as I did. Wang Ye said in his heart. Several people stared deeply at the green mist for dozens of seconds. A figure gradually appeared in the sight of several people. Then, the pupils of the girl from the logistics department shrank slightly, and her face was full of disbelief. It's him. This is the colleague who just died, but how did he survive? Everything that happened before her eyes caused her a huge shock. A huge feeling of fear instantly spread throughout her body, making her feel cold. Why did you abandon me? The figure spoke in a hoarse, low voice, his voice full of sadness, and in the end he even couldn't help crying. Why? Leave me. The voice of this corpse is filled with sadness. It was many times louder than the faint crying sound, and it made people feel guilty. A gleam of light flashed in the sturdy man's eyes, and he took 2 steps back vigilantly. Tian Qi, who always had a hot temper, also stepped back at this moment. The 2 people are almost in sync. Only Zhou Han stood there, looking deeply at the figure that was clearly a corpse. Wang Ye glanced at Tian Qi and the strongman as if inadvertently, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. These 2 people are interesting. Then, Wang Ye took a decisive step forward, and an extremely sharp dagger slipped from the sleeve of his right hand and slashed across the figure's neck. Blood kept flowing out from the figure's throat. Soon all the clothes were dyed red. But the figure strangely did not fall to the ground, still looking at Wang Ye with resentment. Why? Before the figure could finish his words, Wang Ye stabbed him again without hesitation. Even a trace of blood sprayed on Wang Ye's face. Wang Ye's expression did not change at all, he silently cut with the knife again and again. I guess I should bring a hammer next time. Wang Ye even muttered to himself thoughtfully. Finally, the head was completely chopped off and fell to the ground, but the eyes were still staring at Wang Ye, but no more words were spoken. The headless corpse finally fell heavily to the ground. It is impossible to change a person's body functions. Does everything still need to follow reality? Wang Ye seemed to be thinking about something. He had once encountered the most terrifying ghost. Even if the corpse he controlled had only one head, it might attack you. This was completely against common sense of the human body. But it was obvious that the ghost in front of him had not reached that level. But what Wang Ye didn't see was the little girl from the logistics department who was left unattended nearby was so frightened by the scene that she collapsed to the ground. The blood all over the ground was madly stimulating her nerves. For a long time. Ah! The little girl let out a loud scream and then burst into silent tears. Wang Ye looked over subconsciously, his expression suddenly changed, and he wanted to stop it, but unfortunately, it's too late. The little girl's expression of silent crying suddenly stopped. Then, his face became distorted, and he forced out an ugly smile, and fell to the ground. Tianqi, who had been silently observing the whole situation from behind, and the strongman exchanged a subtle glance. Then, Tianqi took a step forward with a look of disdain, looked at the little girl who had become a corpse and said lightly, "Waste." Then, a faint black light appeared on his feet, and then he stepped hard on the head of the little girl's body. Suddenly, blood is everywhere. That's real power. Tianqi looked at Wang Ye arrogantly, full of sarcasm. Comparing the before and after, Wang Ye's previous action of swinging the knife several times seemed like a waste. Idiot. Wang Ye sneered and glanced at Tianqi. With the way you use your supernatural powers, you can prepare for your funeral in 3 months at most. Wang Ye glanced at Tianqi coldly, sneered lightly, and then walked away. Superpowers. He would, too. But in Wang Ye's opinion, it is absolutely stupid to do it just for the sake of showing off. Tianqi looked at Wang Ye's back with a changeable look in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, glanced at the burly man calmly, and then walked towards the depths of the amusement park together. Zhou, who was rarely quiet, looked at Wang Ye's back with shining eyes, as if he had seen some treasure. According to the map at the entrance of the amusement park, we should have arrived near the center of the park. Comparing the coordinates of the huge Ferris wheel in front of him, Wang Ye frowned slightly. Doesn't the ghost's cry get louder the closer it is to you? All the while, no matter how he moved, the crying in his ears did not change at all. The original plan to locate the source of the ghost based on the crying sound failed. Who? Suddenly, the sturdy man's eyes flickered and he looked in the direction of the carousel. A figure flashed by and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The sturdy man gritted his teeth and decisively chased in the direction of the figure. Tianqi followed without hesitation. When Wang Ye arrived, he found that the burly man had a ferocious look on his face and was pressing a figure under him. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Under the sturdy man, the figure kept twisting his body and begging for mercy. "Is it a human?" The sturdy man loosened his hands with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "I thought everyone was dead." Tianqi on the side spat and said angrily. Wang Ye walked closer and found that the figure was an employee wearing amusement park work clothes. "You are here to rescue us." The employees looked at Wang Ye and others with a hint of expectation in their eyes. "Us." Wang Ye decisively grasped the key point and asked the employee while looking at him. The employee nodded, looking nervous. "Yes. I am responsible for the maintenance of the Ferris wheel. I was with several Ferris wheel staff when the accident happened." "Several people?" Wang Ye asked with a slight frown. "Originally there were 6 people, but now, there are only 5 left." There was a deep sense of loss on the employee's face. "Is someone dead?" Wang Ye's expression suddenly changed. The strongman and Tianqi seemed to have thought of something and looked at each other. The strongman stepped forward and asked, "How long has he been dead? Where did he die?" The employee was frightened by the sturdy man's reaction. Thinking of the sturdy man's behavior towards him just now, there was a hint of fear in his eyes, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Just now. We have been hearing cries in our ears." He couldn't help crying. "And then people died." The employee seemed to recall something, with a deep sense of fear in his eyes and his body trembling slightly. "I couldn't stand it anymore, so I ran out. I want to find a way out." Listening to the employee's words, Wang Ye's eyes changed and he said seriously, "If you don't want the others to die, take us there immediately." "Ah." The employee was stunned for a moment after hearing what Wang Ye said. "Lead the way quickly." On the side, Tianqi, who had a bad temper, kicked the employee on the butt and cursed. The employee was terrified and didn't dare to speak anymore, just leading the way silently. Several people followed the employees and walked towards their hiding place. Zhou Han stood there, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He looked around carefully, but found nothing, so he followed. Soon after everyone left. On the Ferris wheel, a little boy exuding a strong sense of sadness appeared in the Ferris wheel, standing high up, looking at everyone silently. A small staff room at the carousel. At this time, there were bursts of screams. The employee who was leading the way in the distance turned pale instantly when he heard the voice, and his legs became weak and he stood there, unable to move. Wang Ye frowned slightly, walked forward quickly, and suddenly opened the door. A creature similar to the ghost slave that Wang Ye had dealt with before was now looking at everyone ferociously and roaring angrily. Even his teeth were covered in blood. On the ground, a woman was holding her neck in pain, and it seemed that she had stopped breathing. The ghost slave had a ferocious look on his face at this time, while the other 4 people kept cowering in the already small staff room, curled up and shivering. Waste. Wang Ye couldn't help but curse. He was just an ordinary ghost slave. Apart from being able to make people feel sad and using zombie-like killing methods, he had almost no other abilities. 5 people were actually scared away by such a ghost slave. Even several other people watched the woman being bitten to death. Wang Ye's face was gloomy. He grabbed the ghost slave's shoulder and threw him out, and he fell right at Tianqi's feet. "Master, it's time to show your strength." Wang Ye looked at Tianqi and said lightly, "Are you provoking me?" Tianqi looked at Wang Ye deeply with deep anger in his eyes, then a black light flashed from his legs and he kicked the ghost slave on the head with a side kick. The next second, the ghost slave's head shattered like a watermelon. "Is your head harder than his?" Tianqi looked at Wang Ye sarcastically and said with disdain. For some reason, the sturdy man remained silent and stopped trying to smooth things over. I don't know if he did it on purpose, but he stood at the back. At this time, found it. Zhou Han, who had been feeling something was wrong, closed his eyes at some point. He looked like a holy goddess, emitting a coldness that kept people away. Suddenly, Zhou Han opened his eyes, looked above the Ferris wheel, and said. Everyone looked over subconsciously and vaguely discovered that there was a figure standing quietly inside the Ferris wheel, looking at them quietly through the glass. That damn thing, it's there. A ferocious smile appeared on Tianqi's lips, his legs flashed with black light, and he ran at a speed beyond the limits of the human body. Then, under the Ferris wheel, he stomped on the floor hard, causing it to break, and he jumped up a full 10 meters. Then, he stepped on the iron pillar of the Ferris wheel again and kept jumping upwards. In just 10 seconds, he had reached the location where the figure had been before. But I don't know when, the figure disappeared. Tianqi cursed, then jumped down from the sky like a cannonball and fell heavily to the ground. That thing is gone. Seeing the sturdy man's inquiring gaze, Tianqi gritted his teeth and said with an unhappy look on his face. The sturdy man nodded, then looked at Zhou Han and asked, "Can you still find the location of that thing?" Zhou Han closed his eyes and shook his head slightly after a few seconds. He left. The strongman was a little annoyed. This ghost thing is too cunning. It's because of the ghost realm. At the side, the silent Wang Ye suddenly spoke up. This belongs to a higher-level ghost domain. In the ghost domain, ghosts have an ability similar to teleportation. The stronger the ghost is, the faster it cools down and the farther it can move. At the moment, it's impossible for this one to teleport too far. He didn't tell the 3 people about the second-level ghost domain. After all, this concept had not yet come out. Teleport. The strongman and Tianqi looked at each other with a hint of solemnity in their eyes. And in Tianqi's eyes, there was an inexplicable murderous intent towards Wang Ye. Then how should we crack it? Zhou Han did not question why Wang Ye knew this information, but opened his eyes and asked calmly. Fortunately, she is still relatively serious now, and did not say anything about twisting Wang Ye's head off. Unless there is a higher level of ghost suppression. Wang Ye shook his head slightly. However, we can spread out and surround him in a square. As long as anyone finds him and he uses instant transfer, we can immediately surround him. He won't be able to use it a second time in a short period of time. Tisk, just you. The three of us have the strength to hold back the ghost, but who are you? You're just an ordinary person, are you worthy enough? Tianqi glanced at Wang Ye with disdain and said sarcastically. Wang Ye's expression did not change at all, and he was not even interested in looking at Tianqi. How can we know if we don't try? If I die, it's not your fault, right? Tianqi wanted to continue mocking, but after taking a look at the burly men, he forced himself to hold his words back, glared at Wang Ye unhappily, and stopped talking. Little brother, I believe you won't joke about your life. I agree with your suggestion. Zhou, what about you? The sturdy man looked at Wang Ye deeply, his eyes were somewhat profound, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Then the sturdy man looked at Zhou and asked. Zhou suddenly put his hands behind his back and smiled sweetly like a little girl. I'll listen to my brother. After all, I want to make him into a teddy bear. But don't die in the hands of others, your life belongs to me. Zhou looked at Wang Ye and laughed. Wang Ye had already gotten used to Zhou style. There was no trace of emotion on his face. He just nodded calmly. Okay, let's spread out. If we spot a ghost, call for help. He just used teleportation once, so he can't go far, so we don't need to form a large encirclement. Except for Tianqi, who was looking at him coldly, the rest of the people obviously had no objection and were about to disperse. At this time. Aren't you here to rescue us? Don't go. At the side, the ordinary person who was shivering in the corner suddenly spoke. That's right, you can't just leave me here. If you don't take us with you, we will complain to you later. A group of people who were full of fear of ghosts suddenly became brave when facing the people with special powers. I'm telling you, I'm a shareholder of the amusement park, you have to rescue me, don't worry about that shit, my life is valuable. A man in a suit seemed to have gradually found his courage at this moment. He looked at Wang Ye and others and scolded them. You are afraid of ghosts because you know that ghosts have no consciousness. And the ghosts will really kill you. Wang Ye looked at these ordinary people, suddenly smiled, and said lightly, you think we are sent by the authorities, so we are lifesavers. We won't do anything to you. You fear those who kill, but you are not grateful to those who save. Is that so? Wang Ye looked at these ordinary people coldly, with a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. But. Wang Ye sneered, who said I came to save you? Our mission is to get rid of the ghost. What does your life or death have to do with me? Wang Ye's words made several people stand there dumbfounded. They stared at Wang Ye blankly, their faces gradually turning pale. I can let the ghost kill you guys and then seal him. Do you believe it? At this moment, in the eyes of a few ordinary people, Wang Ye's smile was like that of a devil, making them tremble. I have money. I have a lot of money. As long as I live, I can give you everything. I swear. The shareholder of the amusement park, who had a proud look on his face just now, was now as pale as ashes. He knelt on the ground, looking at Wang Ye with pleading eyes. Indeed, you only fear the evil ones. Wang Ye said calmly, no longer paying attention to the survivors, but looking at the other three psychics, and said, let's take action. Interesting. Zhou licked his lips, picked a corner, turned and left. Whoever encounters a ghost will be unlucky. After all, holding back a ghost for a period of time is very draining on your body's functions. But I always feel that you are the first one to encounter a ghost. Tianqi looked at Wang Ye with a grim expression and smiled, then glanced at the sturdy man vaguely, and the two of them turned around and left in two different directions tacitly. Who can say for sure about these things? Wang Ye seemed to be in a daze, muttering to himself, and then disappeared into the thick fog. Only a few survivors were left, standing there in a daze. For a long time. An ordinary person finally couldn't stand this huge pressure and burst into tears. The other people's expressions were filled with fear and they moved away immediately. The men seemed to react and subconsciously stretched out his hand, but as soon as his hand was raised, his face became distorted and then he fell to the ground. Back off and close the door, quick. The shareholder ran back to the staff room trembling, shouting. The other people also closed the door nervously. No one noticed that a tear of fear flowed from the corner of one of their eyes. Doesn't this ghost have any other pattern for killing people? Standing in the empty amusement plaza, Wang Ye frowned slightly and kept thinking. Logically speaking, a guy with a second-level ghost domain cannot have such a monotonous killing method. After all, if you simply resist the crying, as long as you are mentally strong enough, you can hold on for a while. But if they had other abilities, they would have been killed long ago with only a few dozen employees. How could there be any survivors? While thinking, Wang Ye gradually searched into the distance. The green mist seemed to become thicker and thicker, blocking more of Wang Ye's vision. He he he. Suddenly, a flash of laughter passed by Wang Ye's ears. Wang Ye suddenly stopped, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he looked towards the source of the sound. Unfortunately, green mist filled the air around Wang Ye, filling the air with silence. The laughter also disappeared as if it were an illusion. Wang Ye became a little more vigilant and sped up his exploration. Here. Suddenly, a long howl was heard in the distance, and it seemed to be from Tianqi. This guy's luck doesn't seem to be that good. Wang Ye smiled and then rushed towards where Tianqi was calling for help. I've got this damn thing entangled with me, hurry up and get him. There was a hint of urgency in Tianqi's voice, and his breath was obviously lacking. Wang Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, stood at a distance and looked, and found that at some point, a black shadow appeared between Tianqi's legs and stretched into the distance. At the end of the shadow is a little boy, filled with sadness. Is his other ability to bind ghosts? I just don't know what the limit is. Wang Ye smiled, stopped not far away, looked at Tianqi and said, I am just an ordinary person. I have no way to seal it. I can't do anything. As he spoke, Wang Ye looked thoughtful as he watched the fun. Asshole. Tianqi's face turned pale, he gritted his teeth and stared at Wang Ye, I will definitely kill you. At this time, the strongman rushed over, looked at the scene in front of him, looked at Wang Ye deeply, and then his body was dotted with golden light. The light was dim, but it instantly made Wang Ye's heart peaceful. Buddha clan. Wang Ye's expression suddenly changed, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. When he looked at the 2 people, there was finally a hint of fear in his eyes. After the eternal night, the Buddhist kingdom was closed and the Buddhist disciples were in seclusion. Why would a Buddhist disciple appear in Shangjing City? You have to know that in the previous life, several cities faced several catastrophic disasters and asked the Buddhist country for help several times but received no response. If it weren't for the Taoist priests in Taoist City, God knows how many people would have died. Since then, the Buddhists have been labeled as cold-blooded and are no longer welcomed by others. But even now, the Buddhist kingdom is still being targeted by the authorities. How could it be possible to send a Buddhist clan member to complete the task? In other words, the burly man in front of me has been hiding his identity. But now he is exposed in front of me, looking fearless. Want to kill people to silence them? Wang Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of coldness in them. Haha, the donor must have guessed it. Of course, I have no hidden thoughts. The sturdy man no longer had the cheerful expression he had before, but instead had a gloomy look on his face, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Wang Ye. Damn it, now is not the time to talk nonsense, come and seal him, I can't suppress him anymore. Tianqi's face was getting paler and paler at this time, and he couldn't help but shout out. Tongue. The sturdy man looked at Tianqi, frowned slightly, then raised his palm and slapped Tianqi on the back of the head without hesitation. Tianqi turned around with an incredible look on his face, looking at the burly man in shock, as if he couldn't believe that he would attack him. Then, a trickle of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he fell heavily to the ground. Oh. He thought he was qualified to work with me. He used my resources to climb higher, and thought he had leverage over me as a member of the Buddha clan. Donor, do you think he is funny? Even he doesn't know how terrifying the strength of our Buddha clan is. As he spoke, the golden light around the sturdy man's body suddenly became thicker and flickering abnormally. The weird thing is, the ghost that was previously restrained by Tianqi now stood behind the sturdy man with dull eyes. Sure enough, this ghost is suppressed. Wang Ye's frown suddenly relaxed, and he finally understood why the ghost in the second-level ghost realm had such ordinary killing methods. But the abilities of the Buddhas are indeed mysterious. Actually, can control ghosts. The sturdy man looked at Wang Ye and sneered, "Donor, are you waiting for Zhou Han? She won't come. I have already led her far away. You and Tianqi have nothing to fear. And she, my intuition tells me, can't do anything." The sturdy man patiently answered Wang Ye's questions. Wang Ye looked at the burly man with a calm expression. "So, you are an undercover agent of the Buddha clan lurking in the Tian group. And you want to gain higher power and get more information, so you need a higher position. So, you staged and directed the supernatural incident yourself to add merit to yourself. The more people who died, the more serious the supernatural incident was. The greater the credit, and there is no need to worry about sharing the credit." The sturdy man listened to Wang Ye's analysis without any panic. Instead, he smiled. "Sure enough, the donor is very perceptive. From the very beginning, you have to be smarter than Tianqi." Wang Ye raised his eyebrows. "Can I take it that you are praising me? But if you do this kind of thing too much, you will always be discovered. It is very risky, so you should only do it as a last resort. Is there going to be any official action?" The strongman nodded slightly. "The authorities are going to set up a team." Wang Ye nodded in understanding, and everything was explained. This undercover agent from the Buddhist clan needs to quickly earn a large amount of merit so that he will have a chance to join the official team. In my memories of my previous life, the official team had great power, and their intelligence and weapons were all top-notch. It is completely not on the same level as the civilian team that Wang Ye joined, even though this civilian team reached level A. "But do you really think you can defeat me?" Suddenly, looking at the burly man, a smile appeared on Wang Ye's lips. The sturdy man frowned slightly. For some reason, he felt a little uneasy when he saw Wang Ye's smile. "Buddha has mercy on me." The sturdy man clasped his hands together and spoke in a compassionate voice. The ghost behind him took a step forward and rushed towards Wang Ye quickly. The sturdy man stared at Wang Ye. Wang Ye is still so calm until now, who knows what trump card he has. The strongman is serious. Hee hee. Wang Ye chuckled, and his right hand suddenly turned red. Veins like blood vessels appeared on his hand, looking very strange. Then, Wang Ye clenched his right hand and punched the ghost. The next second, the ghost seemed to have frozen, stopping where it was, its body flickering between reality and illusion. Wang Ye took a light step forward, grabbed the ghost's neck and lifted it into the air. "Is that all?" Wang Ye looked at the burly man and smiled gently. "You are not an ordinary person." The sturdy man's eyes were filled with shock, and then he became annoyed. If he had known that Wang Ye was a person with superpowers, he should not have killed Tianqi so quickly. He originally thought that Wang Ye was just an ordinary person, and Tianqi, as a person with superpowers, was obviously a greater threat. I was mistaken. The sturdy man quickly regained his composure and looked at Wang Ye with a somewhat gloomy expression, but still confident. Wang Ye observed the scene in front of him with an unchanged expression. Sure enough, I knew that this little ghost alone could not support a second-level ghost domain. The next second, a little girl bursting into laughter suddenly appeared behind Wang Ye, and stretched out her hands silently and touched Wang Ye's waist. And its hands were as black as ink. But Wang Ye seemed to have discovered it long ago. He turned around and looked at the girl. Then he pulled out the hemp rope from his waist with his other hand, swung it lightly, and put it on the girl. Moment. The girl's eyes were like the boy in Wang Ye's arms. They stared straight ahead, motionless. In just 30 seconds, Wang Ye easily suppressed the two ghosts. Damn it. The sturdy man's face was as gloomy as water. He stared at Wang Ye and couldn't help cursing. I admit that I made a mistake, but you don't have any extra cards left. The sturdy man sneered and said, then his body emanated a strong golden light, but his face was very pale and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Controlling two ghosts is still too difficult for him now. Then, the sturdy man roared and rushed towards Wang Ye. Don't you think you underestimated someone? Wang Ye looked at the burly man with a smile on his face, without any movement. He looked at the burly man as if he was a dead man. What? The sturdy man's expression suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something, and his face was full of shock. The next second, a cold light flashed across his neck. The sturdy man still maintained his momentum of rushing forward, but his head remained in midair. Only his body was stubbornly rushing forward, but soon he fell to the ground. Zhou walked out from the green mist at some point, looking at Wang Ye with a playful smile and a hint of curiosity. "Little brother, when did you find me?" As he spoke, a sharp knife flashed with cold light and kept floating around Zhou body like a toy. It's hard to imagine that just a second ago, this knife cut off the strong man's neck. Hee hee. Wang Ye did not comment, and then threw the suppressed ghost in his hand to Zhou, "One for each of us, and the credit will be shared equally. You caught all of these by yourself, and I believe that even if I didn't take action just now, you could have dealt with this guy. So you're so kind to give me the credit." Zhou didn't even look at the ghost. Instead, she opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Wang Ye curiously. She was very cute. "If you eat alone, you won't live long. Besides, even if I wasn't there, I think you would have easily dealt with this guy and the two ghosts." Ms. Zhou has been hiding her incompetence from the beginning. Wang Ye looked at Zhou deeply, with a teasing look in his eyes. "Hate." Zhou lowered his head shyly. The abnormality in Wang Ye's right hand gradually disappeared, and he soon returned to his normal appearance. He tied one end of the hemp rope around his waist and tied the girl ghost at the other end. Like a corpse driver, he looked at the fog that was gradually dissipating and walked towards the gate of the amusement park. "I believe you should know how to report this situation when you go out," Wang Ye said lightly as he walked. Zhou controlled 5 golden flying knives and nailed them on the boy ghost's limbs and head. He seemed to want to learn from Wang Ye and tie the ghost behind his back, but he had no rope and could only pout in anger. "I know. After all, who wants to get in trouble with the Buddha clan for no reason?" As Zhou spoke, he controlled the boy ghost to float in the air and let the ghost follow behind him. After comparing himself with Wang Ye, he felt that he was also very handsome and nodded with satisfaction. "No, I mean about superpowers. After all, I'm just an ordinary person who got lucky and got a supernatural item." Wang Ye stopped, turned his head to look at Zhou, pointed at the hemp rope that tied the ghost, and smiled faintly. Zhou was stunned for a moment, looked at Wang Ye deeply, and pouted slightly. "Sure enough, Mom said that all men are old perverts. But I will keep it a secret for my little brother. It's just, it seems to be getting more difficult for me to twist your head off." Zhou train of thought changed instantly, and he looked at Wang Ye with some distress. "Sure enough, sometimes I really don't know whether this guy is really crazy or just pretending to be crazy." The corners of Wang Ye's mouth twitched slightly and he ignored Zhou. At this time, the green mist in the amusement park had completely dissipated. Under the nervous and expectant gazes of a group of investigators, Wang Ye and Zhou slowly appeared in everyone's sight. "Why are there only 2? The deputy director of the operations department frowned slightly as he looked at Wang Ye and the other person. Logically speaking, the level of this supernatural incident should not be that high. Moreover, he sent out Zhou, a high-level psychic who happened to be nearby. In his opinion, it should be easily resolved. Investigators are ready to enter the scene to carry out rescue work." A few other doctors followed up for emergency treatment. Although he was confused, Su Zhe, the deputy director of the operations department, still carried out the aftermath work in an orderly manner. After almost dealing with the problem, he hurried over to Wang Ye and Zhou. "Why are there only 2 of you? Where are the others?" Although he was talking to 2 people, Su Zhe's eyes were almost only on Zhou. In his eyes, Wang Ye was just a poor guy who was sent here by that old man Zhang Ziliang to die. "Didn't you see too?" Zhou didn't know when he regained his cold expression. He just glanced at Su Zhe coldly and said lightly, "2." Su Zhe hurriedly looked behind Zhou, and sure enough, a ghost with golden nails stuck in it was floating quietly behind Zhou. "But there is only 1. What about the other 1? Su Zhe subconsciously looked around Zhou, and there was no other ghost. Ahem. Wang Ye coughed lightly, and Su Zhe's eyes finally focused on Wang Ye, and then his expression suddenly became surprised. A hemp rope was tied around Wang Ye's waist at one end, and at the other end, a quiet, suppressed ghost stood there silently. "Is it this guy?" Su Zhe was a little skeptical for a moment, wondering how an ordinary person could suppress the existence of ghosts. "This Can you please stop looking at it and detain him first? Wang Ye looked at the somewhat dumbfounded Su Zhe and said helplessly. There are some things that he doesn't want to attract too much attention. In this age where life is worthless, keeping a low profile is the key to survival. Oh. Good. Thanks for your hard work. Su Zhe nodded woodenly and left in a daze. After a while, a man who was obviously also a psychic came over with 2 golden containers. He looked at Wang Ye curiously, then let out a light whistle, and the ghost floated into the golden container like smoke. Afterwards, the psychic solemnly closed the container, looked at Wang Ye curiously, and then turned and left. It's okay, I'm leaving first. Looking at the messy crowd around him, Wang Ye frowned slightly. Whether in his previous life or now, Wang Ye doesn't like places with a lot of people. Maybe it's because the more people there are in a place where supernatural events happen, the easier it is to die. Zhou Han looked at Wang Ye coldly, nodded, and said nothing. You look much better now. Wang Ye complained silently, and before Zhou Han could react, he quickly turned around and left, returning to the car he had come from before. Soon, the car started and disappeared from Zhou Han's sight. Zhou Han looked at Wang Ye as departing back coldly for a long time. She suddenly laughed, looking very sexy. What a funny guy. She licked her sexy lips slightly, and her voice was full of magnetism. Around, several investigators who passed by Zhou Han froze in place for a moment. After a long time, they all left with their backs hunched. In the car, the same investigator was still the driver. He was driving while looking at Wang Ye through the rearview mirror. He was a little curious. He really couldn't imagine how an ordinary person like Wang Ye could survive after being involved in a supernatural incident. After all, I heard that 2 people with superpowers died this time. Headquarters. Zhang Ziliang frowned slightly as he answered the phone. After a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up. Are you telling the truth? Good. Zhang Ziliang hung up the phone with excitement on his face. Yang Chen looked at Zhang Ziliang curiously and asked, Is your wife pregnant? Roll. Zhang Ziliang cursed in annoyance, but then he couldn't hide his inner joy. Wang Ye survived. Yang Chen was speechless. Even if he is an ordinary person, he can survive as long as he survives. Is there any need to be so excited? Besides, you don't really think that our logistics department is full of rubbish and no one can survive, do you? Then this is not an assessment, but murder. Yang Chen rolled his eyes, glanced at Zhang Ziliang lazily, and said lightly, and I have an impression of this Wang Ye. His performance is quite good. Zhang Ziliang glared at Yang Chen and said unhappily, if only he survived, would I be so excited? Ahem. As he spoke, Zhang Ziliang coughed and said solemnly, not only did he survive, but he also suppressed a ghost with his own hands. Everyone underestimated this supernatural event this time. Both supernatural beings died in it. I don't need to explain what this means. Yang Chen's expression gradually changed from lazy to serious. Are you serious? Nonsense. Zhang Ziliang took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. This shows that my plan is feasible. This new guy Wang Ye can suppress a ghost. Those lazy, greedy, and lazy old idiots can't just go to work without putting in any effort, can they? After all, these old guys still have something. Zhang Ziliang couldn't help but smile. I knew it. With my sharp eyes, I have long seen that Wang Ye is not a simple guy. Hee hee. From the initial shock, Yang Chen gradually returned to his previous lazy state. Although it sounds shocking that an ordinary person can suppress a ghost, it is not a big deal if you think about it carefully. All I can say is that it's surprising that an ant stepped on a bug to death. But if you think about it, it seems easier for humans to step on bugs to death. Wang Ye just added a layer of weak aura of an ant. Of course, if he ever becomes a human being and is able to crush an elephant to death, he will become a revered being. I want to see Wang Ye. Zhang Ziliang took a deep breath, his eyes twinkling, and said, I want to see Wang Ye. Zhang Ziliang took a deep breath, a gleam appeared in his eyes, and he said lightly, boring. Yang Chen complained. After all, as early as when Wang Ye was taking the B-level assessment, all his information had already been delivered to the logistics department. This guy cannot awaken his superpowers. Other people with special abilities will continue to improve after the survival of the fittest. But Wang Ye is still an ordinary person after all, and such a lucky thing as suppressing a ghost will never happen again. In the car, the investigator driving the car gently put his hand on the Bluetooth headset next to his ear and listened carefully. Then he looked at Wang Ye through the rearview mirror. Minister Zhang wants to see you. See me. Wang Ye looked at the scenery flashing by outside the car window, with a hint of contemplation in his eyes. He knew that soon, the terrorist resurgence would break out again, and supernatural events would escalate across the board. Without a background, even he would find it difficult to survive comfortably under more difficult living conditions. However, his goal is not the logistics department, but Team A. In other words, the captain of Team A. Currently, this is the node that Team A has just established. In the near future, there will be Team B and Team C. After that, an independent organization will be launched. Film. There are only 10 shadows, and only when someone dies will they select members again. The members of Shadow are selected from the captains of these official teams. It can be said that Shadow is an extremely mysterious and terrifying organization. He will get the support of all official resources. This was also one of the reasons why Wang Ye joined the logistics department. Through the logistics department, transferred to the action team, and then entered Shadow. As the post office gave him strange abilities, his heart gradually warmed up. Therefore, Wang Ye was somewhat opposed to Zhang Ziliang's obvious intention of recruiting. Wrong. Wang Ye suddenly thought of something and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It turns out that Zhang Ziliang asked the logistics department members to personally participate in the supernatural events for this reason. What a cold-blooded leader. However, in the action team, I may not be qualified to be the captain. But the logistics department. Good. Thinking about it, Wang Ye looked at the driver and nodded. The driver quickly adjusted the direction and drove towards the headquarters. Wang Ye looked out the window and fell into deep thought again, not knowing what he was thinking about. The familiar 21st floor. Looking at the office area in the distance, where a group of people were drinking coffee, looking at computers boredly, and laughing with their colleagues, the corners of Wang Ye's mouth twitched slightly. This. Is it your colleague? No wonder Zhang Ziliang is willing to take a gamble, but can these guys really complete Zhang Ziliang's plan? Wang Ye suddenly regretted his decision. Soon, he arrived at Zhang Ziliang's office and sat on the familiar sofa. Wang Ye looked at Zhang Ziliang in front of the desk and expressed his doubts with his eyes. Very good, I didn't make a mistake. Zhang Ziliang looked at Wang Ye with eyes full of admiration and said. It's very dangerous this time. Zhang Ziliang asked with concern. Wang Ye shook his head slightly. Fortunately, the killing patterns of these two ghosts are relatively simple. As long as you restrain yourself, the danger is not great. But, 2 mutants died. Zhang Ziliang glanced at Wang Ye with deep eyes, and quickly regained his smile, as if he had mentioned it inadvertently. Wang Ye's expression did not change, and he said calmly, they are stupid. Yes, if he was not stupid, he would not be so arrogant as to kill Tianqi first and think that everything was under his control. Of course, even if he and Tianqi joined forces, the result would be the same. What reward do you want? Zhang Ziliang blew gently on the teacup, took a sip and said. Level A intelligence clearance. Wang Ye's voice remained calm, without any consideration, as if he had been prepared. Puff. The tea in Zhang Ziliang's mouth instantly sprayed out, and he looked at Wang Ye deeply. Change 1. Wang Ye fell into silence and stopped talking. What a difficult guy. Zhang Ziliang sighed. A-level intelligence authority is not that easy to obtain. Even I am only A-level. Besides, you don't have enough merit now. This mission will only give you 15 points as a reward. If you add your previous points, it will only be 25 points in total. And A-level intelligence authority requires at least 200 points. Zhang Ziliang explained carefully. But I've only been on the job for 7 days. Wang Ye raised his head silently, looked at Zhang Ziliang and smiled slightly. Zhang Ziliang stood there in a daze. Yeah, this guy has only been on the job for 7 days and he's already 25 points. Most importantly, he's just an ordinary guy. Zhang Ziliang subconsciously took a big sip of tea, trying to calm himself down, but because the tea was too hot, he spit it out on the ground again. Wang Ye looked at Zhang Ziliang speechlessly and could not help but remind him, "Be careful, it's hot." Ahem. Zhang Ziliang coughed twice and said, "Anyway, I can't give you A-level intelligence authority, so why don't you find another one? Otherwise there will be no chance." Wang Ye seemed to have known that Zhang Ziliang would say this. There was no disappointment in his eyes. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he spoke softly. "Team A." The smile on Zhang Ziliang's face gradually disappeared, and his expression turned cold. His eyes were as deep as the abyss, and he looked at Wang Ye deeply. "Where did you hear about Team A?" Looking at Zhang Ziliang, Wang Ye smiled without saying anything. "Young man, it seems that you are not as clean as your file says." Zhang Ziliang, who had lost his smile, looked like a powerful minister at this moment, completely different from his previous smiling face. After all, seeing is believing. Wang Ye's expression was as calm as ever. "Besides, you sent the people from the logistics department to the supernatural incident just for this, right? You're playing with fire." The air suddenly became oppressive. Yang Chen appeared at the door at some point without saying a word. However, his hands were already glowing slightly blue. It seemed that with just one word from Zhang Ziliang, Wang Ye would become a corpse in the next second. "Why are you so nervous, Minister?" Wang Ye smiled faintly, as if he didn't see Yang Chen. "You are the director of the logistics department, and I am an employee of the logistics department. You want the logistics department to be more important, and I also want to become stronger. Our interests are the same. And on the way to achieving my goal, I might die, but you will still be the minister with real power, right?" Wang Ye's voice was as calm as ever, and he looked directly into Zhang Ziliang's eyes. Zhang Ziliang looked at Wang Ye deeply for a long time. Zhang Ziliang suddenly laughed. "You want my investment? But you are just an ordinary person. Why are you so sure that I will allocate resources to you?" Zhang Ziliang looked at Wang Ye. His originally cold face suddenly melted like spring rain, and a smile appeared on his face again. The somewhat solemn atmosphere in the office disappeared in an instant, as if nothing had happened. Wang Ye looked at Zhang Ziliang and smiled. "Who said? I am an ordinary person now." After saying this, Wang Ye's hands and arms instantly turned bright red. Veins like blood vessels appeared on his arm, and then he pointed his hand at Yang Chen who was at the door. "Try my second ability." Wang Ye muttered to himself, "The first ability has been tested today, and it can suppress ghosts in an instant. The second." A huge suction force came, and Yang Chen felt as if he was lifted up by a huge force in an instant and rushed into Wang Ye's hands. Wang Ye stood up at some point and pinched Yang Chen's neck as if he was holding a chicken, and the green light on Yang Chen's hand disappeared at some point. Adsorption, compression. Using these two abilities at the same time seems to have unexpected effects. Wang Ye nodded with satisfaction. "Minister, I don't know if I am satisfied with my strength," Wang Ye said as he put Yang Chen down and looked at Zhang Ziliang with a slight smile. He didn't even look at Yang Chen from beginning to end. It was as if he was just a prop that helped him demonstrate his abilities at a critical moment. Zhang Ziliang frowned slightly, looked at Wang Ye deeply, and after a long while he smiled and said, "No problem, I hope you will always be the best employee in our logistics department." "Certainly." Wang Ye and Zhang Ziliang were like two old foxes, shaking hands, looking at each other and smiling. As for Yang Chen standing aside, he was like a transparent man. Two people stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the entire city. Can we really count on these guys in the logistics department to make contributions and survive? After the cooperation was reached, Wang Ye finally asked the questions in his heart. After all, at least for a long time in the future, I will belong to the logistics department. Then these people are already related to my plan. Zhang Ziliang smiled and shook his head. They are just a bunch of people with connections. Those who don't want to die will resign. Besides, who said that we in the logistics department are all ordinary people? Imitating Wang Ye's tone just now, Zhang Ziliang turned around, looked at Wang Ye, and smiled slightly. What a vindictive guy. Wang Ye complained silently in his heart, but he felt relieved. Sure enough, Zhang Ziliang had some confidence to dare to play like this. If he really thinks that he can get credit for supernatural events with the help of that bunch of idiots outside, then Wang Ye should consider whether to change a partner. The two chatted for a long time, and Zhang Ziliang kindly saw Wang Ye off. After returning to the office, Zhang Ziliang's smile gradually disappeared. He sat on the sofa with a thoughtful look on his face. Yang Chen, what do you think of Wang Ye's strength? Zhang Ziliang tapped lightly on the wooden armrest of the sofa with his fingers. After a long time, he looked at Yang Chen and asked. Yang Chen recalled the scene just now and swallowed his saliva with fear on his face. Very strong. At least I think he wanted to kill me just now, and I didn't have the strength to resist. Yang Chen said with some shame and anger, but I'm just not familiar with his strength. If you give me time to prepare, I can definitely resist for a while. Zhang Ziliang simply ignored the second half of Yang Chen's sentence and fell into a daze again. After a long time. Promote Wang Ye to the position of team leader of Group 2. Just give him a nominal position. Then send someone to deliver a set of the latest equipment from the logistics department. Zhang Ziliang said calmly, this time, I found a treasure. But who is this guy? The test results clearly show that he has no energy in his body and cannot awaken. Forget it, don't report it for now. Otherwise, if those crazy people in the lab find out, you might get dissected. That's a shame. After giving all the instructions, Zhang Ziliang seemed a little tired, so he closed his eyes and took a rest. It's somewhat tiring to fight wits and courage with this little fox. Yang Chen gritted his teeth, as if wanting to prove that he was no worse than Wang Ye, but thinking of the terrifying comparison in strength, he finally said nothing and turned away. Wait until I awaken the second part. Yang Chen's indignant voice reached Zhang Ziliang's ears. After a long while, Zhang Ziliang opened his eyes and thought, although it is a little worse than the top group of perverts, but that should be enough. The office fell into silence again. After returning home, Wang Ye poured a glass of water, sat on the sofa, and pondered. My plan has already taken the first step, which is a good start. Only. Wang Ye looked at his hands. After awakening his special powers, Wang Ye clearly felt that his hands seemed somewhat out of coordination with his entire body. As if the hands convey a message to the body. Disdain. Today, I used my supernatural powers briefly twice. After using them, my body became weak to a certain extent. It should be the body's function, the quality cannot keep up with the condition of the hands. If this continues for a long time, your body will become uncoordinated, and your hands will excessively mobilize energy from other parts, causing other parts to gradually rot. Only after awakening the second part, the energies of the two positions complement each other and reach a stable balance, can the survival time be increased. Until all parts of the body awaken. At that time, living for hundreds of years would probably not be a problem. But every awakening is accompanied by severe pain, and if the two energies collide, the body will explode. Most people with special abilities will die on the road to awakening, and the more parts that are awakened, the more dangerous it is. This is also the reason why those who awaken their brains are recognized as the strongest. Because the brain is the first to awaken, the gentle attribute will greatly reduce the risk of awakening other parts, and the intention is very strong. I woke up through the post office, and the risk was much lower. I'm really looking forward to the next mission at the post office. Wang Ye muttered to himself. In the next few days, Wang Ye was rarely calm. Except for the logistics department sending some equipment, no one else disturbed him, including Zhou Han. However, according to the news from Zhang Ziliang, he has now sent most of the personnel to various supernatural events, resulting in the resignation of most of the employees who were slacking off. But what also surprised everyone was that the logistics department actually had people with special abilities. There are a total of 12 people, and several of them are very strong. For a while, there was a turmoil within the Tian Group's top echelons, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the logistics minister who usually took the blame quietly. Wang Ye didn't care too much about this, but pushed open the magical wooden door that mysteriously appeared in his living room. Arriving at the familiar post office, Wang Ye felt a little excited. Although each mission is relatively dangerous, the rewards obtained are completely proportional to the effort put in. If it weren't for the 2 rewards from the post office, Wang Ye would not have had the bargaining chips to negotiate with a person like Zhang Ziliang. Wang Ye is quite clear about his own positioning. After all, as a member of an A-level team in his previous life, he was just a small figure in Zhang Ziliang's eyes. Coming to the front desk skillfully, Wang Ye's pupils suddenly contracted and his eyes became solemn. A letter, almost stained with blood, was placed harmlessly on the front desk. Next to the envelope was a slightly rusty key. This is a mission that will cost you your life. Wang Ye looked at the letter in front of him and muttered to himself. Last time, it was just an ordinary letter stained with a few drops of blood, but it already made Wang Ye scared. This time, Wang Ye, who usually keeps a calm mind, couldn't help but take a breath. But no matter how dangerous the post office's mission is, it is always possible to accomplish it. Wang Ye pondered for a few seconds, muttered to himself, and then looked at the note beside him. Task requirements. Drive the mail truck according to the navigation and get off at the navigation endpoint. Send the letter to the first person who sees it. Task deadline, delivery within 5 days. Reward, regularization, level 1 ghost messenger uniform. Become a regular employee. Wang Ye seemed to understand something. Was it just an internship assessment at the post office before? In that case, your authority should be increased after you become a regular employee. Wang Ye's expression gradually changed, and there seemed to be a hint of madness in his cold calm. It seems that this is the real self hidden beneath the appearance. Wang Ye silently took out the letter and key from the front desk, put them in his pocket, and turned and left. Back in the living room, Wang Ye stood at the window, looking downstairs with an expressionless face. Sure enough, a very old mail truck stopped silently at the entrance of the community at some point. It's about channeling energy directly and conveying reality. It's still man-made. Wang Ye thought for a long time, silently closed the curtains, fell on the bed, and fell asleep. Wang Ye attaches great importance to conserving energy before each action. The next day, after everything was ready, Wang Ye came to the gate of the community, used the key on the front desk to open the mail truck, and got in. The mail truck looked a bit old, and even the control panel was covered with dust. When the car was started, the engine made a loud roar, making people doubt whether the car could still be started. Fortunately, the post office did not disappoint. The post office started up slowly, and the navigation on the side lit up at this moment. Touching the steering wheel, Wang Ye frowned slightly. The touch of this steering wheel is a bit strange. It seems like touching human skin, while the brakes below are like stepping on a piece of meat. The navigation light flickered slightly, as if it was broken. As the car started, the surrounding scene suddenly became unreal. The figures on the street seemed to become a little blurry. At this moment, Wang Ye and the mail truck seemed to be in a different dimension from these pedestrians. At this time, the route map finally appeared on the flashing navigation. Looking at the location on the navigation, Wang Ye's face turned slightly pale. After the eternal night, the whole world became a wasteland. Among them, Buddhism and Taoism, relying on their mysterious background, forcibly opened up the Pure Land, established Buddhist kingdoms and Taoist cities in the wasteland, and survived. Later, with the help of Daocheng, the government opened up 10 cities to firmly resist the erosion of the wasteland. Even so, horrific supernatural events still often occur in the city. But it is still considered a pure land in troubled times. Other places have completely fallen. In a word, paradise of ghosts. As long as you leave the city and don't take the official road, you must be prepared to die at any time. There is only one train to other cities every day, and it needs the protection of many people with special abilities. Of course, although the wasteland is dangerous, it is also full of opportunities. Countless people who cannot survive, or those with special abilities who are about to die, will choose to go to the wasteland in the hope of finding treasures. They are called scavengers. But 99% of them died. And the 1% that survived brought back valuable items. The positioning of this navigation. Right in the wasteland. And it is deep in the wasteland, a completely undeveloped area. Judging from the data alone, this mission is a 100% sure thing. I trust my judgment. The post office won't give me a task I can't complete. Wang Ye took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with madness, and stepped on the accelerator hard. There was a trembling roar from the engine, and the mail coach rushed out at a speed that did not match the sound. Pedestrians seemed to ignore this mysterious mail truck until Wang Ye drove the truck directly through the city wall. Sure enough, the mail coach is somewhere between reality and nothingness. Watching the mail truck coming out through the wall, Wang Ye showed an expression of, as expected, and muttered to himself. Just like that, one person and one car. Leaving the safety of the city, heading into a wasteland filled with mysterious legends. Hee, little brother definitely didn't expect that I would go find him. The moment he opens the door, I will twist his head off and chop off his limbs. It's better to cut off the limbs first, otherwise you won't see the terrified expression on the little brother's face. Downstairs in Wang Ye's residential complex, Zhou Han sat on the edge of the community's flower bed with a conflicted look on her face and a pout on her lips. Small knives made of gold were flying around her. For a long time, Zhou Han seemed to have finally thought of a perfect solution. His eyes lit up and he regained his sweet smile. He came to Wang Ye's house and knocked on the door. The door opened. Wang Ye stood at the door with an expressionless face. But Wang Ye's face was as pale as paper, but his expression was equally cold. Hello, classmate Wang. Zhou Han narrowed his eyes, looking as cute as crescent moons, and said to Wang Ye with a smile. Wang Ye looked at Zhou Han expressionlessly without saying a word, then turned stiffly and went back to the living room. Looking at Wang Ye's back, Zhou Han's eyes flashed with a strange light. The next second, countless golden flying knives kept flying in the air and rushed towards Wang Ye, who was sitting on the sofa with an expressionless face. Wang Ye just raised his head silently and looked towards Zhou Han without any movement. Then, Wang Ye was dismembered in an instant. What was strange was that not a drop of blood came out of the wound on Wang Ye's body lying on the ground. Through the cut wound, you can see. There was nothing inside Wang Ye's body. Bones, internal organs, none exist. Hee, I finally dismembered this guy. Zhou Han, however, seemed not to notice anything unusual. With a smug expression on his face, he took out his cell phone, stood in front of Wang Ye's corpse, and took a happy selfie. Then he happily left Wang Ye's house, and even remembered to close the door for him. For a long time, Wang Ye's body fell at home, and his hollow head suddenly rolled over, his eyes moving constantly. The author has something to say. Wasteland. As the mail truck moved forward, Wang Ye was getting farther and farther away from the city. The entire wasteland was shrouded in the ghost realm, full of gloom and horror. Faintly one could see some scavengers carefully digging something in the ground. But none of the scavengers were in a team. Wang Ye understood this. Scavengers don't form teams. This is an unwritten rule. In a wasteland, the chance of encountering ghosts is very high. It would be a rare thing if you stroll outside for a day and don't encounter any ghosts. It would be fine if we met normal ones. Even if a group of them died, some would still survive. But if it's the kind that can possess a person, that would be a disaster for the entire team. Death is not scary for scavengers. After all, risks and opportunities coexist. Every scavenger is prepared for death when leaving the city. But money moves people's hearts. In the eyes of the desperado, if they find a treasure, they will kill anyone. Gradually, the rule of not forming a team has become an unspoken understanding among everyone. Looking at the occasional scavengers he found, Wang Ye was silent. In his previous life, after knowing that he could not awaken his superpowers, Wang Ye once thought about going out of the city to scavenge. Perhaps he could find a path of his own. If I hadn't died in that supernatural incident, I would probably be one of these people. Looking at the scene outside the car window, scavengers would occasionally get involved in supernatural events, but the strange thing was that all the ghosts seemed to stay away from his mail truck. At first, Wang Ye simply thought that ghosts couldn't see his car. But over time, he observed that most ghosts seemed to actively avoid his vehicles. For example, a guy without legs who kept crawling on the ground using his hands, saw his mail truck from afar and strangely left his track. Are they afraid of this mail truck? Wang Ye seemed to be thinking about something. The car went farther and farther away. After about an hour, it was completely far away from the city, and even the scavengers could not be seen. After all, most scavengers only dare to wander around the city. It is too dangerous to go deep into the wasteland. The mysterious mail truck shuttled silently among the ghost group. Wang Ye's heart, which had been tense at first, gradually began to relax. After all, I've seen it so many times that I've become numb to it. However, Wang Ye also had a deeper understanding of the wasteland. The wasteland was obviously even more exaggerated than he had imagined. The wasteland is already so terrifying, so how terrifying would the so-called forbidden area be? And how was the restricted area rumored by the outside world discovered? What kind of terrifying guy must be able to cross the wasteland, reach the restricted area, and come back alive? At this moment, Wang Ye humbly discovered that he was just a small figure in his previous life after all. Perhaps the meaning of his existence is to spread hope to ordinary people. Suddenly, Wang Ye's pupils contracted suddenly. Just as Wang Ye was walking forward, a ghost dressed in mourning was kneeling on the ground with a brazier in front of him. And the ghosts let out bursts of crying sounds. This crying sound could even pass through the mail truck and enter Wang Ye's mind. In an instant, Wang Ye's eyes turned blood red, and blood-colored tears kept dripping from Wang Ye's eye sockets. This cry is countless times more powerful than the one at the candy arcade. Wang Ye felt his body suddenly become weak, as if he would die at any time. Damn it, I knew the bloody letter wouldn't be that easy. Wang Ye cursed inwardly and stepped hard on the accelerator, but the crying ghost in front seemed to feel nothing and continued to throw paper money into the brazier. But the crying became louder and louder. Tears of blood kept flowing from Wang Ye's eyes, and Wang Ye's face became paler and paler. Hit it or take a detour. Wang Ye's heart was constantly struggling, his brain was in chaos, and the sound of crying kept echoing in his mind. Finally, Wang Ye bit his lip, and under the stimulation of pain, he regained consciousness briefly. He turned the steering wheel sharply, narrowly brushing against the ghost's body and going around it. Wang Ye breathed a sigh of relief. If he crashed into it, he really didn't know what the consequences would be. Moreover, what kind of power gave him the confidence to kill the ghost? Was it the psychological guidance caused by the crying ghost? Wang Ye stepped on the accelerator hard, and the distance between the mail truck and the crying ghost was getting farther and farther. The crying gradually became weaker until it disappeared. Wang Ye seemed to have collapsed and slumped in the car seat. If that ghost appeared in Shangjing City. He shuddered, the consequences unimaginable. The road ahead is probably going to be difficult. Wang Ye gritted his teeth and his expression became serious. He knew that the guy just now was just an appetizer, and it was estimated that it would be more dangerous later. If a blood-red letter could be delivered just by driving, then it would be too easy to get the reward. What? Okay, I understand. Tianzhu headquarters, 21st floor. Zhang Ziliang frowned slightly and hung up the phone in his hand, frowning deeply. What's wrong? Yang Chen looked at Zhang Ziliang's expression and asked with some confusion. Zhang Ziliang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head, it's okay. By the way, how are those guys? Most of the borers have already left. Of those 12 superpowers, 5 are dead. Yang Chen shrugged and said with a serious expression. He knew what price Zhang Ziliang had paid in order to win over these 12 people with special abilities. This is the logistics department's trump card. If 5 of them died, it would be a huge blow to Zhang Ziliang. I understand. You go down first. What surprised Yang Chen was that Zhang Ziliang didn't seem to care about it at all and just nodded slightly. After a moment's silence, Yang Chen turned and left. Zhang Ziliang was looking at a file on the table and fell into deep thought. In the name column of the file, Wang Ye's name was written. This guy is becoming more and more mysterious. Zhang Ziliang murmured softly and sighed quietly. On the other side, Wang Ye's expression was full of solemnity. Unconsciously, the car drove into a cemetery. In the cemetery, old tombstones stand quietly. What Wang Ye found incredible was that the shapes and styles of all the tombstones were almost exactly the same as those in the suburban cemetery. Damn. What the hell is going on? Wang Ye cursed inwardly and sped up. The next second, Wang Ye's pupils suddenly contracted violently. A wooden house with a faint candlelight appeared in his sight. This cabin. Exactly the same as the one in the suburban cemetery. Inside the wooden house, a figure stood with his back to the window, slightly hunched over, seemingly an old man who was about to die. Elder. A chill instantly surged through Wang Ye's body. Looking at the old man with his back to him in the wooden house, Wang Ye felt a chill run through his body. Could it be the one in the suburban cemetery? How could he appear here? In an instant, Wang Ye's understanding of this world collapsed. Is this old guy a human or a ghost? If it was a ghost, why didn't anyone kill anyone in Shangjing City? But if it's a human? This is already deep in the wasteland. How is it possible for people to survive in such a haunted place? Countless doubts filled Wang Ye's mind. The mail truck continued to move forward, and it took a full 20 minutes to leave the cemetery. Wang Ye, who had been calculating in his heart, had a look of shock in his eyes. This cemetery. It's 10 miles long. If this 10-mile cemetery is like the suburban cemetery, where ghosts are buried. Wang Ye couldn't imagine it. The Great Terror. As the mail truck left, the wooden door of the wooden house slowly opened. An old man, holding a candle in his hand, stood at the door at some point, silently looking in the direction where Wang Ye left. For a long time. A strange smile suddenly appeared on the old man's lips. If Wang Ye were still here, he would be horrified to find that this old man was the one who had looked at him in the cemetery on the outskirts of the city. According to the navigation, Wang Ye was still 1/3 of the way to his destination. Wang Ye couldn't imagine whether he could still live to send this letter. This mysterious mail coach could no longer bring him any sense of security. In the dark wasteland, a quiet old house appeared in the distance. The house was covered with white cloth, as if someone had died in the house. Ancient house. Wang Ye looked at it solemnly. Suddenly, the boning knife tied to his leg, which had been stable all along, gave off a strange chill. As well as deep resentment. Yes, resentment. Wang Ye could directly feel the resentment coming from the boning knife. It's the old house in the memory fragment of the boning knife. Wang Ye instantly recalled the fragments of memory that flashed through his mind when he just picked up the boning knife in 404. Among them, the owner of the boning knife once used the boning knife to remove meat from a head in an old house. But he couldn't remember many of the scenes clearly. Feeling the abnormality of the boning knife, Wang Ye's brain kept working, trying to recall the scene at that time. Suddenly, Wang Ye was stunned, his face turned pale, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down from his temple. The head that was placed in a basin and cut with a boning knife. The face seems to be mine. Wang Ye shuddered. Why? Why did I feel it was normal when I saw this scene at that time and didn't notice any abnormality at all? With my own vigilance, how could I make such a mistake? Wang Ye kept echoing in his mind. And the mysterious old house gradually fell behind as the mail coach left. At some point, the door of the old house opened a crack, and an eye was pressed tightly against the crack, looking grimly in the direction where the mail truck left. Wang Ye continued to think about what happened in the old house. For the first time, he began to doubt his own heart. Fuck, the dead man is flying up into the sky. After a long time, Wang Ye slammed the steering wheel hard, cursed inwardly, and adjusted his mentality. Fortunately, this stretch of road did not happen again. Before Wang Ye had time to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, a strange red stage appeared in front of him. A woman in a theatrical costume and with heavy makeup on her face stood on the stage, humming softly. Below the stage, a group of ghosts, some headless and some with mutilated bodies, but emitting a terrifying aura, sat on chairs and listened attentively. Faintly, the sound of opera reached Wang Ye's ears through the car window, making Wang Ye unable to help but be obsessed. He subconsciously wanted to stop the car and sit on the chair under the stage. With the last bit of clarity in his mind, Wang Ye bit his tongue hard, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After suffering from severe pain, Wang Ye regained consciousness, filled with fear. This strange voice was full of temptation and was countless times more terrifying than the crying ghost before. Wang Ye withdrew his hand that was about to touch the car door and did not dare to look at the stage even once. At this time, In the distant sky, a terrifying hand floated over. Wisps of black air continued to rage in his hands, full of fear. Wang Ye only took a look and his face turned pale, and his heartbeat continued to accelerate. Strands of blood flowed from the eye sockets. Then, the horrifying severed hand floated above the stage and gently slapped it down. The woman on the stage disappeared mysteriously, as if she had never appeared, and the ghost sitting below the stage was slammed hard on the ground. The violent noise caused the mail truck to shake continuously, and Wang Ye looked at the scene through the rearview mirror, with a cloud of blood mist spurting out of his mouth. Just one look and he nearly lost his life. Wang Ye's heart instantly rose, and he stepped on the accelerator frantically, and the mail truck passed by at a very fast speed. Soon, the severed hand disappeared from Wang Ye's sight. Broken hand. Broken hand. For some reason, Wang Ye's mind came to the cross-stitch hanging on the wall of the living room in room 404. But although the severed hand above is strange, it is not even a fraction as terrifying as this hand. It seems to have only form but no spirit. But first, the suburban cemetery, then the mysterious 404. In the seemingly safe Shangjing city, these two ordinary places are closely related to the wasteland. It seems that everything is not that simple. Damn, what kind of existence is this post office? Wang Ye couldn't help but curse under his breath. These seemingly independent entities were strangely connected by the mysterious post office. Finally, the rest of the journey was uneventful and extremely quiet. Were they all solved by that hand? Wang Ye couldn't be sure. Looking at the navigation, which showed a distance of less than 500 meters, Wang Ye couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, I arrived at the destination alive. Not far away, an ordinary-looking house appeared in Wang Ye's sight. There are some old blue bricks and a slightly broken gate. Outside the gate, there are two stone statues on both sides. The only difference from the traditional door carvings is that these two statues are in the shape of two children, which is full of weirdness. There was actually a flower bed in front of the house. It is hard to imagine what kind of existence exists in the depths of this horrible wasteland, with such leisure and elegance. The mail truck slowly stopped at the gate of the house. Wang Ye sat in the car, looking around vigilantly. The task prompt says, send the letter to the first person you see. But he didn't say he wanted to get off. This car is Wang Ye's greatest guarantee at the moment. Abrupt. Through the rearview mirror, Wang Ye discovered that at some point, a middle-aged man was standing next to his car, smiling, looking at him quietly. Please urge for more updates, add to the bookshelf, and give free rewards for love. Thank you everyone. For every 10 comments, 1 chapter will be added. 50 urging for more updates will add 1 chapter. Looking at the face in the rearview mirror, Wang Ye's hair stood on end. He was sure that just 3 seconds ago, when he looked at the rearview mirror, there was nothing. It is really chilling to have someone appear beside you silently. Thinking of the task reminder, which was to give the letter to the first person who saw it at the terminal, Wang Ye gritted his teeth and was about to open the car door. At this moment, the door of the house suddenly opened. A panting old lady ran out and looked at Wang Ye anxiously. Don't give him the letter, he is not a human being. Not a human. A bright light flashed in Wang Ye's eyes, and his body was instantly covered with cold sweat. In an instant, Wang Ye's brain started working rapidly, as if he had understood something, and his face was filled with fear. Damn post office, there's a trap in the mission prompt. Wang Ye gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. The reminder said to give it to the first person who saw it, but ghosts are not human. If you understand it wrongly, give the letter to a man. The consequences are disastrous. When the man heard the old lady's words, his face darkened instantly. He turned around and stared at her intently. After a long time, he said coldly, don't be fooled by her. Give me the letter. I can't give it to you. The old lady looked nervous and kept shaking her head as she looked at Wang Ye. Looking at this scene, Wang Ye's pupils shrank instantly. These two people can actually communicate with each other. Wang Ye had dealt with dozens of supernatural events, big and small, in his previous life, and not a single ghost had any emotions or thoughts. It is amazing that it can erode the human brain, change people's thinking, and thus cause external influences. But the scene before him broke his common sense. At least one of the two guys in front of him is a ghost. In other words, it's not that ghosts don't have thoughts, but they are advanced ghosts with thoughts. Wang Ye has never encountered such a ghost. Soon Wang Ye collected his scattered emotions, looked at the two of them solemnly, and sat in the car without saying a word. What was strange was that the two people outside were obviously afraid of each other and did not take action. They just looked at each other silently, waiting for Wang Ye's decision. Wang Ye sat in the car and observed for a long time. The pale and weird middle-aged man, and the nervous and anxious old lady. I think I know. Finally, with a hint of decisiveness in his eyes, Wang Ye got out of the car at an extremely fast speed and handed the letter in his hand to the man. Holding the letter, the man's originally pale face instantly became a little rosy. He no longer looked lifeless, but had a hint of life. Looking at Wang Ye, there was a hint of admiration in the man's eyes. The old lady in the distance suddenly became ferocious and looked at Wang Ye with resentment. Why? As the sound came out, the old lady's body shrank rapidly at an eerie speed. The whole person looked like a mummy, and one of her eyeballs fell out of her socket. On her head was a bronze nail that exuded an ancient atmosphere. Wang Ye subconsciously took 2 steps back, stood behind the men, and took a deep look at the nail on the old lady's head. Sure enough, it was produced by the post office. It's exactly the same as the one I pinned on the 404 photo. How did you find out? The old lady's voice no longer had the humanity it once had, but was now gloomy and cold, and her resentful eyes seemed to pierce through Wang Ye. First of all, how could there be an old man who was out of breath after walking 2 steps in the deep wasteland? Secondly, you are too normal as my neighbor's grandmother. People with this kind of personality won't live long. Finally, you have been standing at the gate of the house without taking a single step out. You must have been sealed. Wang Ye's eyes were full of calmness as he looked at the old man and spoke calmly. The letter in the middle-aged man's hand finally turned into ashes and dissipated into the air. You. Good. The man seemed to be not good at speaking. After organizing his words for a long time, he looked at Wang Ye and said. Then, the man's eyes fell on the old man, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he took a step forward, his whole body covered with green light. Looking at the man's back, Wang Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. 5 parts. There were 5 parts flashing with green light. In an era when awakening 1 part of a body is common, and awakening 2 parts is enough to make one the strongest person in Shangjing City, there is actually someone who has awakened 5 parts deep in this wasteland. This is not a question of 1 plus 1. Every time a body part is awakened, the overall strength of the person will undergo a qualitative change. After awakening, the body parts, blood circulation, and body functions complement each other, and the effect produced is enormous. I can't imagine how terrifying this guy is. And he seemed to be familiar with letters from the post office. Perhaps I can learn some secrets about the post office from him. Unfortunately, just when Wang Ye was about to open his mouth, a green light flashed on the man's body, and the house, the men, and the old lady all disappeared into the wasteland. As if it had never appeared. Disappeared. Wang Ye's eyes were filled with shock. The scene before him was inexplicable to him. Perhaps, I know too little about this world. The scene before him not only shocked Wang Ye, but also filled his eyes with fighting spirit. In my previous life, as an ordinary person, I was able to squeeze into the A-level team and become an indispensable part of it. What's more, in this life, I have embarked on the path of becoming a superpower. One day, in your own eyes, this world will have no secrets. Wang Ye calmed down quickly. The air gradually became colder. In the distance, a figure wearing white morning clothes and holding a morning stick in his hand appeared in Wang Ye's sight. Wang Ye's eyes changed slightly, and he quickly returned to the mail truck, slammed the door shut, and started the car. But the car couldn't start despite the roaring sound from the engine. Damn it! Wang Ye's eyes flashed with anxiety. He kept stepping on the accelerator as he looked at the figure getting closer and closer in the distance. Even the face on the figure was vaguely visible. This ghost thing seems to have no face. Finally, accompanied by the roar of the engine, the mail truck finally started moving. Wang Ye hurriedly turned the steering wheel and left quickly along the same route he came. In this strange wasteland, getting off the car for just 1 minute could result in death. As the mail truck went away, the figure holding the morning stick stopped where he was, with cold eyes devoid of any emotion, silently staring in the direction the mail truck left. Gradually, the face without a face was distorted and facial features appeared. The final result is a face that looks exactly like Wang Ye. The face was a little stiff at first, but gradually an expression of tension and panic emerged. Exactly the same expression Wang Ye made before he left. At this moment, a cold snort sounded, and a green light flashed from the void and struck the figure's face. The figure showed a look of pain and let out a shrill scream. Finally, Wang Ye's face gradually disappeared, and the figure lost its face again. He stood there for a few minutes, and finally disappeared into the thick fog again with the morning stick in his hand. As the mail truck went further away, Wang Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when facing the faceless ghost, Wang Ye had a premonition that this mail truck could not protect him. After just a few hours of traveling in the wasteland, Wang Ye's worldview had completely collapsed. Really? Beneath the wasteland, there are many crises and opportunities. The morning stick in the ghost's hand must be a powerful supernatural object. Thinking about this, Wang Ye suddenly felt a little annoyed. Every mission given by the post office seemed to have an opportunity to make money. Thinking back to the terrifying 10-mile cemetery, and then thinking about the suburban cemetery and the tombstone fragments all over the ground. That tombstone fragment must be a good thing, at least it has the function of suppressing ghosts. Unfortunately, I had no experience the first time and missed it. Looking at the familiar road, Wang Ye drove the mail truck carefully, constantly looking around. The horrifying severed hand had disappeared at some point. A huge hole appeared where the stage was before, and the woman who had been singing before was standing strangely on the edge of the hole, her costume fluttering in the wind. Fortunately, the woman did not perform this time, and Wang Ye left safely. The door of that familiar old house was opened at some point, but this time the boning knife did not become abnormal. Familiar scenes kept receding outside the car window, and Wang Ye couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that the way back is much easier. Not far away, a strange light suddenly emanated from a low hill. Wang Ye subconsciously looked through the car window and vaguely saw a blood-red light on the top of the mountain, glowing slightly. On the top of the mountain, a figure dressed in Taoist clothes, holding a whisk in his hand, was fighting with a man who was emitting a strong golden light. Suddenly, the terrifying severed hand from the sky descended again and slapped down towards the top of the mountain. With a roar, the mail coach left. Wang Ye could not see what happened after that, and he was not even qualified to join in the fun at the moment. Fortunately, the road ahead was unusually smooth, and according to the navigation, we were getting closer and closer to Shangjing City. Every mission at the post office will give you the opportunity to make money. Wang Ye seemed to have thought of something and muttered to himself, while the speed of the car gradually slowed down. Wang Ye's gaze was mostly directed to the sides. For a long time, in the sky not far away, there were a few half-burned paper money floating. Wang Ye's eyes lit up, he stepped on the accelerator suddenly, then got out of the car at an extremely fast speed and rolled the paper money in his hand. A cool breath spread throughout Wang Ye's body, and Wang Ye clearly felt a blockage in his hand holding the paper money. The supernatural power is no longer usable. This paper money can suppress the supernatural powers in the human body. As the superpowers awaken, other parts of the body will gradually rot even if they are not used. If this paper money can suppress the sense of superpowers in the human body, doesn't it mean that it can prolong a person's life in disguise? Nice one. At this moment, a faint cry was heard. Wang Ye's eyes turned red again. Damn it, it's that damn thing. Wang Ye's face changed and he hurriedly got in the car. This time he was smart enough not to turn off the engine, and the mail truck left at a very fast speed. Not long after Wang Ye left, a guy in morning clothes and holding a brazier suddenly appeared at his previous position, crying non-stop. Similar paper money continued to burn in the brazier. Sure enough, although there are risks, the benefits are also considerable. Wang Ye carefully put the 3 rolled-up paper money into a gold-plated box, his eyes sparkling. His car was driving even slower. This opportunity to scavenge safely in the wasteland is precious. But soon, Wang Ye became a little disappointed. There were indeed a few good things along the way, but without exception there were ghosts. If they were ordinary ghosts, Wang Ye would be confident that he could snatch the food from the tiger's mouth, but the sense of terror emanating from those guys made Wang Ye instinctively feel palpitations. As the car got closer and closer to Shangjing City, Wang Ye's face became a little gloomy. Suddenly, a plant with a ghost face and dark red veins all over its body appeared in front of Wang Ye on the roadside ahead. And his hands holding the steering wheel suddenly became a little hot. Nice one. Suitable for yourself. Wang Ye made an instant judgment. He had heard in his previous life that people with special abilities could strengthen their special abilities through external factors. Can this thing strengthen my hands? Wang Ye stopped the car without hesitation, rushed to the ghost face plant at an extremely fast speed, and pulled it out. As Wang Ye moved, the ghost faces on the plant seemed to come alive, and even emitted faint screams of pain. A sharp pain surged throughout Wang Ye's body. It seemed as if the blood in the body was flowing in the opposite direction, along the hands, towards the ghost-faced plant. The originally dark red veins on the ghost face plant gradually turned bright red, and the ghost face on the top became somewhat ferocious, looking at Wang Ye with resentment. Damn it! Wang Ye roared, his hands turned red, the veins were clearly visible, and one could even vaguely see the blood flowing in the veins. The next second, the ghost face plant was pulled out by Wang Ye. With a shrill scream, the ghost face on the plant closed its eyes and its expression fell into tranquility. There seemed to be no sound. At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air sounded behind Wang Ye's head. Wang Ye's pupils shrank slightly and he turned his head subconsciously. A golden crossbow arrow stuck into the ground in front of Wang Ye, and the tail of the arrow kept shaking. Who? A hint of murderous intent flashed in Wang Ye's eyes. 2 golden needles slid down his cuff silently, and were firmly clamped on his fingertips. He shot them behind him without hesitation. Taking this opportunity, Wang Ye stood up straight and rushed towards the figure behind him. His hands and arms turned red instantly, and his arms seemed to become slightly thicker as he smashed down at the figure. There was a hint of surprise on the figure's face, as if he had not expected Wang Ye to react so quickly. Feeling the threat from the arm, the figure had a little panic in his eyes. He gritted his teeth slightly, rolled on the ground in an extremely ugly posture, and narrowly avoided it. The next second, a violent impact hit. A pit appeared where the figure had stood before, with rocks scattered everywhere. A few tiny stones hit the figure, causing waves of pain. This is the third ability of Wang Ye's awakened hands. Simple and unpretentious. Huge force. Wang Ye has tested it and found that when he uses all his strength, he can penetrate a steel plate 10 centimeters thick. Feeling this power, the figure's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes looking at Wang Ye were full of fear and regret. And Wang Ye finally saw the figure clearly. A burly man with a horrible scar on his face. My friend, it's a misunderstanding. The sturdy man's eyes flickered slightly, and the centipede-like scar on his face twisted slightly, making him look particularly hideous. But soon, a smile appeared on the sturdy man's face. He took 2 steps back imperceptibly and said to Wang Ye. Misunderstand. Wang Ye's face was cold, and he looked at the burly man with sharp eyes, with a hint of danger in his eyes. We are all out here to scavenge, so when we come across something good, we naturally try to grab it. But now it's clear that you are qualified to get that thing. Just think that I am short-sighted and we should just keep our distance. How about that? The strongman smiled and looked at Wang Ye with his hands open, showing that he no longer had any hostility. Besides, the wasteland is full of threats. I admit that I am not as good as you, but you can't kill them instantly. If you delay for too long, you will be in danger, right? The sturdy man's face was full of smiles, but his eyes were very calm. Hee hee. A sneer appeared on Wang Ye's lips. Are you kidding me? There was a cold light flashing in Wang Ye's eyes. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he would have been a corpse by now. As he spoke, Wang Ye raised his right hand, with a red light flickering slightly. You can see through the veins that the blood flow in the body instantly speeds up. The strong man's expression changed, and he turned around without hesitation and ran away. He knew from the brief confrontation that he could not beat Wang Ye. Pity. The next second, a huge suction force came. The sturdy man gritted his teeth, took out a broken straw doll from his pocket and threw it on the ground. The doll fell to the ground like a living person, and its eyes turned strangely and its body turned stiffly, but the next second, the doll was sucked into Wang Ye's hand. Laugh. The doll suddenly revealed a strange smile, its eyes turned bright red, and then its body strangely burned and turned into ashes. The whole process took only 3 seconds, and the strongman took the opportunity to escape to a far place. Sure enough, the scavengers who can come to this position are not that simple. Looking at the sturdy men who had gone away, Wang Ye muttered to himself, then returned to his mail truck and started the vehicle. If you insist on chasing the strongman, you can try driving the mail truck to chase him. But the direction the strongman left was not along his navigation line. Wang Ye was not sure what would happen if he deviated from the navigation line. Rather than taking the danger, it was better to return to the city safely. Wang Ye comforted himself in his heart. But, I can't control my heart. Touching the steering wheel, Wang Ye muttered to himself, then turned the steering wheel without hesitation and chased in the direction the strongman left. The navigation, which had been quiet all the time, became a little confusing. The light kept flickering. Several large blood-red words appeared on the screen. Please get back on track. Wang Ye seemed as if he didn't see it. In just over 10 seconds, thanks to the super speed of the mail truck, he saw the strongman from a distance. I am a person who... He's known for holding grudges. Wang Ye muttered to himself, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes, and he instantly came to the burly men and got out of the car. From the sturdy man's perspective, Wang Ye seemed to appear out of thin air. His expression was full of shock, and his hand subconsciously reached into his arms. The next second, a sharp knife flashed, his pupils widened, and finally he fell to the ground in despair. The sturdy man's head suddenly fell on his neck and rolled on the ground like a ball. Wang Ye looked at the sturdy man's body with cold eyes and calmly took back the boning knife. A streak of blood also appeared on Wang Ye's neck. A trickle of blood slid down his neck. Will the side effects of the boning knife be better for you, but will it be milder? Feeling the condition of his body, Wang Ye gently wiped the blood from his neck, walked to the burly man, and searched his chest. The first thing the sturdy man did when he saw himself was not to use his supernatural powers, but to reach for his pocket. Obviously, he felt that only what was in his pocket could save his life. Looking at the sturdy man's body that was on the verge of rotting due to excessive use of supernatural powers, Wang Ye searched through his corpse with an expressionless face. Soon, Wang Ye's eyes lit up and a doll appeared in his hand. The same one as the strongman before. The doll was in pieces, but it had a strange smile on its face, and its black eyes seemed to be staring at Wang Ye like a god. Can you take the attack for yourself? Wang Ye put the doll away with satisfaction, searched for a long time, and after making sure that nothing was missed, he returned to the mail truck. At this moment, on the mail truck, the navigation screen seemed to have been soaked in blood. The blood-red words, "Please return to the right track," were so bright red that they seemed to be reflected on the screen. Wang Ye frowned slightly and returned to his previous position according to his memory. The restless navigator gradually regained his calm, the blood color gradually faded away, and the familiar route map reappeared. Are you afraid that I will use the bug to hunt for treasure? Stingy post office. Wang Ye couldn't help but complain a few words and concentrated on driving. During the rest of the journey, no more treasures were discovered. After all, the route was fixed and the chance of finding good things was not high. Wang Ye is already satisfied with his current gains. Looking at the gradually increasing number of scavengers, and the Shangjing city that came into view, with a thick wall and a faint glow of light. Finally back. After parking the mail truck at the gate of the community, Wang Ye returned home tiredly. Standing at the door of his house, Wang Ye's pupils shrank slightly. In front of the door, a tiny strand of hair fell to the ground. This is a habit he has developed over the years. Especially after a mysterious wooden door appeared in the living room. Every time he went out, he would clamp a hair in the crack of the door. Has anyone been in there? Wang Ye was silent for a few seconds, opened the door expressionlessly, and returned to the room. The house was very quiet and clean. Wang Ye acted as if nothing had happened. He took out a bottle of water from the refrigerator, sat on the sofa, and closed his eyes tiredly. For a long time. In the shadows, a person who looked exactly like Wang Ye suddenly appeared. His face was pale, and he moved his body stiffly. He slowly came behind Wang Ye, and looked at Wang Ye's back with deep eyes. Finally, he slowly raised his arms and touched Wang Ye's head. Can't help it. You're quite willing to clean my room for me. Suddenly, Wang Ye, who seemed to have fallen asleep on the sofa, opened his eyes suddenly, with a sneer on his face. I don't know when the hemp rope in his hand suddenly started flying. The hemp rope drew a strange arc in the air and wrapped around Wang Ye's body. Wang Ye's eyes were empty, and he allowed the hemp rope to be tied around his body without any intention of resisting. As the hemp rope was wrapped layer by layer, Wang Ye seemed to be unaffected and still looked at Wang Ye with empty eyes. Isn't it a ghost? Wang Ye frowned slightly. The hemp rope can bind and suppress the existence of ghosts, but it has no effect on other things. Just then, Wang Ye, who was tied up with hemp rope, had a stiff face that was a little distorted, and then he tried hard to make a smiling expression towards Wang Ye. Immediately afterwards, his body mysteriously began to combust spontaneously, and a strong stench of corpse filled Wang Ye's room. Wang Ye had a look of alertness on his face and subconsciously took a few steps back, but his eyes were still fixed on the figure who looked exactly like him. For a long time, Wang Ye turned into ashes under the burning fire. Smelling the unpleasant stench of a corpse, Wang Ye frowned slightly and opened the window. Soon the smell in the house dissipated. Wang Ye looked at the pile of ashes and fell into deep thought. It's obvious that this thing is planning to attack me by surprise. But after I found it, it spontaneously combusted. Or, the thing that controls him knows that it can't deal with me, so he doesn't want me to get any clues. Is that guy behind me a human or a ghost? If it were in the past, Wang Ye would directly judge that the guy controlling this ghost thing was a human. After all, ghosts do not have thoughts. But after experiencing the journey to the wilderness, Wang Ye has a deeper understanding of this world. Perhaps. In the deepest part of the wasteland, in the forbidden area, those ghosts are no different from humans. After cleaning up the ashes, Wang Ye's phone rang. Looking at the number, Wang Ye frowned slightly and answered the call. Minister Zhang, is there anything wrong? Wang Ye pressed his temple wearily and said. The whole day's trip to the wasteland had kept Wang Ye in a state of tension. When he returned home and experienced this incident again, he was in a bad mental state. Has the ghost in the house been resolved? Zhang Ziliang's calm voice sounded on the phone. Wang Ye's expression gradually became serious. How did you know? If I don't have this much intelligence capability, why would I be here? After all, I am also a minister, right? There was no boasting in Zhang Ziliang's voice, as if he was just stating a fact. Old fox. Wang Ye cursed in his heart. It turned out that none of these ministers were simple. Knowing that there was a problem with his room but not even a word of warning, he must have been a test of his own strength. If I don't solve it myself, I'll die. Thank you very much for your concern, Minister Zhang. Wang Ye said coldly. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Ziliang frowned slightly as he listened to Wang Ye's voice. The voice was full of energy and there was no sign of injury. It doesn't look like the solution is particularly difficult. Thinking about it, Zhang Ziliang was silent for a moment. Okay, let's talk about business. Today, a fierce ghost from the wasteland broke in through the energy layer outside. Zhang Ziliang's voice was a little serious. Currently, there are 7 surviving superpowers in the logistics department. I have sent all of them over. This incident has already caused a serious impact. If it is resolved, getting a spot on a small team shouldn't be a big problem. Listening to Zhang Ziliang's words, Wang Ye's eyes flashed with thought. After a long silence, he smiled and said, So, do you need me to cover the bottom? Of course, it's going to be difficult for the 7 of them to solve this paranormal incident. So when the crisis comes, you are needed to take action. Zhang Ziliang's voice remained calm, as if he was just narrating a normal story. But Wang Ye's expression was a little solemn, with a hint of fear in his eyes. If that's the case, why don't you let me go now? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. Zhang Ziliang's cold voice came faintly. After all, only when you appear at the most desperate moment of a person's life, the image you give people is the brightest and most admirable, isn't it? Even if a few people die for this. Wang Ye said calmly. Yes, what I need is an elite team A, not a nursing home. Zhang Ziliang's voice was as cold as ever. Wang Ye's hand holding the phone was a little pale. He was silent for a long time before nodding, "I understand." After saying that, Wang Ye hung up the phone. Looking at the 3 words Zhang Ziliang saved in the note on the phone, he fell into deep thought. Was it really right for me to cooperate with this cold-blooded guy? No one can give an answer, just like who knows, Zhang Ziliang, who is as happy as a child when encountering something, has such a cold heart. Feeling tired, Wang Ye carefully put away the ghost face vine. My current mental state is not suitable for strengthening my body. Afterwards, Wang Ye carefully took out 3 half-burned paper money, selected the one with the smallest burn mark, and carefully placed it on his hand. An instant cool feeling spread throughout the body. The hands gradually became numb, and the strange feeling that was out of tune with the rest of the body disappeared. His body, which had been deteriorating slightly, seemed to be relieved by the cool feeling. Sure enough, it can prolong the decay of body functions. Wang Ye nodded with satisfaction and put the remaining 2 back into the box. Put the 2 things in the secret compartment of the room. As for the substitute doll, Wang Ye kept it close to his body. After all, this is life-saving stuff. After taking care of everything, Wang Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, unable to bear the mental fatigue, he fell into a deep sleep. Gradually, the sun sets. It's late at night. Accompanied by a chilly atmosphere, the wooden door mysteriously appeared in the living room again. Wang Ye's eyes opened almost at the same time as the wooden door appeared. It's finally harvest time. Wang Ye pushed open the wooden door and walked in. What was different from usual was that the moment he entered the post office, a surge of energy instantly surged into Wang Ye's body. Under the intense pain, Wang Ye fell to the ground in an instant. Blood kept flowing out of Wang Ye's body, dyeing his clothes blood red. Wang Ye's face turned pale and he couldn't help but let out a low growl. Along with the blood beads, his skin kept breaking into horrible wounds. I don't know how long it took before the intense pain gradually disappeared. The blood had dyed Wang Ye's clothes red and stuck to his skin. The cracks on the skin had gradually disappeared at some point, and the functions that had originally become somewhat decayed had returned to normal. Wang Ye stood up from the ground, feeling the changes in his body, and muttered to himself, "My body has been strengthened. It's just that this energy is a little too overbearing." Recalling what had just happened, Wang Ye couldn't help but shudder. He really didn't want to go through that kind of pain again. However, the physical strength, speed, etc. seemed to have all been enhanced in the energy baptism just now. I practiced physical skills for more than 10 years in my previous life, but with my current body, it's not enough. Is this the reward for becoming a ghost messenger? Sure enough, danger always coexists with opportunity at all times. Arriving at the front desk, sure enough, a set of black, somewhat retro clothes was placed on the front desk. Looking at the bright red word "bad" painted in blood on the back of his shirt, Wang Ye's mouth twitched slightly. Can't you be more handsome? It really is a postman's uniform. The font next to it still reads the introduction as usual. Ghost suit, can resist long-range curse, upgradable. Junior ghost messenger privileges, can borrow the mail truck once a month, 3 hours. Next delivery time, 7 days later. Wang Ye looked at the contents of the note and his eyes lit up instantly. He had just experienced firsthand the power of the mail truck. It can travel freely on the outskirts of the wasteland, and even go deep into the wasteland if it takes a certain risk. If you make good use of it, you can go out and pick up trash once a month. Moreover, Wang Ye was very satisfied with this ghost messenger uniform. Among the currently known supernatural events, there are ghosts that curse and kill people remotely. The most famous one is a guy whose ghost source has not been found yet. He can use radio broadcasts to transmit sounds. Anyone who hears the sound will die within 3 days due to various problems. Fortunately, the transmission rate is not high, which is a blessing in disguise. It seems that the post office is also afraid that its postman will be too unlucky and be killed by a remote curse. Wang Ye's eyes were filled with anticipation. I'm really looking forward to the next mission. Having said that, Wang Ye took the ghost messenger uniform and returned to his home. Looking at his bloody clothes and dirty body, he went to the bathroom to take a cold shower and put on the ghost messenger's clothes without hesitation. A chill spread throughout his body, and Wang Ye could feel that his physical strength seemed to be increasing at a very slow rate. Can it still enhance your physical fitness? Wang Ye was a little surprised. It seemed that this ghost messenger uniform was far from as simple as described in the post office introduction. Perhaps in the eyes of the post office, these are insignificant things, and the only thing worth mentioning is resisting the curse. Although the clothes are a little ugly, who cares? Wang Ye sat on the sofa contentedly. At this time, Zhang Ziliang called Wang Ye again. "Hello, I just called you, but you're out of service area. What's going on?" There was doubt in Zhang Ziliang's voice. Wang Ye's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "I was just studying a supernatural object, so maybe the signal was blocked. That thing is more terrifying than we imagined. They can no longer withstand it. The information sent back so far is, 3 people were killed." Zhang Ziliang's voice was a little heavy. "So, you are needed to come on stage." "Okay, I got it. Give me 10 minutes to prepare." Wang Ye was silent for a few seconds, then hung up the phone. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ye opened the secret compartment, took out the ghost face vine, and took off the paper money stuck on his hand. The hand holding the ghost face vine turned red instantly. The ghost face vine seemed to be stimulated, and the dark red veins on it emerged, shining with Wang Ye's arm. It can be clearly seen through the veins that Wang Ye's arm seems to be constantly absorbing something from the ghost face vine, and the ghost face, which seemed to have been silent, suddenly opened its eyes, making bursts of shrill sounds, and its eyes were full of resentment. Wang Ye clearly felt that streams of energy were continuously injected into his hands. 5 minutes later. The ghost face vine has completely withered, and the ghost face on it has become limp and its shape can no longer be seen. As a gust of wind blew, the ghost face vine turned into a wisp of dust and dissipated between heaven and earth. At some point, a ghost face exactly like the one on the ghost face vine appeared in the palm of Wang Ye's palm, except that the expression on the ghost face was a little strange, as if it was smiling but not smiling. After feeling it silently for a moment, Wang Ye withdrew his energy. The ghost face disappeared in Wang Ye's palm, and everything returned to normal. After hanging the hemp rope around his waist, Wang Ye checked the boning knife and the doll, and made sure that everything was okay. He opened the door and left home. At the entrance of the community, the mysterious mail truck disappeared at some point. But the familiar black car and driver appeared on time. When the driver saw Wang Ye coming out, he hurriedly opened the car door. It seemed that the situation was indeed serious, and the driver looked a little anxious. The address is a shopping mall near the exit of Qingnan Road. The entire 1-kilometer area is blocked off, and the 3 surviving psychics are all trapped inside. Information of the superpower user, Zhang Han, male, 23 years old. Blood awakening. Currently known ability, after the blood touches a ghost, it can temporarily suppress the ghost. Lu Qian, female, 20 years old. Throat awakening. Currently known ability, her voice is seductive and can influence the actions of ghosts to a certain extent. Wang Chang, male, 30 years old. Skin awakening. Currently known ability, extremely strong resistance to attacks, other unknowns. Wang Ye listened to the information of the 3 psychics and nodded secretly. Sure enough, Zhang Ziliang had been prepared for a long time. The abilities of these 3 psychics are complementary, and they are very suitable for forming a team. But likewise, the ghost must be very powerful. After all, only 3 are left dead. These are all the members carefully selected by Zhang Ziliang. I believe that old fox must be feeling very painful now. Wang Ye suddenly thought with some evil humor. Suddenly thinking of something, Wang Ye asked, "Where is the ghost's information?" The driver was silent for a long time before he slowly said, "All information about the ghost is unknown." Unknown. Wang Ye frowned slightly and looked at the driver with a scrutinizing gaze. Yes. The driver was somewhat helpless. There has been no signal inside, and it is impossible to contact the psychic. It was only half an hour ago that a brief, weak signal was transmitted. And the signal was only transmitted for 10 seconds. The transmission contained only one text message. Zhang Han, Lu Qian, and Wang Chang are alive. Seeking help. Zhang Han, Lu Qian, Wang Chang is alive. Ask for help. Listening to the driver's words, Wang Ye fell into deep thought. Able to block signals, at least a second-level ghost domain. Under the coverage of the second-level ghost area, it is difficult to send text messages except in specific circumstances. Is it a ghost tempting me? Wang Ye muttered to himself. If it really is a ghost deliberately luring for rescue, it means that this ghost is conscious and the terror index is infinitely increased. Everything will be determined only when we get to the scene. I have already boarded Zhang Ziliang's ship, and within a short time. I can't go down anymore. The stronger the ghost's ability and the greater his merits, the higher the possibility of getting a place on the team. This is also where your value lies. Soon, the car passed through the blockade and stopped not far from the shopping mall under the curious gazes of passers-by. I can only take you here. Come back alive. The driver opened the car door, looked at Wang Ye deeply, and said, "Thank you." Wang Ye nodded, got out of the car and came to the entrance of the mall. The door of the mall was open, and it was pitch black inside, like the entrance to an abyss, making people shudder as if there was some terrible horror inside. Wang Ye stood at the door for a moment, then stepped in without hesitation. As if being swallowed, it disappeared into the darkness. A ray of light flashed by, and Wang Ye subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Then, looking at the normal shopping mall in front of him, Wang Ye's pupils shrank slightly. The mall is brightly lit. 2 rows of shops were enthusiastically soliciting business, and customer after customer was walking around the mall, picking out their favorite items. It seemed as if there were no supernatural events here. Everything works fine. But under this normal situation, there is a strong sense of weirdness. Now, it's early morning. Are there a group of people shopping in the mall in the early morning? A cold light flashed in Wang Ye's eyes. He walked vigilantly in the mall, looking around. Wang Ye had a vague illusion that everyone was staring at him. But when you look back, everything seems normal. This damn thing. Not simple. Wang Ye walked forward cautiously, passing one store after another, and even heard customers and store owners arguing over prices. Ordinary, normal. This was the answer Wang Ye gave subconsciously in his heart. What he didn't realize was that outside his sight, everyone stopped moving, their faces turned pale, their eyes were empty, and they looked at Wang Ye strangely. But when Wang Ye looked over, everything returned to normal. Damn it, where the hell is this thing? On the 4th floor, in a closed room, Zhang Han couldn't help cursing, with a look of panic in his eyes. Lu Qian's face was pale, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She was also a little panicked. After listening to Zhang Han's words, she couldn't help but said, "Can you be quiet for a while? Are you afraid that thing can't find you?" Wang Chang leaned silently in the corner, looking at the two of them with a scrutinizing gaze, without saying a word. Just now, a friend he had known for a year took out a knife and stabbed him without hesitation. Fortunately, the awakened part was the skin, so he survived. As for his friend, his expression turned numb and he disappeared into the darkness. As the oldest man who has awakened his superpowers the longest, he can't trust anyone now. Forget it, the message has been sent, let's wait for rescue. As their emotions gradually became more intense and an argument broke out, Wang Chang finally spoke. After listening to Wang Chang's words, the two fell silent. It can be seen that deep down in their hearts, they still trust Wang Chang very much. Atmosphere gradually became silent. The atmosphere of fear continued to permeate this small room. Do you think someone will come to rescue us? Finally, Zhang Han couldn't stand this depressing atmosphere anymore and spoke in a hoarse voice. As people with special abilities, we are still valuable, and supernatural events must be solved, so don't worry. Wang Chang was silent for a long time and then said. Zhang Han was obviously relieved, while Lu Qian's face turned a little paler, and it was obvious that her injuries had worsened. Suddenly, the door opened. Another Zhang Han appeared, his eyes red and full of panic. "Run, that's a ghost." As he spoke, he looked towards the person in the room who looked exactly like him. Wang Chang and Lu Qian's expressions suddenly changed. They quickly moved away from Zhang Han beside them, their eyes constantly looking between the two Zhang Hans. Hee. Zhang Han in the room suddenly felt eerie, his eyes became empty, and he looked at Wang Chang and Lu Qian. His body gradually rotted, and his head fell off his neck, but his eyes kept looking at Wang Chang and Lu Qian. Run! Wang Chang pulled up the injured Lu Qian, rushed to the door quickly, met up with Zhang Han at the door, and ran away. No one noticed that Zhang Han, who was following behind them with a terrified face, had a subtle gleam in his eyes. After walking in the mall for a full 10 minutes, Wang Ye became more and more irritated. Everything around me is so normal. Is this what you wanted me to see? Wang Ye murmured to himself, since you want to make everything perfect, then it will destroy your hard work. As he spoke, Wang Ye suddenly stopped, opened the fire hydrant beside him, took out the safety axe inside, and held it in his hand. Then he suddenly stopped, looked at the clothing store next to him, and walked towards it. Buying clothes. The shop owner completely ignored the axe in Wang Ye's hand and asked with an attentive smile on his face. Purchase. Wang Ye nodded and smashed the axe on the glass door. With a loud bang, the glass door shattered to the ground. The shop owner seemed to have seen nothing and continued to look at Wang Ye with a warm smile. Want to buy some clothes? The next second, Wang Ye's axe fell. The owner's head flew up and fell to the ground. The headless body of the shop owner fell to the ground, but the head not far from the body still mechanically said, "Want to buy some clothes?" You are so persistent. Wang Ye took the fire axe and smashed into one store after another. The shop owner's head suddenly became ferocious, and his voice became sharp. Why don't you buy my clothes? As the sound rang out, everyone in the entire mall fell silent eerily. Why? Why? Everyone's eyes became empty at this moment, and they looked in Wang Ye's direction, talking non-stop. Don't you want to play any more? Wang Ye looked at the scene in front of him coldly, but I haven't had enough fun yet. Holding the fire axe and wiping the blood splattered on his face, Wang Ye at this moment was like a devil walking out of hell, full of terror. Looking at the people around him with expressionless faces and empty eyes, Wang Ye wiped the blood off his face. Now it's my turn. As he spoke, Wang Ye waved the fire axe in his hand as if it had no weight. One head after another fell to the ground as the fire axe was swung. In just 3 minutes, there was no one standing within dozens of meters of Wang Ye. Underground, blood is everywhere. The heads looked at Wang Ye with cold and numb eyes, but they could do nothing to Wang Ye since they had lost their bodies. Die. Die. A series of cold voices sounded in the head, constantly echoing in Wang Ye's ears. Wang Ye, covered in blood and holding a fire axe, stood in the middle of a pile of corpses, like a devil, filled with fierce murderous aura. This moment, he is more like a ghost than a ghost. Anything else? Wang Ye smiled grimly, but his eyes were surprisingly calm. Because his body had just been strengthened, he should have been out of breath, but now he was in surprisingly good condition. Obviously, this ghost can control dead bodies. So, if the source of the ghost cannot be found, violence is the most effective method. If he had been kind-hearted and thought that these people might still have a chance of being saved, the person who would have died would have been Wang Ye. He knew this very well, so he acted fiercely and without hesitation. At this time, a young man ran over breathlessly in the distance. His eyes lit up when he saw Wang Ye, and his eyes were full of joy. Are you sent by the headquarters to support us? I'm Zhang Han. These two are being haunted by ghosts and need rescue. Zhang Han said excitedly. Wang Ye turned around coldly and looked at Zhang Han. A fierce murderous aura filled him. Where are they? Looking at Zhang Han, Wang Ye said expressionlessly. It's on the 4th floor. Zhang Han said in a hurried voice, looking a little anxious, I'll take you there. There's a guy who looks exactly like me mixed in with them on the 4th floor. If they delay any longer, they'll be in danger. As he spoke, Zhang Han took the lead and walked towards the stairs. The next second, the cold blade of the fire axe hit Zhang Han's neck. He turned around in shock and looked at Wang Ye with disbelief in his eyes. Why? He seemed to have used up all his strength to say these 3 words, and then closed his eyes completely. Wang Ye silently retracted his axe. Since you didn't even confirm my identity, you believe that I was from the headquarters. Since 4 psychics have already died, I'm not surprised that the headquarters only sent me here. Looking at the corpses on the ground, you are not surprised at all. It's strange. Are you insulting my intelligence? At last. Thank you for the directions. Wang Ye looked at Zhang Han's body on the ground, picked up the bloody axe, and walked towards the fourth floor. Inside the mall, many people with stiff expressions and empty eyes automatically retreated backwards following Wang Ye's steps. This moment. It seemed that even ghosts were frightened by the fierce aura emanating from Wang Ye. On the side, Zhang Han's body, lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Wang Ye's back with resentment. The stairwell was empty, and in the quiet environment, only Wang Ye's footsteps echoed. At the entrance of the stairwell on each floor, there was an expressionless person standing, looking at Wang Ye silently. Wang Ye seemed to ignore it and walked towards the fourth floor with the axe dripping with blood. Finally, looking at the stairwell, the number plate showing the fourth floor, and the crowd blocking the exit, Wang Ye raised the axe in his hand, with blood all over his face and murderous aura all over his body. Are you sure you still want to block me? As Wang Ye's figure fell, the crowd was silent for a few seconds, and then began to retreat backwards, making room for the door. Oh! The axe drew a graceful arc in the air and was carried on Wang Ye's shoulder. Intelligent ghosts seemed to be easier to deal with. Having said that, Wang Ye swaggered out surrounded by countless stiff corpses. No matter how cold the eyes these corpses look at me. After wandering aimlessly on the fourth floor for a long time and not finding the three psychics, Wang Ye frowned slightly. I won't let that ghost thing fool me. Looking at his performance just now, he shouldn't have such a high IQ. Wang Ye couldn't help but mutter to himself, his eyes constantly looking around, but the group of corpses were always standing not far from him, blocking his view with the advantage of numbers. This ghost is really cowardly. Wang Ye couldn't help but complain. Looking at the corpse, he felt a little annoyed. Get away from me, or I'll do it. Are you annoying? Hee hee. Die. Die. A group of stiff corpses had strange smiles on their faces at the same time. They looked at Wang Ye with empty eyes and made low sounds at the same time. One of the women exerted too much force and her eyeball fell out of its socket and landed at Wang Ye's feet. It's really annoying. Wang Ye frowned slightly, and a fierce murderous intent instantly burst out of his eyes. He raised the fire axe in his hand and rushed into the group of zombies. Soon, the scene on the first floor was replicated again. These stiff corpses moved extremely slowly, and for Wang Ye it was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Slow in action. Wrong. Wang Ye became alert instantly. The ghost who just impersonated Zhang Han acted just like a normal person. A cold light flashed in Wang Ye's eyes. Among the stiff corpses, a young and sexy woman had quietly come behind Wang Ye at some point, raised her pale hands and touched Wang Ye's head. Wang Ye felt a chill on his neck, and a sense of threat spread throughout his body. Danger. Wang Ye's eyes were cold. He turned around without hesitation and chopped down with the axe without hesitation. The woman's head fell to the ground like a ball, rolling continuously. Almost. Almost. The woman stared at Wang Ye with a deep look full of resentment, and kept repeating it over and over again. Just after Wang Ye turned around, an old man behind him suddenly had a strange look in his eyes, and his body became flexible. He quietly raised his hands again and touched Wang Ye's head with a cold breath. Come back. Wang Ye relied on his strong intuition to swing the axe in his hand again, drawing a beautiful arc. Blood was flying everywhere. Wang Ye's clothes had been stained red with blood without him noticing. Looking at the few remaining corpses, Wang Ye took 2 steps back, leaned against the wall, and took a deep breath. As Wang Ye's body leaned against the wall, all the corpses returned to their previous stiff state and approached Wang Ye at a slow pace. Looking at the group of corpses, Wang Ye frowned slightly, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. You can only become sensitive when people are off guard. Or should I be behind someone? No, not from behind. When the fake Zhang Han came before, he was in the front position and was still very sensitive. If you say that, it needs to be done when the person is not alert. And every time you do it, it's to touch my head. Can it only be killed by touching the head? Really? Pat the head and kill. Wang Ye couldn't help but complain, but there was a hint of understanding in his eyes. This kind of ghost may not be anything special in a one-on-one situation, but in the specific environment of a shopping mall, it can easily snowball and kill everyone in the mall silently. And it is more targeted at the psychic team. In that case, those psychics didn't die unjustly. Now, do you have any other means? After a short rest, Wang Ye picked up the axe in his hand and rushed towards the group of zombies again. A few minutes later, on the entire fourth floor, only Wang Ye was standing there, holding a fire axe with a bent blade in his hand, and blood kept dripping down the axe blade. The overwhelming smell of blood and the corpses scattered all over the ground made the shopping mall look like a Shura field, eerie and terrifying. "Are you from headquarters?" Suddenly, a voice came from a room not far away. A cold light flashed in Wang Ye's eyes, and he couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound with his murderous eyes. Suddenly, looking at Wang Ye, who was covered in blood and full of horror, the figure was so scared that he froze in place. She swore that Wang Ye's horrible appearance was imprinted in her mind at that moment and she would never forget it in her life. Ahem. "My name is Lu Qian, I'm a superpowered person in the logistics department, and my throat has awakened." Lu Qian pushed the door open, covered her chest, walked out pale, and kept coughing. Inside the house, Zhang Han and Wang Chang also walked out cautiously. When they looked at Wang Ye, their eyes were filled with deep shock and fear. Is this still a human being? Looking at the bodies on the ground, the faces already covered in blood. There are only two words in Wang Chang's heart. Devil. In order to prove her identity as a psychic, Lu Qian took out her cell phone, found the rescue text message she had sent earlier, and showed it to Wang Ye from a distance. "I was the one who sent the text message asking for help." Wang Ye frowned slightly, his expression was cold, and he looked a little scary under the blood. "How did you send a text message in this level of ghostland?" Lu Qian coughed twice, and a few drops of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. "My ability can temporarily affect the magnetic field, but the cost is very high. The wound on my throat was left when I forcibly broke through the ghost domain's magnetic field." She was already quite pretty, but with her pale face, she looked very pitiful. There were a few tears in the clothes, and the skin exposed just right seemed to be able to arouse people's deepest desires. Good. Wang Ye's expression was as cold as ever, as if he had turned a blind eye to all this. "Let's make a quick decision." "Ah." Wang Chang was stunned for a moment, as if he hadn't heard clearly. "How can we make a quick decision?" Lu Qian and Zhang Han looked at Wang Ye in the same confusion. As if by accident, Lu Qian's hand that was supporting her chest loosened a little, accidentally revealing a piece of white. Lu Qian realized it later and covered her body again in panic. "Woman, put away your cleverness." Wang Ye gave Lu Qian a cold look, and then said, "This ghost can control corpses, and it seems to be able to change its appearance and become someone else's. The easiest way to find the ghost is to chop off the heads of all the dead people in the mall. If no one is available, this ghost, it can't be hidden anymore." As he spoke, Wang Ye threw away the fire axe with a bent blade in his hand and replaced it with another one from the fire hydrant nearby. When Lu Qian heard what Wang Ye said, her face turned slightly red and she folded her clothes subconsciously. Wang Chang frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and nodded, "Okay." Only Zhang Han looked hesitant. "This is too bloody." "Then you can stay here and wait to die." Wang Ye turned around, gestured with the axe in his hand to see if it was easy to use, and said in a cold voice. Wang Chang hesitated for only 2 seconds before he took action, ran to another fire hydrant in the distance, and picked up a fire axe. Lu Qian and Zhang Han looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and took action. Soon, 4 people, each holding a fire axe, started a killing spree throughout the mall. Be careful. If you are not paying attention, the ghost slaves will become agile and launch a sneak attack on you. I hope you guys don't hang up. After all, it would be hard to explain if we don't take the 2 survivors with us. Wang Ye said this coldly while swinging the axe, as if he was just stating a fact. Wang Chang and the other 2 were silent, not saying a word, and tried their best to contribute their strength. Gradually, in the entire shopping mall, all the ghost slaves have been almost dealt with. Except for Wang Ye, the other 3 had scars on their bodies to varying degrees, and were leaning against the wall, panting. In the lobby on the first floor, The last ghost slave stood there, looking at Wang Ye and the other two with empty eyes and a weird smile. This is the last one. There was a hint of excitement in Wang Chang's eyes. He gritted his teeth, clenched the axe in his hand, and chopped down at the ghost slave. The ghost slave's stiff body was unable to dodge and he fell straight to the ground. No. Looking at the ghost slave that was easily chopped down by him, Wang Chang was stunned in place. He couldn't help but look back at Wang Ye with a questioning look in his eyes. Did you guess wrong? Damn it. I knew that doing this would not solve the problem. Zhang Han was a little anxious. He looked around uneasily, and his eyes were full of dissatisfaction when he looked at Wang Ye. In the corner, Lu Qian bit her lip, glanced at Wang Ye, and said nothing. Who said? This is the last one. Wang Ye said calmly. What? Wang Chang, Lu Qian, and Zhang Han looked at Wang Ye in confusion. Wang Chang thought for a moment, then suddenly came to his senses. He took 2 steps back, tightly gripped the axe in his hand, and stared coldly at Lu Qian and Zhang Han, his eyes full of scrutiny. Lu Qian also reacted quickly, her expression slightly pale. Zhang Han silently picked up the axe that had been thrown far away, his expression cold. Werewolf game. Let's start now. Who is the ghost? Wang Ye's expression remained indifferent as he spoke calmly. Why should I believe you? Zhang Han held the fire axe and looked at Wang Ye coldly. From beginning to end, the rhythm is completely in your hands. You said to chop these damn things down, so we chopped them down too. Now you say we have a problem. Now I suspect that the problem is you. As Zhang Han spoke, he turned around and stared at Wang Ye, his eyes full of vigilance. Wang Chang and Lu Qian fell into silence, not saying a word. But he kept looking around vigilantly. Hee. You are growing up very fast. Wang Ye smiled softly and said to Zhang Han. Zhang Han's expression suddenly changed, and he said gloomily, What do you mean? Certainly. I compliment you. Wang Ye's faint voice echoed in the air, and he disappeared in an instant, appearing behind Zhang Han at an extremely fast speed. He raised the axe in his hand and chopped at Zhang Han's back. Blood splattered. Wang Ye's face turned red. Zhang Han turned around, staring at Wang Ye intently, and then used all his strength to face Wang Chang. Lu Qian said, He is the ghost, run, away. After saying that, Zhang Han fell heavily to the ground, no longer breathing. You. Lu Qian's eyes turned slightly, and she subconsciously took a step back, looking at Wang Ye cautiously, with the bones in her throat moving slightly. Hee. I quite like acting. Wang Ye sneered, his eyes full of coldness. He raised the axe and chopped at Zhang Han again. But Zhang Han, who was already a corpse, did not move, and blood flowed slowly down his body onto the floor. Wang Chang frowned slightly and clenched the axe in his hand tightly, and his skin became slightly crystal clear. Wang Ye looked at Lu Qian and Wang Chang, chuckled and said, If your judgment is only this level, I will really doubt Zhang Ziliang's vision. Wang Chang's eyes flickered slightly, and after a long while he suddenly laughed, We have never mentioned Zhang Ziliang's name in the mall, I believe you. After saying that, Wang Chang threw the axe in his hand to the ground, stood far away and stopped talking. Lu Qian breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Wang Ye deeply. Now, are you still interested in performing? Wang Ye looked at Zhang Han's body lying on the ground and said with a sneer. Suddenly, the corpse stood up in an extremely twisted posture, which was completely inconsistent with the laws of the body. Its head turned over, its face facing the back, and it stared at Wang Ye with resentful eyes. Damn it. Damn it all. Zhang Han's face gradually became hideous, blood kept flowing down his forehead, and his eye sockets bulged. The next second, Wang Ye swung the back of the axe at Zhang Han's head as if he was playing golf, knocking him to the ground again. Scare me. Without your substitute's tools, you're nothing but a waste. I believe you also pretended to be a human when you entered the city. As he spoke, a hemp rope stained with blood appeared in Wang Ye's hand and was tied around Zhang Han. Zhang Han roared ferociously until the hemp rope was completely entangled, and his eyes gradually became numb and empty, like a stone statue. Call it a day and get ready to leave. Looking at the gradually disappearing ghost realm, Wang Ye smiled at Wang Chang and Lu Qian. But with his body covered in blood, the smile was obviously not so harmonious. Lu Qian shuddered subconsciously and moved a little further away from Wang Ye. Wang Chang felt a chill running down his spine and his scalp went numb. Was it so easy to solve this matter that almost all of their team members had been killed in the process in Wang Ye's eyes? And it seemed that from beginning to end, Wang Ye had never even used his supernatural powers, and no one knew what his abilities were. The best we can learn is that his physical fitness is particularly strong. Without paying any more attention to Wang Chang and the other men who were standing there in a daze, Wang Ye led Gue out of the mall as if they were taking a stroll. With the appearance of Wang Ye, a group of investigators came forward to prepare for the aftermath. But after seeing Wang Ye clearly, everyone's expressions instantly became tense and serious, and they retreated backwards frantically. In an instant, pistols were pointed at Wang Ye's body. It seemed that if Wang Ye made any unusual movement again, they would shoot without hesitation. Covered in blood and with a strong smell of blood, if he said he was a ghost, no one would probably doubt him at all. Looking at the investigators' reactions, Wang Ye couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm Wang Ye from the logistics department. The supernatural incident has been resolved. I'm covered in blood, so I can go and clean up the mess. Wang Ye looked at the many investigators and said helplessly. Then, in order to prove his identity, he threw away his work ID. Fortunately, Zhang Ziliang sent someone to bring the completed work permit a few days ago, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. An investigator captain solemnly took the certificate, checked it carefully for a long time, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cancel the alert, it's one of us. After saying that, the captain of the investigators saluted Wang Ye fiercely. Thank you for your hard work. Thanks for your hard work. Countless investigators looked at Wang Ye respectfully and saluted. Investigators always have the utmost respect for those with special abilities who are on the front lines solving paranormal incidents. Wang Ye sighed slightly, solemnly handed the hemp rope to the investigator captain, repeatedly emphasized the ability of this ghost, and asked him to handle it properly. After all, this supernatural incident seemed to be easy to solve, but Wang Ye knew. If this ghost were allowed into the city center and really spread, it would be a disaster. It is impossible to guess how many people will die. And trying to find the source of ghosts is simply a pipe dream. However, the matter of detention is not something I need to worry about. In this situation, the ghost can still escape, which only proves the incompetence of the Tian group. Looking at the blood on Wang Ye's body, the investigators' eyes were full of respect. It's obvious that Wang Ye has definitely experienced a life-and-death battle, and this time must not have been easy. Then, Wang Chang and Lu Qian, also covered in blood, walked out. After confirming that there were no other survivors, many investigators rushed in. Just 10 seconds. As if they had seen a flood of monsters, everyone retreated in fear. Some young girls couldn't help but vomit. Then, there was a burst of vomiting. The strong and pungent smell of blood and rotting corpses. As well as all over the mall, headless corpses. This place is like hell. Wang Ye seemed like a devil coming out of hell. They looked at Wang Ye, who was drinking water, with complicated expressions. It was hard to imagine how this man could remain calm after going through everything. Even, I can drink water. At this moment, the phone rang. Looking at Zhang Ziliang's name on the phone screen, Wang Ye frowned. This old fox has a very strong intelligence system. Thinking about this, Wang Ye answered the phone. Solved. Zhang Ziliang's calm voice sounded on the phone, as if he had the demeanor of someone who would remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Well, only 2 survived. Wang Ye said tiredly that solving this supernatural incident was not too mentally demanding, but it was physically demanding. If I hadn't just experienced the baptism of the post office, it would have been somewhat difficult for me to solve the problem based on my previous physical condition. What? Zhang Ziliang's indifferent atmosphere disappeared instantly, and his voice was filled with pain. This is the fortune I have saved for more than a year. Zhang Ziliang said, gritting his teeth. It seems that you are not so calm. Wang Ye was a little amused, but thinking back to Wang Chang and Lu Qian's previous performance, he said, only one person named Wang Chang and Lu Qian is left alive. Wang Chang is smart enough and cautious enough, making him a good meat shield. As for that Lu Qian. Thinking of Lu Qian's white hair. Wang Ye shook his head slightly. This person has a strong desire to survive, and is willing to give up everything for survival. If I were really a horny pervert, I believe I would have already become Lu Qian's lover in the shopping mall. By then, with the unique seductive power of her voice and her outstanding appearance. Indeed, women. Wang Ye sighed slightly. Zhang Ziliang was silent for a moment, and apparently finally accepted the reality helplessly. Okay, I will report the specific situation to my superiors. If nothing unexpected happens, our logistics department will finally be qualified to get a spot on the team. Having said that, Zhang Ziliang breathed a sigh of relief and hung up the phone. Is it framed like this? Wang Ye looked at the hung-up call with a frown on his face. Ever since he and Zhang Ziliang had their showdown, Zhang Ziliang's attitude towards him had obviously changed too quickly. At the beginning, he praised himself for being capable and talented. He looks like someone who admires his leader. But after I got on his pirate ship, I had just dealt with a supernatural incident that killed countless people, but he didn't even say thank you for his hard work. Really? Kindness is reserved for strangers. Shaking his head slightly, Wang Ye put away his phone, looked at the busy crowd, and returned to the familiar black car. The driver smelled the strong smell of blood in the car and his face turned slightly pale, but he still resolutely sent Wang Ye back home. He couldn't help vomiting until Wang Ye left. Wang Ye didn't have any special hobbies. He returned home and quickly took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and sat comfortably on the sofa. Suddenly, Wang Ye frowned slightly, his ears moved slightly, and he subconsciously touched the hemp rope around his waist. He realized that he had just handed it to the investigators' team leader and had not taken it back yet. With a hint of helplessness in his eyes, Wang Ye gently opened the drawer of the coffee table in front of the sofa and took out an exaggerated hand crossbow. On it was placed a golden crossbow arrow that was emitting a sharp edge. Come out. As he spoke, Wang Ye stood up abruptly, raised his crossbow, and aimed it at the position behind him. He spent a huge amount of money to buy this crossbow. It is well made and very powerful. It can be said that this crossbow was his greatest killer weapon before he awakened his superpowers. Unfortunately, after the awakening of his superpowers, this crossbow gradually disappeared from Wang Ye's sight. It was discovered anyway. Johan pouted, looking unhappy, sitting on a chair not far away, looking at Wang Ye with resentment. A small knife made of gold was flying in the air, and it had floated near Wang Ye at some point. Looking at the golden knife floating in the air, Wang Ye frowned slightly, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his voice gradually became colder. You want to kill me? Didn't I say I would dissect you myself? Johan didn't care about Wang Ye's attitude at all. She got down from the chair, put the knife back in her hand, and walked to Wang Ye with her two ponytails dangling. Besides, compared to this, shouldn't you be more curious about how I got in? Boring woman. Wang Ye had a cold expression. He glanced at Johan calmly and put down his crossbow. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Although he said this, Wang Ye still glanced at the open window in the distance imperceptibly. Flying in. But the window was locked. The brain awakens, the mind. Wang Ye quickly made the corresponding judgment. Feeling Wang Ye's attitude, Johan looked aggrieved. Do you hate me so much? I think about you every day. Are you thinking about how to dissect me? Wang Ye glanced at Johan indifferently. Johan was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly licked his lips and smiled sexily. Man, you managed to get my attention. As he spoke, Johan took 2 steps forward, moved closer to Wang Ye, lowered his head slightly, and gently blew a breath of fragrance onto Wang Ye's earlobe. The unique body fragrance of a woman instantly rushed towards Wang Ye. In Wang Ye's sight, he could vaguely see a piece of. Has your personality changed again? You are ill and need treatment. Wang Ye raised the crossbow again and aimed it at Johan's forehead, leaving no room for doubt that he would pull the trigger in the next second. In troubled times, women are like poison. He can no longer remember how many people have died in women's beds. Even including top-level superpowers. What's more, a crazy woman like Johan might be making love with you 1 second and dismember you the next. Watching Wang Ye's actions, Johan's mouth twitched slightly, and soon his expression became cold. Let's get down to business. Scrap picking, are you going? Zhou Han looked at Wang Ye with a cold expression and said indifferently. This personality changed again. Wang Ye was silent, thought for a moment and said, looking at your body functions, it should be still very good, right? And the first part awakens the brain, the second awakening should be much less dangerous. As he spoke, Wang Ye's eyes glowed with a faint light, and he looked at Zhou Han deeply. So, why did you take the risk to scavenge? Zhou Han fell silent. After a long time, she raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Wang Ye. I have a very secret piece of information. 10 miles east of the city, there is a mass grave. There are good things there. Wang Ye seemed to have no interest in this and shook his head slightly. First of all, it is difficult to judge the truth of this kind of information. Secondly, there is only one good thing. Even if you and I go, how can we divide it? So, it's not worth it. Wang Ye refused without hesitation. What if it's the laying fruit? Looking at Wang Ye, Zhou Han's sexy lips suddenly showed a smile and he said lightly. Thunder fruit. Wang Ye's pupils contracted slightly. The author has something to say. I heard that signing in and punching in will make you stronger. There was a hint of solemnity in Wang Ye's eyes. Not to mention myself, even ordinary people know the value of this thing. As we all know, the awakening systems of people in the two major sects, Buddhist kingdom and Taoist city, are somewhat different from those of ordinary people. What the Buddhist country emphasizes is self-cultivation. The body is extremely strong, not just the awakening of certain parts, but the overall development of the body. The Buddhist clan member he met before was just a lowest-level disciple. He was not obviously physically strong, so he was easily dealt with. If you meet a Buddhist master, he will be like an invincible cockroach, and the golden light emanating from their bodies has a natural suppressive effect on ghosts. It can be said that the actions taken by the Buddhas against the ghosts were full of violence. Taoism, on the other hand, does not cultivate the body, but only the spirit. Their bodies are so weak that even a stronger ordinary person can knock them down with one punch. But their various strange abilities are very troublesome, as if they are enhanced versions of telekinesis. And there are many kinds of them. In his previous life, during a supernatural event that destroyed a city, Wang Ye saw with his own eyes an old man in a Taoist robe, standing on a sword and flying in the sky. It was just like the fairy flying on a sword as recorded in the myth, which amazed Wang Ye at that time. And this laying fruit is a very wonderful thing. It is said that after eating the laying fruit, the body will be greatly strengthened, and even the surface of the body will appear golden light like that of the Buddha, suppressing ghosts. Unfortunately, this kind of thing generally only grows near the Buddhist country. Occasionally, if one of them spreads to the black market, it will soon be bought up at a sky-high price. How to divide a laying fruit? Wang Ye glanced at Zhou Han coldly and said. He didn't believe that Zhou Han would be kind enough to give him the laying fruit. Who said there is only one laying fruit? And the body has become hard and ugly. Zhou Han looked at Wang Ye with disgust. How could laying fruit grow in a place like a mass grave? I once saved a scavenger, and he told me a piece of information in order to repay me. He saw a ghost wandering in the mass grave. In the ghost pocket, there was a laying fruit and a string of prayer beads in his hand. You should know the effect of the thunder sound fruit. The rosary can enhance the power of the mind, which is very suitable for my ability. It's just that telekinetic people are not suitable for acting alone, and I haven't met anyone I can trust, so I've put it on hold. Zhou Han's face was full of distress, and he said helplessly. Wang Ye's eyes flashed with thought, and after a long while he looked at Zhou Han. Then are you sure I won't cheat on you? The rosary is useless to you. Besides, I am a telepath, so I still have a certain perception of people. You wouldn't be willing to kill such a cute little girl like me, right? Zhou Han smiled and pulled Wang Ye's arm, shaking it gently, his eyes full of cuteness. Looking at Zhou Han's pitiful eyes, Wang Ye pulled back his arm without leaving a trace. You overestimate yourself a little. In my eyes, there are only living people and dead people. What a cold-blooded guy, very cool. Facing Zhou Han's coquettishness, Wang Ye's expression remained unchanged and very cold. The last time she acted like this, she killed the sturdy men from the Buddhist clan without even blinking an eye. See you at the city gate at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. But if you still stay in my room, I will take your body to the mass grave tomorrow and bury it with my own hands. I don't want to watch this crazy woman's performance anymore, Wang Ye said directly and coldly, with a hint of murderous aura emanating from his body. Zhou Han looked pitiful, with tears in his eyes, and he looked very aggrieved. He wanted to say something else. But what greeted her was Wang Ye's crossbow fired without hesitation. His expression changed slightly, and a glimmer of light flashed between Zhou Han's brows. He controlled the crossbow arrow that was flying towards him and stopped it in midair. Boring men. Zhou Han glared at Wang Ye in shame and anger, snorted, pushed the door open and left angrily. Losing control of its energy, the crossbow arrow fell to the ground. Wang Ye's expression remained unchanged and he placed the crossbow on the table. The best way to deal with this kind of woman is not to give her the chance to speak. After closing the window, Wang Ye fell tiredly on the bed and fell asleep. In the mall, as all the bodies were carried out, all the investigators' faces turned pale, and some of the more timid ones even trembled. Head 382. After checking the heads, the investigators' hearts trembled. What a strong mental quality is needed to chop off more than 300 heads in a shopping mall. In an instant, Wang Ye from the logistics department's reputation spread among the investigators and soon spread throughout the entire Shangjing city. After a while, the results of the body examination came out. 381. The investigator captain's face suddenly changed. He asked someone to check again and again. After confirming that it was correct, his face turned pale. According to the information from Wang Chang and Lu Qian, there should be one person for each head. But one of the bodies was inexplicably missing. The captain took a deep breath, made a phone call, and sent the information out. At the Tianzhu headquarters, the lights in the conference room came on and an overnight meeting began. But all this has nothing to do with Wang Ye anymore. Early in the morning, Wang Ye got up on time, washed up, and took back the hemp rope brought by the investigator. For some reason, he felt that the investigator was looking at him strangely. After he took the hemp rope, the investigator left in a hurry as if he had accomplished something horrible. As if Wang Ye found himself delivering a letter in him. When everything was ready, Wang Ye's cell phone rang. Little brother is leaving. I'll wait for you at the east gate of the city. Hearing Zhou Han's sweet voice, Wang Ye hung up the phone without hesitation and muted it. Standing at the door and hesitating for a long time, Wang Ye finally gave up the idea of taking the mail truck. Although driving the mail truck meant an extra layer of security in the wasteland, there was only 3 hours, and he didn't want to expose the existence of the mail truck in front of Zhou Han. After all, since the last time I went out, the location 30 miles east of the city is still relatively safe. Thinking of this, Wang Ye stopped a car and rushed to the east of the city. As Wang Ye left, in the corner of the road, a woman with a bloody hole on her head, bleeding continuously, was staring quietly in the direction where Wang Ye left. There was an ancient bronze nail nailed on the blood hole. Little brother is so slow, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Zhou Han had 2 cute ponytails. She saw Wang Ye from a distance and said with a pouty look on her face. Let's go. Wang Ye, who had long been accustomed to Zhou Han, skipped the topic and said lightly. Zhou Han glared at Wang Ye in dissatisfaction, boring. Then he skipped to the city gate and showed his ID to the investigator. Then, under the investigator's respectful gaze, the two of them passed through a layer of light blue light and left the city. Cold. Standing outside the city, feeling the unique temperature of the wasteland, Wang Ye looked around. How do I get there? Is there a specific map? No. Zhou Han shook his head without hesitation. Wang Ye frowned. Dare to come without a map? If you get lost in the wilderness, it will be fun. At this moment, Wang Ye suddenly regretted his previous decision. Zhou Han looked at Wang Ye and smiled brightly, but the mass grave in the east of the city should be easier to find. As he said that, Zhou Han stuck out his tongue cutely. Wang Ye simply ignored Zhou Han and looked towards the east of the city, which was shrouded in the ghost realm and emitting a faint mist. Let's go. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Ye walked away. Zhou Han smiled sweetly, put his hands behind his back, and followed Wang Ye. Soon, the two of them disappeared into the mist. I believed your lies. An hour later, Wang Ye looked at Zhou Han deeply and wiped the blood from his shoulder. Not far from him, an old man with corpse spots all over his body was tied with hemp ropes, standing there with a blank look in his eyes. This is the third one in just an hour's journey. Zhou Han's face turned slightly pale at this time, and he smiled awkwardly. This is going well, and you haven't used your supernatural powers until now. Through the thick fog, the shadow of the mass grave could be vaguely seen, and Wang Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process is difficult, at least it's finally here. Cautiously moving away from the tied-up old man, Wang Ye skillfully loosened the hemp rope at a certain distance. The old man stood there, stiff for a few seconds, then turned his body numbly and disappeared into the thick fog. Seeing that the old man's eyes were no longer on them, Wang Ye continued to retreat quietly, and Zhou Han imitated Wang Ye, following him closely. We're here. Where's the ghost? Looking at the eerie atmosphere of the mass grave, Wang Ye frowned slightly, looked around vigilantly and asked. Zhou Han pouted and thought for a long time. Probably, right in the center of the mass grave, that's what the scavenger said. Zhou Han said with a guilty voice. Wang Ye looked at Zhou Han deeply, suppressed his inner emotions, and walked towards the depths of the mass grave with a gloomy face and without saying a word. He swore that if he believed this crazy woman again, he would be a fool. Zhou Han followed Wang Ye with a smile and walked towards the depths of the mass grave. Gradually, Wang Ye slowed down. Looking at the rubble on the ground at the mass grave and the occasional tombstones, Wang Ye's expression became more and more solemn. The same material as the suburban cemetery. Wang Ye squatted down, picked up a piece of gravel and examined it carefully, and came to a conclusion after a long time. Damn, why is it related to that mysterious suburban cemetery again? With a slight force on his hand, the stone completely turned into powder and disappeared into the air. Is there no energy left? Wang Ye murmured to himself, looking at the holes on the ground, one after another. Wang Ye's face was gloomy. After all, how many guys ran away? This is definitely not a simple mass grave. During the mission in the suburban cemetery, Wang Ye was deeply impressed by the suppression brought to him by the guy who was about to break out of the ground, as well as the faint aura he exuded. Even now, he doesn't have the confidence to face that terrifying existence. Not everyone is qualified to be suppressed under a tombstone made of this material. Wang Ye stood up with a serious expression, looking at the pits and broken stones on the ground, feeling deeply frightened. Zhou Han cheated me. At this moment, Wang Ye just wanted to leave here quickly. Not far away, Zhou Han stood there with a cold expression, his eyes fixed on Wang Ye, as if waiting for Wang Ye's next move. Wang Ye fell into deep thought. For a long time. 1 hour. Whether or not I find the ghost with the laying fruit, I will leave. Finally, he took a deep breath, looked at Zhou Han with a serious expression, and said. Zhou Han seemed to sense Wang Ye's change of mood and nodded. The two men sped up again and moved deeper into the mass grave. Along the way, more and more earth pits and broken stones were silently expressing something. As time went by, Wang Ye's anxiety became more and more obvious. Finally, he stopped. We can't look for it anymore, let's go. He said without hesitation. Zhou Han closed his eyes silently, his long hair fluttering in the wind. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes and a smile appeared on her lips. I found him. South, 300 meters. Wang Ye had a gloomy expression and hesitation in his eyes. Then, the hesitation turned into madness. Do it. After saying that, Wang Ye rushed towards the south like a cannonball. Zhou Han gradually floated in the air, with 3 golden knives surrounding her. She floated in the air, following closely behind Wang Ye. 10 seconds later, Wang Ye suddenly stopped and looked not far away. A middle-aged man wearing an ancient Zhongshan suit, with an extremely pale face and even one eye missing, walked with a stiff body and irregular movements. Zhou Han. Wang Ye let out a low shout, and Zhou Han seemed to have a telepathic connection with him. A small golden knife silently passed through the air and shot towards the ghost's forehead. Wang Ye's eyes were fixed on the front. He needed to confirm whether this guy had awakened his spiritual intelligence. But it seemed unaware and continued walking aimlessly. The next second, the flying knife hit the center of the eyebrows accurately, making a crisp sound. Then it fell to the ground. What? Wang Ye's pupils contracted slightly. What a strong defense. But the existence of ghosts themselves is between nothingness and reality, and most ghosts still need to rely on human bodies to move. Logically speaking, how could the human body be so strong? Unless... Wang Ye subconsciously thought of Wang Chang, the Skin Awakener. But looking at this person's retro Zhongshan suit, could it be that, before the eternal night, there were already people with superpowers? Please give me 5-star praise and urge me to update. The author has something to say. I heard that signing in and punching the card will make you stronger. Could it be? Did you have superpowers before eternal night? Wang Ye took a deep breath and frowned slightly as he looked at the middle-aged ghost who was still walking on his own, as if he didn't see him and Zhou Han at all. Is it because there is no pattern of killing that triggers the ghost? Wang Ye muttered to himself, then took off the hemp rope and threw one end into the air. Zhou Han took the hemp rope and looked at Wang Ye. Along the way, she has learned about the function of the hemp rope and was shocked by its power. Bundle. Wang Ye only said one word, but Zhou Han instantly understood Wang Ye's thoughts. Then 2 people, one on the ground and one in the air, each holding one end of the hemp rope, began to circle around the ghost frantically. In just a few seconds, the hemp rope was wrapped around the ghost. His originally somewhat stiff step stopped, and he looked like a suppressed ghost with empty eyes. Done. Wang Ye frowned slightly, maybe it was too easy. Zhou Han laughed happily, his eyes fixed on the rosary on the ghost's wrist. Your hemp rope is really amazing. Zhou Han landed on the ground with cheers and ran towards the ghost. In the distance, Wang Ye, who had been staring at the ghost, suddenly changed his expression, retreat quickly. From his perspective, he could see that the ghost's fingers moved slightly. Zhou Han subconsciously stopped and looked at Wang Ye with some confusion. Then, the ghost's only eye suddenly opened, emitting a cold light, and the hemp rope fell to the ground while trembling slightly. Wang Ye's pupils shrank slightly. Hemp rope, is it ineffective? Since obtaining the hemp rope, it has brought great convenience to Wang Ye in several supernatural incidents. But I didn't expect. Facing this guy, the hemp rope actually became useless. Damn it. Wang Ye gritted his teeth slightly and gently took off the paper money stuck on the back of his hand. The next second, his hands gradually emitted a strange red light. A ghost face with a gloomy smile appeared in the palm of his hand. Zhou Han, who was already very close to the ghost, instantly looked at the ghost. The next second, the ghost with a middle-aged face gave a somewhat stiff smile, and then a faint red light flashed in his eyes. Zhou Han's face turned pale instantly. There was a hint of panic in his eyes. She can't move. The ghost slowly raised his arm, facing Zhou Han from a distance, and chopped down at a slow speed. Although the arm was far away from Zhou Han, a wound suddenly appeared on the top of Zhou Han's head, and blood dripped slowly. As the ghost's arm descended, the wound grew larger. Long-range curse. It's not a curse, it's shadow. Wang Ye stood in the distance, thinking frantically. Suddenly, he saw a shadow emerge from the middle-aged man's body and connected to Zhou Han's shadow from a distance. The shadow held a knife and slashed at Zhou Han's shadow. Wang Ye gritted his teeth and raised his palm towards the ghost's eyes. The ghost face in the palm of his hand suddenly opened its eyes and looked at the middle-aged ghost with resentment. The middle-aged ghost's body trembled slightly, and his arm in the air froze in place and did not continue to fall. Wang Ye took advantage of the brief moment to rush over quickly, pulling Zhou Han away quickly. On the ground, Zhou Han's shadow seemed to be restrained and kept shaking. Zhou Han seemed to have lost his soul, his eyes were empty, his body did not move, and he allowed Wang Ye to pull him. Idiot, I believed your lies. Wang Ye gritted his teeth, put Zhou Han down, and a blood-stained boning knife appeared in his hand. He aimed at the shadow created by the ghost and stabbed it hard. The next second, the ghost let out a shrill scream, and the shadow quickly shrank and retreated back into the middle-aged man's body. And Zhou Han's shadow was trembling. Return. The next second, Zhou Han's empty eyes regained their spirit, but his face turned very pale. Wang Ye covered his chest, growled in pain, and with trembling hands, he put away the boning knife. The boning knife is powerful, but it has side effects. Equally obvious. Kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own. Are you okay? Looking at Wang Ye's painful expression, Zhou Han's eyes were a little complicated, and he became normal for a rare time and asked. Wang Ye took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up reluctantly. Now is not the time to talk nonsense, find a way to deal with him. If you can't solve it, give up this plan and go. The pain in his chest gradually eased. Wang Ye took a deep breath and said. Good. Zhou Han was silent for a few seconds, then floated in the air again with his eyes closed. Then strands of white light emanated from his body and his hair moved without wind. The whole person is filled with a sense of holiness. The middle-aged ghost, who kept screaming in pain, was frozen in place. Go get something, I can only suppress him for 10 seconds. Zhou Han's voice suddenly sounded in the air, but strangely, Zhou Han did not speak. Wang Ye's eyes moved slightly, he gritted his teeth, endured the pain in his body, rushed towards the middle-aged ghost, and pulled off the rosary on his wrist at an extremely fast speed. The other hand was inserted into the pocket of his Zhongshan suit and he took out a golden fruit. Wang Ye gently hooked the hemp rope on the ground with his toes and prepared to retreat. But there seems to be a note in the right pocket of the Zhongshan suit. Wang Ye's attention was instantly attracted, his eyes flickered slightly, and he took out the note. At this time, Zhou Han's body in the air began to tremble violently. Feeling the ghost's breath reviving, Wang Ye retreated frantically. Zhou Han finally couldn't support his body and fell in midair. Wang Ye caught Zhou Han accurately, held him in his arms, and quickly fled away. The middle-aged ghost let out a silent roar, looked at Wang Ye's back with resentful eyes, and raised his hand again. On the ground, a shadow rushed out at an extremely fast speed and chased after Wang Ye. Wang Ye gritted his teeth slightly and threw the broken doll that he had been holding in his hand to the ground. The ghost shadow instantly connected to the doll. As the middle-aged ghost's palm fell, the doll was split into two halves starting from the top of the head. Taking advantage of this brief gap, Wang Ye hugged Zhou Han and disappeared into the fog. For a long time, the middle-aged ghost's eyes became empty again, and he kept wandering around. A gust of cold wind blew. The woman with a bronze nail in the center of her forehead appeared next to the middle-aged ghost. She raised her hand with a numb expression and gently pulled at the middle-aged ghost. In midair, under the feet of the middle-aged ghost, a shadow was twisted and pulled out. The woman grasped the shadow in her hands like plasticine and gently ravaged it. For a long time, she slowly pressed the shadow towards the ground beneath her feet. She originally had no shadow, but suddenly she had an extra shadow. And her eyes seemed to flash with a hint of color. The middle-aged ghost fell straight to the ground, and his body quickly rotted into a mummy. The woman turned around silently and looked in the direction where Wang Ye left. There was a hint of thought in her eyes, and then she disappeared on the spot. On the side of the road, Wang Ye leaned Zhou Han against a tree and sat on the ground, breathing heavily. The pain in his chest kept irritating Wang Ye's nerves. Wang Ye covered his chest and coughed softly. For a long time, Zhou Han slowly opened his eyes, and for a moment his eyes were filled with indifference. But the next second, she smiled sweetly and looked at Wang Ye. Little brother, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Her pale face and sweet smile make people want to protect her. But Wang Ye just glanced at her calmly and said, thank you for the laying fruit. Otherwise you would be a corpse now. Wang Ye mocked silently. As expected, he didn't know what he was thinking at the time, but he actually believed this woman. Zhou Han puffed his lips and hummed softly, did you get the laying fruit and the rosary? Having said that, Zhou Han turned his head away in anger. But after a long time, I didn't see Wang Ye coming to comfort me. Give me the rosary. Zhou Han silently stretched out his delicate little hand. Putting the rosary in Zhou Han's hand, Wang Ye said in a cold voice, take a good rest. The way back may not be safe either. Snort. Zhou Han pouted in dissatisfaction and put the rosary on her fair wrist. Oh, my hair. Feeling her scalp a little cold, she subconsciously touched it and found that a small tuft of hair above her forehead had disappeared at some point, leaving a faint wound. Perhaps knowing what was going on, Zhou Han became furious, gritting his teeth like a hot pepper. I'm so mad at you, no, I'm going to go back and kill it. As he said that, Zhou Han rolled up his sleeves, gritted his teeth and stood up. Zhou Han sat down weakly after realizing that Wang Ye had been staring at him silently with a strange look from beginning to end. "Don't even mention giving me a hand." As she spoke, she fiddled with her hair distressedly. Hee hee. Wang Ye chuckled twice and ignored the crazy woman. Instead, he closed his eyes and took a rest. The atmosphere gradually became quiet. After a long time, Wang Ye, who had finally recovered from his illness, carefully placed the paper money on his hand again. Feeling the energy being suppressed, Wang Ye breathed a sigh of relief. As a person with special abilities, it is a terrifying thing to feel the passage of life at all times. Zhou Han gradually opened his eyes at some point, looked at Wang Ye with a cold expression, and said calmly, "You can go now. Sometimes I suddenly feel you are better in this mood." Wang Ye looked at Zhou Han and smiled gently, then stood up and slowly left along the way he came. Zhou Han followed behind Wang Ye, looking at his back, with a strange light flashing in his cold eyes. For a long time. Sure enough, not everyone can come to the wasteland. Spit out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at the city in front of him, Wang Ye complained. Zhou Han silently glanced at Wang Ye with a complicated look in his eyes. At least only those who have tried their best are qualified to say this. During this journey, you didn't even want to use your special abilities. Are you so afraid of death? As he spoke, Zhou Han raised a middle finger towards Wang Ye. Ignorant woman. Wang Ye glanced at Zhou Han indifferently, looked at the investigator guarding the door, took out his ID, confirmed his identity, and returned to the city. Zhou Han sighed helplessly and walked in as well. Okay, happy cooperation. This is our first collaboration, and I hope it will be our last. Feeling the atmosphere of people coming and going, Wang Ye felt much better. He looked at Zhou Han and smiled faintly. By the way, I have welded the windows shut. So, give up the idea of sneaking into my house and committing murder. After saying this, Wang Ye disappeared into the crowd with his hands behind his back, like an old man who had just finished his meal and was taking a walk. For some reason, as he was reborn, his mentality seemed to become younger. Hee hee. Zhou Han looked at Wang Ye's departing back, with a slight smile on his face. Big sister, are you not done yet? Wang Ye opened the door and looked at Zhou Han, who was sitting on the sofa and smiling at him. Wang Ye was very upset. In the air, a golden knife kept flying in front of Wang Ye, provoking Wang Ye's nerves. Wang Ye's mouth twitched slightly, and he slapped the knife away. How did you get in this time? If I can control the window handle, I can naturally control the door. Zhou Han looked at Wang Ye, smiling sweetly, his eyes narrowed like crescent moons. Wang Ye took a deep breath, and the hemp rope instantly flew in the air and wrapped around Zhou Han. At the same time, the boning knife slipped into his hand, emitting a cold breath. Without hesitation, Wang Ye rushed towards Zhou Han. Zhou Han exclaimed, and narrowly dodged the hemp rope. His feet left the ground, and he flew over Wang Ye and landed at the door. He laughed brightly, "It's just a joke. I just want to prove that welding the windows shut won't stop me." Seeing Wang Ye's expression getting colder and colder, ready to attack again at any time, he finally said guiltily, Okay, I'll knock on the door next time. Let's go, I'm going home." After saying that, under Wang Ye's gaze, he calmly opened the door across the corridor. Wang Ye. "Yes, from today on, I am your new neighbor." Standing at the door, Zhou Han turned around, smiled sweetly at Wang Ye, and then closed the door. The corners of Wang Ye's mouth twitched slightly. "It seems that I should consider moving." After closing the door, Wang Ye's eyes flashed with thought. On the other side, in the room, the smile on Zhou Han's face gradually disappeared. Sitting on the sofa, he instantly became mature, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Downstairs of Wang Ye's house, a woman with bronze nails on her head stood in the community. She raised her head and stared silently at the window of Wang Ye's house with empty eyes. Downstairs of Wang Ye's house, a woman with bronze nails on her head stood in the community. She raised her head and stared silently at the window of Wang Ye's house with empty eyes. Blood continued to drip down her forehead. The pedestrians around seemed to turn a blind eye to it. For a long time, she withdrew her gaze and walked into the corridor of Wang Ye's house. In the quiet stairwell, footsteps continued to echo. With low footsteps, the woman appeared at Wang Ye's door and stopped. A hint of color flashed across the woman's somewhat empty eyes, then quickly fell silent, without making any sound, as if she were a corpse. In the room, Wang Ye sat on the sofa and rested tiredly. In just 2 weeks, he experienced so many things that his nerves were tense. Taking out the laying fruit from his pocket, Wang Ye looked at the mysterious stripes all over the golden fruit, and a light flashed in his eyes. All the hard work will pay off. A satisfied smile appeared on Wang Ye's lips, and then he gently bit the laying fruit. The next second, the laying fruit emitted a brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire room. Outside the door, wisps of golden light overflowed, illuminating the woman's body. The woman's numb expression was slightly distorted, and her eyes were filled with a strange color. After a few seconds of silence, the woman took 2 steps back, hiding outside the golden light, and remained motionless again. Inside the house, Wang Ye felt a warm current flowing down his throat. Unlike the forced infusion at the post office before, this energy was relatively gentle and kept flowing in Wang Ye's body. He could clearly feel that his body functions, which had just been strengthened, were strengthened again. His skin became crystal clear, emitting a faint golden light. After a long time, the golden light gradually dissipated. Wang Ye closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body, with a smile on his lips. Compared to before, his physical fitness has reached a higher level. Clenching his fists, Wang Ye thought for a moment. Now without using my superpowers, I should be able to beat 1.5 Yang Chen. Every time a power is awakened, this energy will cleanse the body and achieve a strengthening effect. However, I have only awakened once, but my body has been strengthened 3 times. Wang Ye gradually began to look forward to the next awakening. Just when Wang Ye was about to fall asleep due to fatigue, the phone rang. Wang Ye frowned slightly, looking at Zhang Ziliang's name with some helplessness. "Hello, Wang Ye, come to the headquarters for a meeting." Zhang Ziliang's voice was as calm as ever. Wang Ye was a little tired. "Do you need me to attend the meeting of the logistics department?" "I'm a little tired today." "It's a meeting at headquarters." Zhang Ziliang paused for a few seconds and said, "Regarding the allocation of quotas for forming a team." Wang Ye exhaled slightly and rubbed his temple. "Wait for me." After saying that, Wang Ye hung up the phone, rubbed his face vigorously, regained his spirit, tidied up simply, and opened the door. "This door opens." Wang Ye became completely alert and retreated at an extremely fast speed. I don't know when the hemp rope had been wrapped around his hand, and the blood-stained boning knife was tied between the hemp rope and the palm. The other hand was glowing blood red, and a ghost face appeared on the palm, revealing a weird smile. In just 3 seconds, all the cards were revealed. All because of his door location. A woman is standing. A woman who should have been sealed. At that time in 404, he hammered the nail in with his own hands. After Wang Ye's series of actions, the woman seemed not to notice anything. She stood there blankly with empty eyes and a bronze nail on her forehead. Wang Ye stood there, silently confronting the woman. Sweat kept dripping on his forehead, but Wang Ye didn't dare to move at all, staring at the woman. Damn it. How did this woman come out? Why did you come to me? Wang Ye couldn't help but think of the day when he left Qingyuan community. The woman was standing at the window, looking at him with resentful eyes. Wang Ye still remembers that creepy feeling vividly. As time went by, cold sweat soaked Wang Ye's clothes, but the woman stood there, making Wang Ye's heart tense. Doubt gradually flashed across Wang Ye's eyes, and he stared at the bronze nail. The bronze nail was still firmly fixed on the woman's forehead. Is it still sealed? But how did you appear at my doorstep, relying on your consciousness? Wang Ye gradually had an answer in his mind, but he couldn't be sure. To be on the safe side, he took out his mobile phone, found Zhou Han's number, and called him. Hey, come to my house, I need something. Without waiting for Zhou Han to speak, Wang Ye decisively hung up the phone, still staring at the woman coldly. After a few seconds, the door on the opposite side slammed open, and Zhou Han walked over angrily. Wang Ye, what are you doing? Do you think I'm a maid? As he spoke, Zhou Han came to the woman's side. Wang Ye's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes were fixed on the woman. After finding that the woman didn't move at all, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Zhou Han. I just want to introduce a new neighbor to you." As he spoke, Wang Ye pointed at the woman. Zhou Han looked over subconsciously, then his hair stood up instantly. He quickly retreated and leaned against the wall. 5 golden flying knives were flying in the air. "Wang Ye, your uncle. You tricked me." Zhou Han stared at the woman, gritted his teeth and cursed harshly. 5 already. Sure enough, the rosary enhanced her telekinesis. Wang Ye analyzed silently, then showed an innocent expression. "I just took you to meet the new neighbors and say hello." As Wang Ye's voice fell, the woman turned around stiffly, looked at Zhou Han, raised her arm strangely, and waved at Zhou Han with empty eyes. Wang Ye and Zhou Han watched the scene silently and let out a breath of cool air at the same time. Wang Ye was even more horrified. He said he wanted to say hello, but he didn't expect this woman. He actually did it. What horrified Zhou Han was that this woman would actually listen to Wang Ye. I won't dissect you anymore. Can you tell her not to look at me?" Zhou Han said to Wang Ye with a hint of fear in his eyes, looking at him aggrievedly. Wang Ye thought for a moment and said, "Take a step forward and look at me." As the words fell, the woman actually took a step forward, turned her head, and looked at Wang Ye with empty eyes. What's going on? Wang Ye's expression was solemn and his brain was spinning rapidly. After a long moment, a glimmer of madness flashed across his eyes. He knew how powerful this woman was. If he could control her, he would definitely have the top combat power in Shangjing City in a short period of time. Although there may be some risks. But as long as it was gambling, Wang Ye was never afraid. Crazy Gambler, Wang Ye, online. Crazy Gambler, Wang Ye is online. Zhou Han, lend me a hat. Wang Ye looked at Zhou Han and said. Zhou Han took 2 steps back and looked at him warily. What are you doing? The thing on her head, I'm afraid it will scare others. Wang Ye pointed at the nail on the woman's head, and the woman cooperated and turned her head, looking at Zhou Han blankly. Zhou Han rubbed the goosebumps on his body and looked at Wang Ye with a strange look. For a long time. Okay. Zhou Han returned to the room vigilantly, took out a cute pink hat with rabbit ears, and threw it to Wang Ye. Wang Ye had a strange expression on his face and put the hat on the woman's head. Not to mention, although the woman's face was a little pale, her appearance was still very attractive, and she looked quite cute wearing the hat. Certainly. If her identity was known, it would probably be a different story. Give it a name, let's call it Little 4. He is the owner of 404 after all. Wang Ye thought about it for a moment and nodded with satisfaction. As they spoke, Wang Ye and Xiaoxi looked at Zhou Han at the same time. By the way, there's a meeting at the headquarters, would you like to join us? No. No. Zhou Han took 2 steps back awkwardly. Wang Ye's bad taste successfully disgusted Zhou Han, and Wang Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's not easy to be my neighbor. Wang Ye looked at Zhou Han deeply, gave Xiaoxi an order to follow him, and gradually walked away. After Wang Ye left, Zhou Han's fearful expression gradually disappeared, and he looked at Wang Ye's back with a cold expression. For a long time. You are becoming more and more interesting. Zhou Han murmured in a low voice. Afterwards, she hummed a song, put her hands behind her back and skipped away, without any trace of the panic she had just shown. Tianzhu headquarters. Xiaoxi followed Wang Ye silently, without any sense of existence at all. Under the respectful gaze of the front desk clerk, Wang Ye walked into the elevator and skillfully pressed the button for the 21st floor. Then. Sorry, the conference room is on the 42nd floor. Listening to the polite words of the logistics staff, Wang Ye awkwardly returned to the elevator and pressed the number for the 42nd floor again. Arriving at the conference room on the 42nd floor, a huge conference table was placed right in the middle. Wang Ye was a little surprised. This table could probably seat 100 people. The conference table was empty. Everyone was sitting in groups of 3 or 4 in the rest area not far away, chatting. With Wang Ye's arrival, everyone's eyes were on Wang Ye. Then, most of them withdrew their gazes with lack of interest. Lu Qian saw Wang Ye from afar, her eyes lit up, she stood up and waved at Wang Ye, come and sit over here. On the side, Wang Chang also gave Wang Ye a friendly smile. Wang Ye nodded and sat down. If nothing unexpected happened, these two people would be the team that Zhang Ziliang had assigned to him. It's always okay to get close in advance. This is. Relying on a woman's powerful intuition, Lu Qian instantly set her sights on Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi's stunning appearance made her feel a little inferior. She seemed to have found in Xiaoxi the reason why Wang Ye was not tempted by her. Of course, Wang Ye had no way of knowing what Lu Qian was thinking, so he just casually introduced her, "This is my friend. If this friend doesn't beat himself to death after he wakes up, maybe." Xiaoxi stood silently behind Wang Ye, as if he was in a trance. Facing Lu Qian, who gave him a friendly smile, his expression was numb. Lu Qian withdrew her gaze and chatted with Wang Ye. Lu Qian and the other two should have heard something from Zhang Ziliang, and the topic was obviously centered around Wang Ye. "Hey, is that Zhou Han? That crazy woman is coming." There were murmurs one after another, and everyone looked towards the elevator entrance. Zhou Han grabbed her ponytail with both hands and walked out with a smile. Everyone who met her eyes looked away. This crazy woman was notoriously difficult to deal with, and anyone she targeted would suffer terribly. But this guy is still very powerful. Only in the corner, a young man was holding a glass of red wine and sipping it gently. He looked at Zhou Han with an evil smile on his face. He straightened his expensive suit, smiled what he thought was an elegant smile, and responded. "Xiao Han, long time no see." The young man coughed, looked at Zhou Han, and spoke in a gentlemanly manner. Zhou Han seemed not to see it and walked right past the young man, seemingly looking for something. Finally, Zhou Han's eyes lit up, "Wang Ye." As she said that, she trotted over to Wang Ye, walked away from Xiaoxi, and sat near Wang Ye. "Hee, I've made up my mind. Even though you have her, I will still persevere." Zhou Han pointed at Xiaoxi and said with a firm face. Instantly, many surprised eyes looked over. Wang Ye's eyebrows twitched slightly. This crazy woman, doesn't she know that she will be misunderstood if she talks like this? Beauty is a disaster. Sure enough, the smile of the young man holding the red wine glass gradually disappeared, a gloomy look flashed in his eyes, he snorted coldly, walked over, and looked down at Wang Ye. "Get out of here, I want to sit here." His voice was cold, carrying an irresistible command. Wang Chang's expression changed slightly, and he whispered in Wang Ye's ear, "This guy is Su Wenqian, a top-level psychic who has awakened for the second time, and a strong contender for the captain's position this time." Wang Ye said calmly, "Noisy. Xiaoxi, I don't want to hear him talk." When he said this, he never looked at the man named Su Wenqian even once. The people with special abilities leaned in the corner, looking at this side with interest, but no one spoke out to stop them. After all, to put it nicely, these are a group of people with special powers. To put it bluntly, he is a dying person with powerful abilities. They are guys who may turn into thugs at any time. Hearing Wang Ye's words, Su Wenqian's face instantly turned gloomy and he opened his mouth to speak. The next second, Xiaoxi, who had been standing quietly, suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped Su Wenqian on the mouth quickly, accurately, and steadily. A huge force came, and Su Wenqian flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. His mouth swelled up in an instant. Wang Ye looked at this scene and smacked his lips. He had asked Xiaoxi to do it for the purpose of experimenting, but he didn't expect Xiaoxi to be so rigid in following the instructions. He said he didn't want to hear Su Wenqian talk, so he just slapped him on the mouth. Su Wenqian's legs emitted bursts of light, and his face instantly became ferocious. He stood up on the spot accompanied by smoke and rushed towards Xiaoxi suddenly, his eyes full of resentment. Su Wenqian's legs emitted bursts of light, and his face instantly became ferocious. He stood up on the spot accompanied by smoke and rushed towards Xiaoxi suddenly, his eyes full of resentment. As he charged forward, Su Wenqian opened his mouth as if he was about to roar. A strange gleam of light flashed across Xiaoxi's empty eyes, and he disappeared in an instant. The next second, he appeared beside Su Wenqian, raised his hand, and slapped him in the mouth again. "Pa!" The clear voice kept echoing in the conference room. A clearly visible palm print appeared on Su Wenqian's face, and he flew backwards again. But this time, he no longer had the strength to stand up. Su Wenqian held on to his last breath, enduring the pain and not fainting. He looked at Wang Ye and Xiao Si with resentment. Wang Ye was stunned for a moment, and when he saw Su Wenqian opened his mouth again, he couldn't help but cover his head. Really? Pa. Another slap was thrown, and Su Wenqian looked at Xiao Si in confusion, as if wondering why she had no martial ethics and did not even give the defeated party a chance to make a last word. Finally, she fainted on the ground. Xiao Si tilted his head and looked at Su Wenqian silently. After confirming that Su Wenqian would not speak again, he returned to stand behind Wang Ye silently. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, no one would believe that such a beautiful woman could be so violent. Wang Ye had a smile on his face and sat there calmly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Johan, next time you use me as a shield, be careful not to end up like that guy. Wang Ye glanced at Johan coldly and said lightly. Johan curled his lips, glared at Wang Ye in dissatisfaction, and sat aside angrily. Not far away, many psychics who were watching the fun were collectively petrified. After looking at each other, they silently withdrew their gazes. But when he looked at Wang Ye, his eyes were full of fear. The last time Wang Ye solved a supernatural incident, he was extremely brutal, and the investigators respectfully called him Ghost Lord. All supernatural people are arrogant, so how can they feel comfortable hearing this title? Several guys who originally wanted to use this meeting to teach Wang Ye a lesson gave up their plans after seeing this scene. Su Wenqian, the guy who had awakened for the second time, was already on his knees before Wang Ye even made a move. With such terrifying strength, using Wang Ye's name to establish authority is wisdom. But knowing that he is going to die but still forcing himself to do it is stupid. In the corner. That woman, can you handle it? A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked very frail, had a gentle smile on his face. He looked at Xiao Si behind Wang Ye, pushed his glasses and said. A sturdy man at the side thought for a moment and said, it's difficult. Her body functions are stronger than mine. Haha, even the famous King Kong has to admit defeat sometimes. A woman in a sexy low-cut dress, with a slight smile on her red lips. The strongman known as King Kong remained silent for a rare time and did not refute. The man with glasses pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. At this time, the elevator entrance lit up again. Leading the way, an old man in a tang suit, holding a dragon-headed cane, exuding a hint of oppression, walked out with a serious expression. Behind him, Zhang Ziliang, a smiling fat middle-aged man, and a man with a blue birthmark on his face followed closely. Later, a woman in a white coat and with a cold expression walked out holding a pile of documents. Many people with special abilities looked over and stood up. The real boss has arrived. That old man is Li Xinghe, the leader of our Tian group. It is said that he is also a superpower, but his strength is unknown. And that fat, smiling guy, the head of the intelligence department, Wen Hua. Don't be fooled by his kind appearance, he has a dark heart. The one with the birthmark on his face is Su Chongqing, the director of the operations department. Su Wenqian, who was just beaten by you, is his son. Wang Chong seemed to know Wang Ye's situation and took the initiative to stand beside him and introduce him. With the strength that Wang Ye had just demonstrated, he was completely convinced by Wang Ye. Wang Ye nodded slightly. Where is that woman? That woman. Wang Chong said with deep fear in his eyes, she is a devil. Her name is Zhang Xiao. She is in charge of the entire Tian Group's experimental projects. She is known as a genius that only appears once in a century. She spends every day in the laboratory. But the targets of her experiments are all ghosts. Most of the ghosts we suppressed were sent to the laboratory. Many people have heard the howling of evil spirits coming from the laboratory. Wang Chong couldn't help but shudder as he spoke, but her contribution is also enormous. The light curtain in our city is her masterpiece. Otherwise, our city would probably be no different from a wasteland. Wang Ye nodded and looked at Zhang Xiao again. As if he sensed something, Zhang Xiao turned his head from a distance, looked at Wang Ye with cold eyes, and turned back. Wasteland. Wang Ye suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. When he was harvesting the laying fruit, he found a note on the ghost, but he was so busy that he forgot to read it. I'll have to study it further when I get back. As they thought about it, a group of people with special abilities gathered together and sat scattered around the conference table. Except for a small number of people, most people are a little careless. Although those who are qualified to attend this meeting are all masters among the psychics, many of them are not interested in forming a team. What's more, the position of captain is just like a fool's dream. Didn't you see that Su Wenqian, who had awakened twice, was beaten to pieces? Except for a few key captain positions, most people have actually been assigned secretly. Su Changqing sat at the conference table, looked around, and frowned slightly. A psychic took 2 steps forward and whispered something in Su Changqing's ear. The next second, Su Changqing's eyes flashed with a sharp look, and he glanced at Wang Ye coldly, then snorted coldly, "Wake him up." The psychic nodded slightly, came to Su Wenqian who had fainted on the ground, and shook him continuously. For a long time. Su Wenqian opened his eyes and subconsciously wanted to moan. A gleam of light flashed across the empty eyes of Xiao Si behind Wang Ye, and then he disappeared on the spot. Then. Bang. A crisp voice rang out, and Su Wenqian fainted again in confusion. Wang Ye covered his face in embarrassment and didn't want to speak. Forgot to give her the change instructions. Su Changqing's face turned livid in an instant, and he glanced at Wang Ye coldly. "Young man, are you provoking me?" Hee. "I don't need you to lecture my subordinates." Zhang Ziliang glared at Wang Ye and said calmly. "The meeting has not started yet, but the confrontation between the logistics department and the operations department has already begun. If I remember correctly, this woman is not from the Tian group." Su Changqing's face was a little gloomy. He looked at Zhang Ziliang indifferently, with a sneer on his lips. What qualifications does she have to appear in the high-level meeting of the Tian group? Zhang Ziliang said calmly, "Oh, I forgot. She is now a member of our logistics department." "You." Su Changqing looked at Zhang Ziliang, gritted his teeth, slammed the table and stood up, his eyes fixed on Zhang Ziliang. "That's enough." Finally, sitting in the first seat, Li Xinghe, the leader of the Tian group, seemed to have finally woken up, slowly opened his eyes, and said lightly. As the voice fell, Zhang Ziliang and Su Changqing shut up at the same time in perfect tacit understanding, without saying a word. As for Su Wenqian who was lying on the ground, no one cared. "Let's get started." Li Xinghe half raised his eyelids, glanced around, and said lightly. Wen Hua's chubby face was full of smiles, and he was full of amiability. "Our intelligence team collects all kinds of intelligence every day, and we go to the most dangerous places. Everyone is risking their lives." As he spoke, a dangerous light flashed in Wen Hua's eyes. "So, it's not too much for our intelligence group to take a place in a small team. Humph, your intelligence team is a bunch of cunning guys, and you still want to risk your lives." Su Changqing's face flashed a trace of sarcasm, and he snorted coldly. "If something really happens, they will run faster than anyone else." Zhang Ziliang was hostile to Su Changqing just a moment ago, but now he stood on the same front with him tacitly. "Yes, and because of the mistakes made by your intelligence team, a lot of ghost things were released." Wen Hua's face was a little gloomy, and his small eyes quickly swept over Zhang Ziliang and Su Changqing. After a long time, he sneered, "How is our intelligence team? At least your logistics department is not qualified to say it. After all, everyone knows that you guys in the logistics department are all a bunch of good-for-nothings." Zhang Ziliang's expression did not change at all. Hearing Wen Hua's voice, he suddenly stood up and looked at Wen Hua. "Logistics department, 138 people were sacrificed while handling supernatural events. 10 people with supernatural powers. Solved 5 D-level paranormal incidents, 2 C-level incidents, and 1 B-level incident. My logistics department is a record earned through blood and sweat. Now the logistics department is almost empty, and most people haven't even made it to the 7th day of their first battle. Their heroic spirits are watching from the sky. How can I allow you to blaspheme?" As he spoke, Zhang Ziliang's eyes turned red, his whole body was filled with blood, and he gradually became agitated. Wang Ye looked at Zhang Ziliang, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. For the first time, he realized that this old fox's acting was quite similar. The logistics department is empty, isn't it because most people have resigned? And you personally sent those 138 people to the front line, most of them were spies sent in from other departments. Wang Ye's expression suddenly became strange, and he looked at Zhang Ziliang deeply, feeling more uncomfortable than eating a fly. For a long time. Shameless old thief. Dirty fat man. The two people became more and more excited, slamming the table and almost jumping onto it. Su Changqing, who seemed to have a hot temper, at this moment sat like an old monk with his eyes closed, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. Even the sight of his son falling to the ground and then waking up and screaming did not cause any emotion in him. Sure enough, these guys are all old foxes. Wang Ye observed silently for a long time and couldn't help but smack his lips. Anyone who is deceived by the appearance of these ministers will probably be sold out and have to count money for others. Li Xinghe, the leader of the Tian group who had been sitting at the first seat, looked calm and composed, as if he had fallen asleep and turned a blind eye to this. As for Zhang Xiao in the white coat, he was obviously not interested in this kind of thing. His eyes were a little empty and his thoughts were flying somewhere unknown. I've disliked you for a long time. Let's fight. As Wen Hua spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, tried hard to open his eyes which were squeezed together due to obesity, and glared at Zhang Ziliang fiercely. Come on, fatty. Open your eyes wide, or I won't know where my fist will land. Zhang Ziliang also looked very emotional. He took off his coat and climbed onto the huge conference table with red eyes. It looked like he was about to crawl over and punch Wen Hua. Ahem. Finally, the team leader Li Xinghe seemed to wake up, opened his eyes faintly, and coughed lightly. Stop, if you want to do it, go outside, don't be afraid of embarrassment. Following Li Xinghe's words, Zhang Ziliang and Wen Hua glared at each other and sat back in their chairs angrily. The scene seemed to become calm in an instant. Li Xinghe seemed to be old, his bags under his eyes drooped and he closed his eyes again as if he was dozing off. The situation instantly came to a stalemate. Wang Ye sat in the corner, a thoughtful look in his eyes. It is obvious that everyone is plotting against each other now. What means will Zhang Ziliang use to break the deadlock? The operations department was clearly on the front line, and at least got a spot in a small team, and judging by Su Changqing's look, he clearly wanted to get two. The priority of the logistics department is lower than that of the intelligence department. At this time, Su Changqing, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. Zhang Ziliang, you should give an explanation about your subordinate Wang Ye beating my son. On the other side, Su Wenqian, who had already woken up, limped behind Su Changqing and looked at Wang Ye with resentment. As for little four, he dared not look, it was too strong. Oh. What do you want to be explained? Zhang Ziliang raised his eyebrows and said lightly to Su Changqing. At Su Changqing's signal, the man named King Kong stood up with a ferocious look in his eyes. His 2-meter-tall body and terrifying muscles made people shudder. A huge sense of oppression instantly filled the conference room. His gaze was on Wang Ye, who seemed to be in a daze. Our action team has never been beaten up and we won't seek revenge. As he spoke, Su Changqing sneered, if Wang Ye can hold out in King Kong's hands for 10 minutes, this matter will be forgiven. That's all. Zhang Ziliang glanced at King Kong calmly and said indifferently, are you overestimating this big fool? Hearing Zhang Ziliang's words, King Kong's eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. His eyes like copper bells stared at Zhang Ziliang, exuding a terrifying aura. How dare you? Don't be disrespectful to Minister Zhang. Su Changqing chuckled and said, since Minister Zhang thinks so highly of his subordinates, why don't you let them have a try? No problem. But, are you looking down on our logistics department? Zhang Ziliang smiled faintly, his eyes filled with coldness as he looked at Su Changqing. But Minister Su, are you looking down on our logistics department? Zhang Ziliang's cold voice sounded, and he looked deeply at Su Changqing. People in your operations department cannot be insulted, but people in my logistics department can be insulted. You want to find a place, no problem. If you want Wang Ye to fight, that's fine too. If Wang Ye's skills are inferior to others, it's because our logistics department is incompetent. We accept our defeat. But what if Wang Ye wins? As he spoke, Zhang Ziliang sneered. Su Changqing frowned slightly, silently glanced at Wang Ye in the corner, and then looked at King Kong. King Kong swept the entire audience with a fierce look and nodded at Su Changqing. Good. If King Kong loses, I will give up half a month's worth of operations department resources. Listening to Su Changqing's words, Zhang Ziliang's eyes lit up, and the cold aura just now disappeared instantly. He decisively slapped the table and said, "A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Wang Ye, fuck him." The corners of Wang Ye's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at Zhang Ziliang speechlessly and stood up helplessly. Xiao Si, who was standing next to him, seemed to be Wang Ye's shadow, and his movements were in unison. King Kong's pupils shrank slightly, and he subconsciously took a step back, looking at Xiao Si with fear in his eyes. "Wang Ye, I'm going to hit you." The implication is that he doesn't want Xiao Si to interfere. Hee. Wang Ye gave King Kong a strange look. This guy is not stupid. Okay. Wang Ye nodded, as if he remembered something. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he pointed at Su Wenqian, who was bruised and swollen not far away. "Xiao Si, I don't want to hear that guy talk." Su Wenqian's expression suddenly turned gloomy, and he subconsciously opened his mouth to curse. The next second, a familiar feeling came. A human-shaped hole appeared on the ground, and Su Wenqian fainted again. Xiao Si stood silently beside Su Wenqian's body, like a sculpture, motionless. It seemed she was waiting for Su Wenqian to open his mouth next time. In an instant, the temperature of the entire conference room seemed to have dropped significantly. Most of the psychics looked as if they had been dried by the wind, looking at Xiao Si with stiff expressions. Su Chongqing raised his eyebrows and clenched his hands slightly under the table. Even the leader of the Tian team, who seemed to be asleep, narrowed his eyes slightly and took a look inconspicuously. "Come on, let's finish it quickly. I'm quite tired today." Wang Ye stretched his muscles, a trace of fatigue flashed in his eyes, and he looked at King Kong and said. King Kong was a little annoyed. Without that woman, what else can you do?" As he spoke, a faint golden light emanated from the center of King Kong's eyebrows, covering the muscles all over his body. The whole person was golden and a little dazzling. Wang Ye raised his eyebrows slightly. Is he a brain awakener? Looking at his physique, I really can't tell. And it seems that unlike most brain awakenings, he doesn't have telekinesis, but can strengthen his own body. Really? He is indeed a master of the action team. Wang Ye nodded secretly. Roar. King Kong's eyes gradually turned red, and his pupils seemed to have lost some of their rationality. Spiritual awakening, frenzy. Wang Ye muttered to himself. These two awakened parts seem to go well together. What a genius. Wang Ye gave a pertinent evaluation. The next second, King Kong roared and rushed towards Wang Ye like a bulldozer. For a moment, it seemed as if the entire ground was shaking. The huge momentum filled the eyes of most of the psychics with fear. On the side, Zhang Shao, who seemed to be in a daze, seemed to have his thoughts interrupted by King Kong's voice. He frowned slightly, raised his head with dissatisfaction, took a look, and fell into deep thought again. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Ye and King Kong. King Kong, who is huge and exudes terrifying oppression, and Wang Ye, who is thin and has not even used his special powers and seems to be frightened. This moment created a sharp contrast. Many people seemed to have predicted the outcome at this moment. King Kong's face was full of ferocity and his eyes were filled with madness, as if he wanted to tear Wang Ye to pieces. Even Zhang Ziliang's brows furrowed slightly. He knew that Wang Ye was very strong, so strong that Yang Chen could not last more than 3 seconds in his hands. But he still lacks an understanding of Wang Ye's specific strength. Now he has placed all his bets on Wang Ye, so his heart is also lifted at this moment. Wang Ye looked at the approaching King Kong with flickering eyes. It seems that violence enhances strength, but it lowers IQ. I really don't know whether it's good or bad. Wang Ye's calm voice rang out in the conference room. Zhou Han, who was not far away, looked at Wang Ye with a smile. This big guy is so miserable. The next second. Bang. There was a loud noise. The pupils of all the psychics watching suddenly contracted. It was as if I had seen an incredible scene. In the corner, the young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses adjusted the frames slightly and looked at Wang Ye deeply. Li Xinghe opened his eyes at some point and looked in the direction of the battlefield indifferently. Zhang Shao, whose mind was wandering, was interrupted again. He seemed a little annoyed and looked towards the source of the sound. Then, a look of madness emanated from her eyes, as if she had encountered a rare treasure. At this time, Wang Ye simply raised his right hand lightly, clenched it into a fist, and faced King Kong's huge fist. King Kong flew backwards uncontrollably and fell heavily to the ground. The next second, Wang Ye disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of King Kong. He raised his foot calmly and stepped on King Kong's chest. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Wang Ye looked around with an indifferent gaze. Everyone who looked at him subconsciously averted their gaze. At this moment, they suddenly realized. The nickname, Ghost King, seems. It's not a false reputation. The terrifying existence like King Kong was killed instantly by Wang Ye. Hee hee. On the side, the tension on Zhang Ziliang's face gradually disappeared, and he returned to a calm expression. It was as if all this had been anticipated. He just hid his hand under the table, pinching his thigh tightly, forcing himself to calm down. Found a treasure. This was the first thought that came to Zhang Ziliang's mind. Increase resource investment. This is the second one. In a flash, a series of things, such as how to promote Wang Ye, create the best expert in the logistics department, and the strength promotion plan, etc. Constantly arranged in Zhang Ziliang's brain. Wang Ye seemed to have done something insignificant, still with a smile on his face. He clapped his hands, returned to his seat and continued to be in a daze. Didn't he use his supernatural powers just now? A person looked around uncertainly. The other men swallowed hard and nodded. The whole audience was stunned. Not far away, Zhang Zhao's eyes became brighter. Su Changqing's pupils shrank slightly, and a cold light flashed across his face. Snort. He snorted coldly and closed his eyes. It took King Kong a long time to get up with great effort. His expression was somewhat silent, and he no longer had the arrogant look just now. Now. We can talk business now. Zhang Ziliang suppressed the joy in his heart and said lightly. There was complete silence. My bottom line is 2 spots. After a long time, Su Changqing opened his eyes again and said coldly. Oh, so you dare say that there is no one in my intelligence department because you are bullying me? When Hua's eyes flashed coldly, the fat on his face trembled, and he said in a sarcastic tone. After Wang Ye's momentum overwhelmed the whole audience, Zhang Ziliang stopped talking except to bring the topic back on track. Things that are too rigid will easily break. The limelight has already come out. If you continue to be strong, you will easily be targeted. Really? Su Changqing looked at Wen Hua with cold eyes and said lightly, Oh. You have a problem with me. Wang Yi is in the logistics department, who is in your intelligence department? Su Changqing said this lightly, without any sense of shame for having just been slapped in the face, as if he was stating a fact. Haha, who can say for sure about this? Wen Hua still had a faint smile on his fat face. How about, give it a try? Humph. Do you really think my action team is easy to bully? Su Changqing's eyes shone dangerously. Do you really think King Kong is the trump card of my action team? As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from Su Changqing. A powerful pressure swept across the entire place. Feeling this tremendous pressure, Wang Yi frowned slightly. The feeling that Su Changqing gave him was even more terrifying than King Kong. On the side, Xiao Si, with empty eyes, turned slightly without any instructions and glanced at Su Changqing gently. That's enough. 3 departments, 1 quota for each person. Finally, Li Xinghe opened his eyes faintly as if he woke up. Under the old face, the eyes are full of vicissitudes. Under his calm gaze, Su Changqing's face, which had been emitting a terrifying aura, turned pale for a moment. Snort. With a cold snort, Su Changqing retracted his own aura, glanced coldly at Wen Hua and Zhang Ziliang, then stood up and left. Zhang Ziliang and Wen Hua exchanged a subtle glance. The meeting was finalized with Li Xinghe's words. Under the fearful gazes of a group of psychics, Wang Yi followed Zhang Ziliang away in a low-key manner. Back to the familiar 21st floor. Sitting in his leather swivel chair, Zhang Ziliang fixed his gaze on Xiao Si behind Wang Yi. His eyes flickered slightly, and he asked with a faint smile, Who is this? Looking at Zhang Ziliang's gaze, Wang Yi was silent for a few seconds, with some hesitation in his eyes. Finally. Wang Ye slowly took off the cute pink rabbit ear hat on Xiao Xi's head. The bronze nail was deeply nailed in the middle of the woman's forehead, and a trace of blood could be faintly seen, which was chilling. Zhang Ziliang's expression froze on his face and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. This. Relying on his strong psychological quality, Zhang Ziliang quickly regained his composure, pointed at Xiao Xi's forehead, and looked at Wang Ye in confusion. Wang Ye silently put the hat back on Xiao Xi, with a helpless expression. "This is a ghost." As if feeling that this introduction was not serious enough, Wang Ye organized his speech, "A very powerful ghost. The bronze nail between her eyebrows was inserted by me. Then, she suddenly showed up at my doorstep and was able to follow my instructions." As Wang Ye's voice fell, Zhang Ziliang's brows furrowed deeply. "For a long time. This is very dangerous." Zhang Ziliang's voice was a little heavy. Wang Ye nodded silently, but people with special abilities are already full of dangers. In this case, having one more person around, it doesn't matter. After all, dangers and benefits coexist. Zhang Ziliang was silent, nodded, and stopped talking about it. "I have already got the team spot. According to the plan currently formulated by the Tian team, resources will unconditionally be tilted towards the 3 teams in the coming period. As agreed, I will report you as captain. As for the team members, the ones that have been decided so far are Lu Qian and Wang Chang. As for the remaining 2, I still need to think about it." Listening to Zhang Ziliang's words, Wang Ye nodded, as if he had thought of something, and suddenly asked, "By the way, does the captain have A-level intelligence authority?" Zhang Ziliang's face darkened instantly, and he looked at Wang Ye dimly. "Yes. I really don't understand why you are so obsessed with this A-level intelligence right." Wang Ye smiled and said nothing. Zhang Ziliang thought for a moment. It seems that there will be further actions from above. The current allocation is: Shangjing City has 3 major districts, Donghua, Shiko, and Zhongjie. The 3 teams correspond to the 3 districts respectively. According to the performance of each region, appropriate resources will be allocated. But I think this matter should not be that simple. The performance should be related to the subsequent plans above. Zhang Ziliang analyzed and said. Wang Ye glanced at Zhang Ziliang silently. Sure enough, this old fox's sense of smell was so sharp. As a reborn person, he knew some of the information, but Zhang Ziliang was almost right by guessing. After a brief chat with Zhang Ziliang, Wang Ye left the office. At the office door, Wang Chang and Lu Qian were leaning against the wall, waiting silently. Seeing Wang Ye coming out, Lu Qian's eyes lit up slightly. She licked her lips and moved closer. From now on, should I call you Captain Wang? Lu Qian's beautiful eyes kept moving over Wang Ye and she smiled sexily. Wang Ye nodded calmly. Minister Zhang probably has something else to talk to you about. I'll be leaving first. As he spoke, Wang Ye nodded slightly to Wang Chang, then turned and left with Xiao Xi. Lu Qian looked at Wang Ye's back, fell into silence, and gritted her teeth slightly. Wang Chang came over at some point, stood beside Lu Qian, and said softly, sometimes, if you miss it, you just miss it. Our captain sometimes doesn't say anything, but he knows everything in his heart. As he spoke, Wang Chang glanced at Lu Qian indifferently, pushed open the door of Zhang Ziliang's conference room, and walked in. Before facing Su Wenqian, Wang Chang stood firmly behind Wang Ye. And Lu Qian remained silent. Standing at the door of the conference room, Lu Qian was silent for a long time, her face was full of determination again, and she followed Wang Chang in. And Wang Ye. He fell into distress. This Zhou Han came up again. Brother, let's go home together. Zhou Han put his hands behind his back, looked at Wang Ye and smiled sweetly. The corners of Wang Ye's mouth twitched slightly, and he said nothing. Zhou Han smiled and walked around Xiao Xi, approaching Wang Ye with an expression that said he wanted to depend on you. That's all. On the street, there was a young man with a dark face, a girl who was jumping around like a young girl, and a man wearing a pink hat with rabbit ears. It was a strange combination. It makes people want to look around. After returning home, Wang Ye closed the door immediately and breathed a sigh of relief. This crazy woman. Wang Ye couldn't help but curse, glanced at the expressionless Xiao Xi, and swallowed the rest of his words. There seems to be nothing to talk about with a ghost without emotions. Thinking of this, Wang Ye sighed softly, feeling his tired body, returned to the bedroom, fell on the bed, and fell asleep. In the living room, Xiaoxi, who was standing in the corner like a sculpture, suddenly swayed his stiff body and slowly sat down on the sofa. A long shadow silently extended on the ground, leading directly to Wang Ye's bedroom. But when it was about to touch the bedroom door, the shadow stopped strangely. Gradually, the shadow shrank back and reappeared at Xiaoxi's feet, returning to normal. As night fell, a hint of color appeared in Xiaoxi's eyes. He leaned leisurely on the sofa, crossing his legs, the same action as Wang Ye did during the day. Gradually, she stood up and looked towards the door, then she suddenly stepped back, staring at the door. She was actually imitating Wang Ye's actions in the afternoon. For a long time, the color in Xiaoxi's eyes gradually disappeared, and they became empty again. He returned to the original position and stood still again. In the bedroom, Wang Ye's eyes opened and he didn't know how long they had been open. A boning knife that exuded a cold aura was firmly grasped in his hand. Listening to the sounds in the living room gradually quieting down, Wang Ye closed his eyes again, but the boning knife was still held in his hand. Sky. It gradually became brighter. On a rare day off, feeling the comfortable atmosphere, Wang Ye sat leisurely on the sofa, observing Xiaoxi. For a long time, there was a sound outside the door. It seemed that Zhou Han was going out, but Wang Ye was obviously relieved when he heard the sound of someone coming downstairs instead of knocking on the door. Wang Ye logged in according to the encrypted URL sent by Zhang Ziliang in the text message. Really? Under A-level intelligence authority, the information is more abundant and more detailed. He tried to search the suburban cemetery, but came up empty. Wang Ye frowned deeply. No. Sure enough, there is no record. Those guys in the intelligence department are just waiting to die. With a helpless sigh, Wang Ye hung up the phone. Then, as if remembering something, Wang Ye found the jacket he wore when he went out with Zhou Han the day before yesterday, and carefully took out a yellowed, worn piece of paper from his pocket. Because of its age, the handwriting on the note has become blurred. Not much writing can be made out through the sunlight. Suburban Cemetery. Tomb number 6. At the bottom of the tomb. Looking at those words, Wang Ye's pupils shrank slightly. Is it the mysterious suburban cemetery again? What is the connection between the mass grave, the suburban cemetery, and the 10-mile cemetery that he encountered in the wasteland? What kind of secrets are hidden at the bottom of tomb number 6? Moreover, this was found from the clothes of a dead body who was suspected to be a person with superpowers. Could it be that, before the eternal night, there really were people with superpowers? These strange connections, like a mystery, emerged deeply in Wang Ye's mind. It's like there is a thread, but I can't catch it. Wang Ye irritably put the note in his hand carefully into the drawer and fell into deep thought. Xiaoxi was standing silently at the side, with a barely perceptible light flashing in his empty eyes. Night. Wang Ye, who was sleeping in the bedroom, heard the sound of the door opening and opened his eyes silently. Footsteps sounded at the stairs. After a long time, Wang Ye gently opened the bedroom door, and Xiaoxi's figure disappeared in the living room. Wang Ye had a serious expression on his face. He walked to the window and looked down through the curtains. Xiaoxi's somewhat stiff figure appeared in the community, gradually walked out of the community gate, and disappeared into the night. With a slight frown, Wang Ye put on his clothes silently, went downstairs and walked in the direction where Xiaoxi left, following her from a distance. The population gradually sparse. Looking at the increasingly familiar scene, Wang Ye felt a chill in his heart. Suburban Cemetery. Wang Ye was sure that this was the location leading to the suburban cemetery. Really? Standing not far from the gate of the suburban cemetery, Wang Ye watched Xiaoxi's figure gradually disappear into the darkness. In the wooden house at the door, candlelight was dimly lit. But there was no one in the house. No one knows when that weird and mysterious old man disappeared. Wang Ye hid himself in the darkness, his eyes fixed on the gate of the cemetery on the outskirts of the city. For a long time, there were noises and roars coming from the cemetery. 10 minutes later, the roaring died down and the noise subsided. Xiaoxi appeared silently at the exit of the cemetery. Her clothes were slightly torn and her eyes were empty, as if she had no soul. Wang Ye's eyes moved slightly, hiding his body, gradually disappearing, and returning home. In the dark environment in the corridor, a shadow seemed to flash by. Wang Ye's pupils shrank slightly, and he stared for a long time, but did not find anything unusual. Behind him, in the stairwell, footsteps gradually sounded. A cold light flashed in Wang Ye's eyes. He opened the door, walked in, fell silently in the bedroom, and closed his eyes. After a while, the door opened again. Xiaoxi walked back into the house with stiff steps and resumed the same standing position as Wang Ye had before he went to sleep. Listening to the noise in the living room, Wang Ye opened his eyes without knowing when, and kept thinking. The next few days were quiet. Zhang Ziliang was constantly researching the candidates for the team. He heard that many people with special abilities were constantly using their connections to join a team. After all, joining a team means endless resources. The threshold of Zhang Ziliang's office was trampled into pieces. Even some people with special abilities managed to find out Wang Ye's phone number from somewhere. Just when Wang Ye couldn't help but get angry, he finally calmed down. Certainly. A small episode in the middle was that Zhou Han came. He left a message lightly and asked for a place in Wang Ye's team. When Wang Ye was having a headache, Zhang Ziliang actually agreed readily. Wang Ye's head suddenly hurt more. And at 12 o'clock in the morning of that night, the mysterious wooden door appeared again in Wang Ye's living room. Looking at the wooden door that appeared in the room, Wang Ye couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He subconsciously looked at Xiaoxi next to him, and after finding that she had no reaction, he stepped into the wooden door. The reason why he kept Xiaoxi until now was to see the reaction of this mysterious post office. With the capabilities of this post office, it probably knows Xiaoxi's current situation. After all, she is the owner of the second letter from the post office. The wooden door opened in front of Xiaoxi, which meant that Xiaoxi, at least for the time being, was not aggressive. Thinking. A smile appeared on Wang Ye's lips, and he walked to the front desk skillfully to take a look. The next second, the corners of Wang Ye's mouth twitched suddenly. A candle light, quietly placed on the front desk. Wang Ye is already very familiar with this style. Really? It was clearly written on the note. Address, Suburban Cemetery, Tomb Number 1. Send the letter to the owner of Tomb Number 1. Reward, Ghost Waste Knife. Time, 12 p.m. on the 3rd. Wang Ye took a deep breath, his eyes filled with solemnity. So, that wooden house is Tomb Number 1. Wang Ye was not too surprised. After the mission was completed, he came back and speculated again and again, and the only place that could possibly be Tomb Number 1 was the wooden house. Unexpected, yet reasonable. But, whether that mysterious old man is a human or a ghost, Wang Ye still cannot be sure. And unlike previous tasks, this time a specific time was given. In other words, the old man may not be in the suburban cemetery at other times. In an instant, Wang Ye's eyes lit up and his mind became a little active. After all, he had no experience and didn't get any benefits when delivering letters for the first time, and this was becoming a problem for him. Thinking about it, Wang Ye silently picked up the candle lamp, observed it, and found that it looked very ordinary, but the candle inside had a faint smell of corpse. Without looking any further, Wang Ye carefully took the candle and walked out of the post office. In the living room, the wooden door gradually disappeared, and Xiaoxi still stood there without any reaction. Arriving at the study, Wang Ye carefully placed the candle on the desk, took out a dagger, and gently inserted it into the hole. Then he used the dagger to gently scrape the candle light. Wang Ye kept taking out layers of wax scraps along the dagger, and finally stored them in a small bottle made of gold. Gradually, the small bottle was filled with candle residue, and the candle in the candle lamp shrank by one size. Although I don't know what this candle is used for, but considering the strength of that scary old man, the things around him should not be simple. After solemnly sealing the small bottle of gold, Wang Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Ye had always felt uneasy about not being able to fleece the farmers in the suburban cemetery, but at this moment, that feeling was erased from his mind. Falling on the bed, Wang Ye gradually fell asleep. In his dream, the terrifying suburban cemetery roared, tombstones shattered one after another, and countless horrific auras were released in the cemetery. As for the old man, he just looked at Wang Ye silently with deep eyes. Suddenly waking up, looking at the sun outside the window, Wang Ye subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was a dream. After a day of preparation, Wang Ye quietly waited for the night to come. Suddenly, Wang Ye thought of something, and his eyes lit up slightly. The note had written before that there seemed to be some secret at the bottom of tomb number 6 in the suburban cemetery. Xiaoxi went there late at night. At that time, I was afraid that the old man might appear, so I stood at the door and did not go in. Now that we know the old man won't be back until 12 o'clock at night, now is the chance. Thinking about this, Wang Ye looked at Xiaoxi deeply. After noticing anything unusual, he left an order for Xiaoxi to stay where he was, opened the door, and disappeared into the night. Suburban cemetery. Standing in front of the gate and looking at the wooden house beside me, there was indeed nothing inside except the dim candlelight. Because of this mission, Wang Ye took a careful look at the candle lamp in the wooden house, and it turned out to be the same style as the one in his backpack. And the candle in the candle lamp has burned out. So, do you need me to add anything? Could it be that this is a long-term customer? Wang Ye thought for a moment and murmured. After thinking for a moment, I looked at my watch and saw that it was still an hour until 12 o'clock. There is still enough time. Wang Ye's eyes flickered slightly. He tightened his backpack containing the candle lamp and walked in. If there is danger, light this candle yourself. That old man probably, maybe he won't kill himself because he's a ghost messenger, maybe. For some reason, this strange thought suddenly emerged in Wang Ye's mind. Second time entering the suburban cemetery. The air is still as cold as ever. Even the darkness level seemed to be much higher than outside. As Wang Ye went deeper into the cemetery, his brows gradually furrowed and his expression became somewhat solemn. Compared with the last time, it can be clearly seen that cracks have appeared on some of the tombstones. The further you go in, the bigger the cracks on the tombstone become. Does this mean that the cemetery is becoming more dangerous? Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through Wang Ye's mind. The second eternal night. As time passed, the second eternal night was approaching. Wang Ye roughly estimated the time in his heart, and felt a slight chill in his heart. 3 months left. Sure enough, it was this strange energy that caused these terrifying guys in the cemetery to gradually wake up. Finally, Wang Ye came to tomb number 6. The original tombstone had completely turned into rubble, and a huge hole appeared on the ground. And in the center of the pit, there was a dried corpse lying. The corpse's chest was completely ripped open, and all the internal organs were gone. Wang Ye's pupils shrank slightly. Was the owner of tomb number 6 killed by Xiaoxi? Recalling the horrifying roar coming from the cemetery that night, Wang Ye had some guesses in his mind. But what exactly is the reason that makes Xiaoxi come here at night? And she has been sealed, like a corpse. Note. In an instant, Wang Ye understood. But when Xiaoxi took out his internal organs, it was hard to figure out. He currently has too little information. Could the information left on the note refer to the internal organs of the owner of tomb number 6? Wang Ye frowned slightly, endured the smell of the rotting corpse, jumped down, and kept groping on the clothes of the corpse. Finally, Wang Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. Wang Ye held a somewhat dry fruit in his hand. This fruit. Wang Ye thought about it for a long time, and after confirming that it was not any kind he had seen before, he quietly put the fruit into his backpack. And the time is getting closer and closer to 12 o'clock. Wang Ye hurried to the wooden house. Finally, at 12 o'clock, Wang Ye arrived at the door of the wooden house. The old man suddenly appeared in the house as if he had teleported, and looked at Wang Ye silently through the window. Seeing this mysterious old man again, even with Wang Ye's current strength, he still felt creepy. The two of them were inside the house and outside the house, staring at each other silently. After a long while, Wang Ye smiled awkwardly, took out a candle from his backpack, and carefully passed it into the wooden house through the window. But the old man seemed not to see it and still looked at Wang Ye deeply without any movement. Don't answer. A thoughtful look flashed in Wang Ye's eyes. He gritted his teeth slightly and took 2 more steps forward bravely. The old man still didn't move, but the door of the wooden house suddenly opened. Do you want me to go in? Wang Ye's face was gloomy and uncertain. Even now, he still couldn't confirm the identity of this old man, even though he was a customer of the post office. The key point is that no one has ever said that all post office customers are good people. In the cemetery of the suburban cemetery, there is an unlucky person lying under the tomb number 3. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ye gradually calmed down, controlled his heartbeat, held the candle in his arms, and slowly walked to the door of the wooden house. The old man turned around at some point, still looking at Wang Ye silently. As the breeze flickered, the candle on the table next to the old man finally burned out completely. Firelight. Destroyed. As the last candlelight went out, the suburban cemetery fell into complete darkness. The cold air continued to arrive, and roars could be clearly heard coming from the cemetery. Bang. Bang. With loud noises, all the tombstones in the cemetery showed signs of breaking. The land beneath the tombstone rolled and surged. The smile on the old man's face finally disappeared gradually. He appeared outside the wooden house at some point and looked towards the cemetery not far away. Point. Lamp. Finally, the old man slowly opened his mouth, and a somewhat stiff voice sounded. Damn it. Wang Ye gritted his teeth slightly, and the cold air continued to sweep through his body, as if to freeze him completely. In the cemetery, the countless terrifying pressures made it take a lot of effort for Wang Ye to even raise his hand. Under the terrifying pressure, Wang Ye slowly placed the candle on the wooden table and took out a lighter. But every time the fire lit up, a cold wind would blow and extinguish the fire. Inside the cemetery, the noise became louder. The entire cemetery seemed to be shaking constantly, as if it would collapse at any time. Wang Ye kept pressing the lighter, feeling anxious. The old man disappeared without a trace. Wang Ye kept lighting his lighter and blocking the window with his body. Finally, in an instant, the flames lit the candles. Inside the wooden house, the familiar candlelight lit up again. The noises in the cemetery gradually died down, and the unwilling roars weakened until they disappeared. Wang Ye, whose body was almost frozen, let out a long sigh of relief, collapsed on the ground, and his body kept shaking. Everything that happened before seemed like an illusion. But what he couldn't see was that a tombstone shattered silently in the cemetery. The old man appeared in front of the tombstone at some point and stood there silently. Along with a ferocious laugh, the ground rolled over and a hand suddenly stretched out. His arms were covered with corpse spots, which were dark blue in color. Reply. The old man's voice was still full of stiffness, echoing softly in the cemetery. And that arm, as if it was under tremendous pressure, strangely shrank back little by little. But when it shrank to the finger position, it gradually stopped. A few fingers still stubbornly stuck out of the soil. The old man turned around and gradually disappeared into the darkness. In the cemetery, a faint sigh kept echoing. Inside the wooden house, it took Wang Ye a long time before he gradually regained his mobility. He stood up despite his physical discomfort. Looking at the candle light on the wooden table, he was slightly dazed. This candlelight seems to have a suppressive effect. In other words, this candlelight is used to suppress this suburban cemetery. Thinking of the layer of candlelight that he had quietly scraped off with a dagger, a drop of cold sweat dripped on Wang Ye's forehead. It is not known whether this will have an impact on the cemetery. But, thinking of the mysterious post office, his heart relaxed again. With a long sigh, Wang Ye put his backpack on his back again and prepared to leave. The next second, looking towards the door, Wang Ye's pupils shrank slightly. The old man appeared at the door silently at some point, staring at Wang Ye silently. Ahem, you're back. If everything is all right, I'll be leaving first. Wang Ye coughed lightly, an awkward smile appeared on his face, and he kept taking small steps towards the door. There was no expression on the old man's face, as if he were a sculpture. Finally, when Wang Ye walked to the door, the old man gently made way. Wang Ye rushed out hastily and quickly retreated, his eyes still fixed on the old man. If the old man found that the candle was smaller, he would slap himself in dissatisfaction, and he would almost be able to die gloriously. Fortunately, the old man didn't move at all from beginning to end. It was not until Wang Ye gradually disappeared into the darkness that the old man slowly withdrew his gaze, returned to the wooden house stiffly, and sat on the chair. Looking at the candlelight, the old man was silent for a long time. Interesting. The old man suddenly smiled and spoke stiffly. Afterwards, the old man's figure gradually disappeared, as if he had never appeared. The red one at the door of the wooden house seemed to be a little darker, as if blood was faintly flowing out. Behind the cemetery in the distance on the outskirts of the city, Wang Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Finally left. Although the 2 missions at the suburban cemetery were not particularly dangerous, the impact they brought to Wang Ye was unparalleled. The powerful oppression of that mysterious old man always makes Wang Ye feel despair. Moreover, this old man was full of mystery. Wang Ye was really not sure whether the old man would slap himself to death just because he was in a bad mood one day. Fortunately, the mission was successfully completed. What made Wang Ye happy was that this candle seemed to be particularly powerful and could suppress the existence of the entire suburban cemetery. If you make good use of your wax scraps, they may have miraculous effects. Thinking about it, Wang Ye's mood gradually improved. When he returned to the door of his home, Wang Ye's eyes turned slightly cold, and the boning knife appeared silently in his hand. Door. I don't know when it opened. Do you think my home is a supermarket? Wang Ye cursed inwardly. His home seemed to be particularly lively recently. Thinking of this, Wang Ye's eyes turned slightly cold. He took the boning knife and walked in silently. The author has something to say. Thank you for liking this book and thank you for your support. I was very moved after reading your comments. This book still has a long way to go, and there will be one vivid character after another. At the same time, there will be a bigger worldview. I will work hard to write this book well and live up to everyone's expectations. Similarly, I also hope to create more characters that everyone likes, rather than the protagonist's one-man show. Finally, thank you again for your support. I hope we can witness Wang Ye's growth together and witness the growth of every character in this book. Thinking of this, Wang Ye's eyes turned slightly cold, and he walked in silently with the boning knife. There was a pool of dried blood on the living room floor. It seems like it's been a while. The sofa was completely in tatters, almost completely broken in the middle. The walls are full of scratches. Xiaoxi stood silently in the corner, with bloodstains on his hands. Looking at Xiaoxi, Wang Ye's expression became more solemn. Because there was a scratch on Xiaoxi's cheek, and blood was flowing out, as if he had been scratched by a sharp weapon. Although Xiaoxi's abilities have almost been completely sealed. But just based on his physical strength, he is almost the top existence in the entire Shangjing city. And this guy who broke in, actually hurt Xiaoxi. Wang Ye took a deep breath, clenched the boning knife, and searched the room continuously. Pity. The guy who broke in seemed to have left. Wang Ye silently put down the boning knife, closed the door, and looked at the broken sofa, sighing slightly. I am a master after all, and Xiaoxi is still a ghost. With such a combination, why is there always someone running to my house every day? As if remembering something, Wang Ye opened the secret compartment in the room and found torn paper money and candle residues. Wang Ye fell into deep thought. I haven't come into contact with many people. Did Zhang Ziliang send someone here? It doesn't make sense. He believed that Zhang Ziliang was a smart man, and the two of them were currently in a cooperative relationship, so he would not do something that would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Of the remaining people. Faces flashed in Wang Ye's mind. Suddenly, Wang Ye's pupils shrank slightly, he took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. For a long time. He got up silently, went to the study, opened the A-level intelligence website that Zhang Ziliang had just given him, and logged in. A night watchman at a cemetery on the outskirts of the city. I entered the keywords and waited for a while, then saw a few scattered messages. It's still the same meaningless content as before, and a few blurry photos. Because there have been no supernatural incidents, the Tianzu has withdrawn its observation of the suburban cemeteries. There are even fewer records about night watchmen. It just said that an insane old man volunteered to take the job of night watchman for a meager salary. So, this old man is still thinking, but his thinking is a little unclear. Recalling the old man's somewhat stiff tone of voice, Wang Ye was in deep thought. What remains are a few photos taken casually in a cemetery on the outskirts of the city. Wang Ye paddled carelessly. Suddenly, Wang Ye's expression stiffened slightly, and his eyes revealed deep surprise. Then he quickly swiped back and clicked on a photo. In the photo, there are familiar tombstones. On one of the tombstones, a black and white photo can be vaguely seen. What really frightened Wang Ye was, he knew the owner of this photo, and he could even say that he was very familiar with him. Zhou Han. In the black and white photo, a woman is wearing a retro cheongsam, but it still can't hide her sexy figure. There is a gentle smile on her beautiful face. In an instant, a chill swept through Wang Ye's whole body. He hurriedly looked at the name of the deceased on the tombstone. Ji Ziqian. Not Zhou Han. Wang Ye forced himself to calm down, took a deep breath, and entered Ji Ziqian's name in the search bar of the intelligence network. Soon, all the information about Ji Ziqian was displayed. Ji Ziqian, 1976 to 1990. Villagers from Tietjiao town. A strange disease broke out in the village, causing the death of all the villagers. Because Ji Ziqian's family had a wealthy distant uncle, he was buried in a cemetery on the outskirts of the city. Attached below is a brief description of the event. However, as an ordinary villager, there is not much recorded information. Wang Ye had a serious expression, frowned deeply, stared at the computer screen silently, and fell into deep thought. Obviously, this Ji Ziqian was a person before eternal night. But why would a villager have a photo wearing a cheongsam? You have to know that at that time, only wealthy families were qualified to wear cheongsam regularly. And looking at the photos, Ji Ziqian's gentle and elegant temperament is obviously inconsistent with the villagers. A strange disease, and a rich uncle who didn't leave any information in the file. Now, even that crazy woman is full of secrets. Wang Ye said faintly, and then he seemed to suddenly think of something and laughed bitterly. Speaking of secrets, I seem to have quite a few. Thinking about it, Wang Ye sighed, adjusted his expression, pushed open the door, walked to Zhou Han's door, and knocked gently. For a long time. The door was opened. Zhou Han stuck his head out through the crack, tilted his head and looked at Wang Ye cutely. Little brother, why did you take the initiative to come to me? Could it be you finally accepted my kindness? Zhou Han said with surprise. Wang Ye looked at Zhou Han silently. My house seems to have been robbed just now. I want to ask if you heard any noise. Zhou Han lowered his head in disappointment. I thought you were here to see me. After saying that, Zhou Han lowered his head resentfully, thought seriously for a while, and shook his head. But no, I was just studying the rosary. Oh. Wang Ye nodded lightly, turned and left. Humph. A realistic man. Zhou Han frowned, snorted coldly at Wang Ye, retracted his head from the crack of the door, and closed the door heavily. As the door closed, Zhou Han's face turned pale instantly, without a trace of blood. There was a horrible wound on her chest, and blood was dripping slowly down her chest. The floor of the house was covered with blood-stained gauze. Zhou Han put his hands on his chest. Every step he took seemed to take a huge amount of effort. After a long time, he slowly sat down on the sofa. I don't know if it will leave scars. Zhou Han finally couldn't bear the intense pain anymore and fell asleep with a murmur. On her chest, the muscles around the edge of her horrific wound were moving slightly, and it was visible to the naked eye that the wound was slowly healing. Back in the house, sitting on a chair, Wang Ye fell into deep thought. According to the records in the archives, Ji Ziqian did not have a daughter, let alone twins. But, resurrection from the dead. And what happened that made her personality become so weird? From the sound of her voice just now, it was obvious that she was out of breath. Could it be that she was the one who sneaked into my room? This series of information gave Wang Ye a headache and he closed his eyes silently. Xiaoxi, who was standing by, still didn't move, but a drop of blood dripped faintly from his white jade hand, making a dull sound. The mysterious wooden door appeared quietly in the living room at some point. Looking at the sun that had already risen slightly, a thoughtful look flashed in Wang Ye's eyes. Isn't the door fixed at 12 o'clock in the morning, or is there some special reason? After thinking for a while, Wang Ye glanced at Xiaoxi, pushed open the door and walked in. When I arrived at the front desk, I saw an antique long knife lying horizontally on the desk. The reward this time. Muttering, Wang Ye took the long sword in his hand and pulled it out of the scabbard. A cold light flashed in the post office, and under the icy touch, Wang Ye's eyes flashed with surprise. What a fast knife! Wang Ye silently put away the knife and fixed his eyes on the reminder note. Ghost blade, can dismember ghosts. Looking at this unique introduction, Wang Ye's heart was lifted up. Ghosts cannot be killed, but if they can be dismembered, it can be regarded as weakening the power of ghosts. As if I thought of something. Wang Ye stood there in a daze. That weird severed hand and the headless old man. The ghost without legs. Why did they come into this situation? Could it be that they are also dismembered beings? Thinking of the terrifying pressure of the severed hand, Wang Ye couldn't help but shudder. If this severed hand was in its entirety, how terrifying would it be? And what kind of person is it who can dismember it? Wang Ye swallowed, took a deep breath, and subconsciously tightened his hand holding the ghost knife. Please use with caution, the ghost blade will drain your body's functions. Looking at the introduction below, Wang Ye fell silent. Sure enough, this kind of horrible thing can't be used casually. Just like a boning knife. However, the side effects of this ghost sword are obviously greater. For every psychic, except for the awakened parts of their body, the rest of their body will consume body functions and gradually decay over time. If this weapon requires extracting body functions, it would be tantamount to accelerating the death of the mutant. Perhaps, only when the body is fully awakened can it be used without worries. However, despite this, he still had an extra trump card to fight for his life. Thinking about it, Wang Ye gradually relaxed and continued to look at the note. The next mission will be in 5 days. 5 days. Wang Ye's pupils shrank slightly. As expected, with the approaching of the second eternal night, have the tasks of the post office become shorter. Perhaps, the world outside is more chaotic than I imagined. Wang Ye kept thinking back to the several times he had delivered letters before. It seemed that they were all problems that could not be solved with the current strength of human beings. Could it be that more beings like this are beginning to awaken? Wang Ye slowly left the post office with worry in his heart. What no one noticed was that when Xiaoxi looked at the post office, there seemed to be a flash of light in his empty eyes, and then it disappeared again. Back in the bedroom, Wang Ye placed the ghost cutter's knife under the pillow where he could easily reach it, then fell on the bed and fell asleep. The funny thing is, he may not even be safe in his own home now. Living with a ghost, the neighbor is a person who is suspected to have been dead for many years, and every time I leave home, it seems that someone always comes to my room to cause trouble. What made Wang Ye even more upset was that he didn't dare to move. God knows whether this strange wooden door will appear in the living room of my new home. And, even if we move, can we guarantee that the situation will be better than it is now? Wang Ye fell asleep without knowing when, as he kept recalling various information in his mind. In the next room, Zhou Han moaned softly and opened his eyes. At some point, the wound on her chest had disappeared, and through the torn clothes, one could vaguely see her newly grown, pink skin. Zhou Han got up silently, looked at his disappeared wound, without any surprise, went back to the bedroom to change his clothes, humming a song, full of lightness. The sky gradually brightened. Wang Ye, this is the last new member. I think he's pretty good. Would you like to take a look? Then Zhang Ziliang called and Wang Ye felt helpless. This old fox has been too diligent recently, starting work so early in the morning. Sighing helplessly, Wang Ye took Xiaoxi and walked out of the room. Oh, little brother, what a coincidence. Sure enough, Zhou Han's familiar voice rang out. I don't know when her door opened, and she leaned against the door, brushing her teeth. The sides of her mouth were puffy, which looked extremely cute. Her eyes were always fixed on Wang Ye's door. It was obvious that he had been keeping an eye on Wang Ye. It was not such a coincidence. Big sister, aren't you tired? Wang Ye sighed, and in sync with the little four gods, looked at Zhou Han helplessly. Who are you calling sister? Zhou Han's face turned cold instantly, and she stared at Wang Ye with cold eyes like an ice goddess. Here we go again. Wang Ye scratched his head. Wait for me. I heard that we need to register for the team today. Zhang Ziliang asked me to come over. Having said that, Zhou Han glanced at Wang Ye coldly, then turned around and went back into the room. Looking at Zhou Han's back, a thoughtful look flashed across Wang Ye's eyes. Last night, her voice sounded a little off, but today it seems to have returned to normal. Did I hear it wrong? Wang Ye waited for a full hour. In Wang Ye's dark face, Zhou Han looked like the queen of hell, with graceful long legs, black stockings, sexy red lips, and a slender waist. The whole person is full of powerful temptation. Little brother, let's go. Zhou Han was almost sticking to Wang Ye, her beautiful eyes moving around. She brushed her fingers across Wang Ye's cheek teasingly, chuckled, and walked away. Is it the queen style today? Wang Ye shook his head helplessly and followed with Xiaoxi. When Xiaoxi looked at Zhou Han's sexy outfit, a strange light flashed in his eyes. The familiar 21st floor. There are obviously more people in the logistics department than the last time I came, and their work efficiency is very high, which is a world of difference compared to before. Obviously, Zhang Ziliang has not been idle recently and has been recruiting soldiers and horses. Come into the meeting room. Wang Chang was standing at the door. When he saw Wang Ye appear, his eyes lit up and he greeted him. Wang Ye nodded slightly. In the corner, Lu Qian, who was dressed particularly brightly today, looked at Zhou Han and Xiaoxi, lowered her head silently, and gently bit her teeth and lips. It was a long time before he raised his head again, with confidence in his eyes, and smiled gently at Wang Ye. Wang Ye, you are late. Zhang Ziliang sat on the chair, looking at Wang Ye, frowning slightly. Yeah, who made me have a good neighbor? Wang Ye sighed helplessly and looked at Zhou Han silently. What he attracted was Zhou Han's condescending gaze and a burst of silver bell-like laughter. Zhang Ziliang looked at Wang Ye and Zhou Han with a strange expression, and then turned his gaze to Xiaoxi. For a long time. Zhang Ziliang retracted his gaze, looked at Wang Ye deeply, and gave Wang Ye a thumbs up imperceptibly. As Wang Ye's face gradually darkened, he laughed twice. Okay, you all know each other well, now let me introduce you to your new colleagues. As he spoke, Zhang Ziliang pointed to a young man standing next to him who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looked a bit gentle. Li Hongtian. Second Awakener. The brain and the blood respectively. Following Zhang Ziliang's introduction, Li Hongtian pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, hid his eyes under the thick lenses, and looked at everyone with a gentle smile on his lips, or more accurately, at Wang Ye. Ghost Lord. I've heard a lot about you. Ghost Prince? Wang Ye frowned slightly. When did he get such a strange nickname? What's even more strange is that none of these guys seem to be surprised by this nickname. With a complaint, Wang Ye stretched out his hand and shook hands gently with Li Hongtian. The scene was fairly friendly. But Li Hongtian kept his eyes on him, which made Wang Ye feel uncomfortable. If everyone has no problem with this, the team will be officially established. As he was speaking, Yang Chen appeared out of nowhere, walked in with a bottle of champagne in his hand, expressionless. But his eyes were always on Wang Ye. Wang Ye looked at Yang Chen awkwardly. In his attempt to prove his strength that day, he seemed to have caused psychological harm to Yang Chen. But if I don't use my superpowers now, I can probably fight 5 Yang Chens at the same time. I seem to have accidentally taken Yang Chen as a unit of measurement. If Yang Chen knew what Wang Ye was thinking, it would probably cause secondary harm. Celebrate. Zhang Ziliang took the obviously valuable champagne, looked at Wang Ye and the others, and said with a smile. Lu Qian nodded slightly with a smile on her face. Wang Chang subconsciously looked at Wang Ye. He knew that if he wanted to continue to survive the supernatural events, it was obviously useless to curry favor with Zhang Ziliang. Really? Wang Ye frowned slightly, although it's not nice to disturb your fun at this time, but I think it's better to let everyone take some resources first. After all, only by improving your strength can you survive better. Zhang Ziliang silently put down the champagne in his hand, coughed lightly, and nodded seriously. That's right. I just wanted to test your perseverance. Very good. Ignoring Yang Chen's strange look, Zhang Ziliang opened the drawer of his desk and took things out continuously as if it were a treasure chest. Specially made pistol, golden bullets. Smoke bombs can temporarily form a smoke ghost area, temporarily blocking the ghost's killing pattern. A flashlight, when used in a ghostly place, can illuminate farther. As he introduced them one by one, Zhang Ziliang's eyes were filled with smiles. Wang Ye's eyes gradually lit up. These were all good things. The most common one should be the pistol with golden bullets. Its effect may not be much better than your own crossbow, but it is more convenient. That ordinary-looking smoke bomb is actually a life-saving weapon. What makes people feel the coldest is the flashlight. In front of the flashlight is an eye. Eyes full of hatred. It's chilling. This was made in the laboratory. The material is a ghost's eyeball. Zhang Ziliang said lightly, as if it was just a trivial thing not worth mentioning. Wang Ye's pupils shrank slightly. Ghost body parts. Could it be that the lab can already kill ghosts? No, ghosts cannot be killed, they can only be sealed. Before Zhang Ziliang could speak, Li Hongtian gently pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and explained, "It's just that the laboratory has mastered the method of decomposing ghosts to a certain extent. And Zhang Xiao is obviously a genius, or a madman. She had a lot of bold experiments, most of which failed, but there were still some successful works." Li Hongtian looked at Wang Ye with a slight smile on his face. Wang Ye nodded slightly and glanced at Li Hongtian casually. This guy, who had awakened for the second time, was very familiar with the laboratory, and it was obvious that he had a complicated background. Even if such a person cannot get the captain spot in Beijing, he is more than qualified to be a captain in other smaller cities. Wang Ye is not clear now, the purpose of him joining his own team. These are all strategic weapons, very valuable. Except for the team in Shangjing City, other regions are not qualified to wear them at present. Zhang Ziliang coughed lightly, trying to make his presence felt. Wang Ye nodded silently, and a group of people came forward and each received a pistol. This thing can already be mass-produced. It's just that gold is becoming more and more expensive with the outbreak of supernatural events, and bullets are obviously quite valuable. And only 2 smoke bombs were given. A flashlight, or even just one. Obviously, the manufacturing process of this thing should be very complicated, and these are the only ones the team is equipped with at the moment. Okay, now another announcement. Zhang Ziliang's expression gradually became serious and he looked at everyone deeply. In the laboratory, the risk of secondary awakening has been improved. But the mortality rate is still 30%. Every team member who awakens once can get a free awakening spot. Has anyone signed up? Listening to Zhang Ziliang's words, the atmosphere in the conference room gradually became solemn. After all, this is a matter of one's own life. Wang Chang sighed slightly and forced a smile. "I'll sign up." Wang Ye looked over in surprise. Because of this Wang Chang, he hardly thought about it. Wang Chang nodded slightly at Wang Ye. "I can't help it. I have been awakened for more than a year, and my body functions are getting worse and worse. If I don't awaken again, I may not live for more than a month." As he spoke, Wang Chang gently rolled up his sleeves. His dry arms, like those of an old man, were exposed, without a trace of blood on them. "Come on." Wang Yi silently patted Wang Chang on the shoulder. The decay of body functions is a topic that every psychic cannot escape. Frequent use of supernatural powers will only speed up your death. But even if you don't use it, it's just a matter of how fast you die. The only way to survive is to wake up, and wake up again and again. Zhang Ziliang nodded, as if he had guessed that Wang Chang would sign up, and wrote a note and handed it to him. "Just go to the lab and give this to them." Wang Chang took the note, nodded slightly, said hello to Wang Yi, and turned to leave. "I'm signing up too." Suddenly, Lu Qian's firm voice rang out. "I'm signing up too," Lu Qian said firmly. Hearing the voice, Wang Yi looked over with some confusion. Because of his physical condition, Wang Chang had no choice but to fight for his life. But I have read Lu Qian's information before, and it seems that she has not been awakened for long. The last time in the mall was also Lu Qian's first mission. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be so anxious. Looking at Wang Yi, Lu Qian was silent for a while before she said, "If Wang Chang successfully awakens, I will become the weakest person in the team. If this continues, I will be eliminated sooner or later." After saying that, Lu Qian was silent for a moment, and then she took a deep breath and said, Minister Zhang, please give me a certificate. Zhang Ziliang nodded, wrote a note and gave it to Lu Qian. Lu Qian took the note, opened the door, and turned to leave. Hey, little brother is still quite popular. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Zhou Han's sexy lips, and he looked at Wang Ye teasingly. Zhang Ziliang sighed slightly. It's not easy for Lu Qian either. Her parents died in a supernatural incident, and it's hard for her to survive in this damn world. As he spoke, Zhang Ziliang glanced at Wang Ye intentionally or unintentionally, and stopped there. Wang Ye nodded silently. Not far away, Li Hongtian looked at Wang Ye with more interest in his eyes. He smiled faintly and asked, Captain, why don't you try it? I don't need it. Wang Ye looked at Li Hongtian deeply and said lightly. Awakening is to guide the energy flow in the body to promote the evolution of a certain part. But, there is no such energy flow in my body. His awakening was a forced evolution by the post office using a mysterious item. Li Hongtian looked at Wang Ye thoughtfully, pushed his glasses, and remained silent again. When he wasn't talking, he always seemed to blend himself into the shadows, making his presence invisible. But when he speaks, he always makes people focus on him. And you? I remember you, and you only awakened once. Suddenly, Wang Ye set his eyes on Zhou Han. Little brother, I still have a long life ahead of me, I'm not in a hurry, Zhou Han said, giving Wang Ye a teasing look. Is there still life? It is long enough. Wang Ye looked at Zhang Ziliang with a smile on his face. If everything is okay, shall we leave first? Well, you are in charge of the Donghua district this time. The office location has been selected. The address will be sent to your mobile phone later. As for them, I hope I'm still alive. As he spoke, Zhang Ziliang sighed slightly. Wang Ye nodded and left the meeting room with Xiao Si. Zhou Han licked his lips and followed him out. Li Hongtian looked at Wang Ye's back, and his eyes fell on Xiao Si at some point. He said hello to Zhang Ziliang and left. When everyone left, a gleam of determination flashed in Yang Chen's eyes as he stood behind Zhang Ziliang. Minister, I also want to awaken again. Zhang Ziliang raised his head and looked at Yang Chen in confusion. Are you tired of living? My family is short of money, so I want to hold a banquet and collect some gifts. Listening to Zhang Ziliang's complaints, he, who was always sharp-tongued, did not refute but remained silent. For a long time. Wang Ye can easily kill me in seconds. Now, I can feel that he is even stronger. And Wang Ye is not the strongest among the superpowers. I'm glad that I became your bodyguard and can live comfortably. But, in this damn world, strength is everything. If one day I sacrifice myself and still can't save you, it would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Zhang Ziliang looked at Yang Chen seriously for a long time. Okay, I'll give you a certificate. As he spoke, Zhang Ziliang picked up a pen and paper, and after he finished writing, he handed the certificate to Yang Chen and said solemnly, Come back alive. I won't be used to it without you around. Or rather, I don't like new bodyguards to learn my secrets. Yang Chen gently took the note and grinned, revealing a sunny smile. He glanced at Zhang Ziliang with a mocking look. I know, after all, you are a cold-blooded guy. Let's go. As he spoke, Yang Chen smiled freely, put one hand in his pocket, turned his back to Zhang Ziliang, raised the other hand and shook it gently in the air. Looking at Yang Chen's departing back, Zhang Ziliang sighed slightly. Yeah, I'm a very cold-blooded person. Zhang Ziliang smiled self-deprecatingly, shook his head gently, stood at the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked at the outside world silently. He likes to stand in this position. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see a peaceful city, noisy crowds, and, outside the city, endless darkness. This is a damn world. In the office, Zhang Ziliang's murmuring voice could be faintly heard echoing. The main entrance of the headquarters. Wang Ye was stopped. Hello, my name is Zhang Xiao. A woman with a dull expression, or rather no expression at all, looked at Wang Ye calmly. Wang Ye frowned slightly, a little confused. I know, I've heard of it. You're looking for me? I want to dissect you. Please set a condition. Zhang Xiao didn't seem to realize that there was anything wrong with what he said. Wang Ye glanced at Zhang Xiao with a strange look. Are all women nowadays crazy? Can I ask the reason? Wang Ye took a deep breath and said lightly, his tone a little cold. Zhang Xiao thought for a moment and said seriously, I can detect that you have no energy in your body, but you can awaken. I am very curious. This is unprecedented. If I can discover something in you, perhaps all of humanity can be awakened, which will greatly increase the living space of mankind. This bland tone and the content of what was said made Wang Ye's mouth twitch slightly. This woman is crazy. Let me confirm, are you serious? Wang Ye silently took 2 steps back. It's not that he was afraid, but he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and beat the woman to death. Zhang Xiao looked at Wang Ye in surprise, why would I joke with you? Wang Ye took a deep breath and his eyes turned completely cold. If this happened to you, would you dissect yourself? Zhang Xiao shook his head, no. Because I can't dissect myself, and I can't record the data. Zhang Xiao shook his head, no. Because I can't dissect myself, and I can't record the data. She thought for a moment and said, but I will train my assistant, and then let her dissect me. I will give her as much advice as possible before I die. This woman is either a very thoughtful person or a lunatic. But the former is obviously not the case. How could there be such a weird person? What if I don't agree? Wang Ye looked at Zhang Xiao with an icy gaze. Zhang Xiao scratched his messy hair, feeling a little tangled. I don't know what to do, so I want you to propose conditions. Crazy woman number 2. Wang Ye labeled Zhang Xiao without hesitation, and glanced strangely at Zhou Han who was smiling beside him. Why do I always meet a bunch of monsters? I awakened because I touched a plant, not because of any physical reasons. He did not say gloves, but plants instead, because it was difficult for him to explain why the gloves were integrated into the body. Plants. Where are they? What do they look like? Are there any more? Zhang Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up and his speech speed became noticeably faster. No more, just one. Goodbye. Wang Ye discovered that the best way to deal with this crazy woman was to leave decisively. Having said that, he didn't even have the mood to pay attention to Zhang Xiao. He turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Zhou Han looked at Zhang Xiao curiously, then looked at Wang Ye's departing back, covered his mouth lightly, and burst into laughter. Plant. Why does this plant exist? This shouldn't be. Wang Ye, Wang Ye. Zhang Xiao kept muttering to himself as if he was crazy. Suddenly he thought of something and wanted to find Wang Ye to confirm it, but he found that Wang Ye had already left. No, I want to find Wang Ye. Having said that, Zhang Xiao turned around and was about to go to Wang Ye's house. Behind her, a woman who had remained silent sighed slightly. Dr. Zhang, I suggest you go back to the laboratory first, otherwise Wang Ye will be annoyed, and then he won't say anything. Oh. Zhang Xiao nodded in disappointment, scratched his messy hair, and returned to the headquarters in disappointment. After returning home, Wang Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Han leaned against the door of Wang Ye's house, looking at Wang Ye with a teasing look on his face. Now, there's one more person who wants to dissect you. As she spoke, Zhou Han's beautiful eyes moved, scanning Wang Ye's body. Wang Ye glanced at Zhou Han coldly without saying anything, but asked Xiao Si to close the door. Outside the door, Zhou Han's smile became more and more intense, and he left slowly after a long time. Suburban cemetery. Li Hongtian appeared silently. He glanced at the door with fear. When he found that the old man was not there, he breathed a sigh of relief and walked in. Walking inside with familiarity, it was obvious that this was not Li Hongtian's first time here. Looking at the broken tombstone of tomb number 6, Li Hongtian's expression was somewhat solemn, and it took him a long time to take off his backpack. Then, he took out piece after piece of bloody flesh from his backpack and silently placed them in front of tomb number 5. Tomb number 5 was shaking slightly, and the pieces of meat dried up at an extremely fast speed. They were soon dried by the wind and disappeared completely into the air as the breeze blew. Immediately afterwards, a faint black mist floated in the cracks of the tombstone. A look of joy flashed in Li Hongtian's eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses, and he sucked hard. The black mist slowly flowed into Li Hongtian's body along his nose. His face gradually turned pale and his body trembled slightly. For a long time, the black fog disappeared. Li Hongtian's complexion gradually regained its rosy color. Li Hongtian clenched his fists tightly and felt the changes in his body. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He skillfully wiped the bloodstains in front of the tomb, put on his backpack, turned around and left. As if nothing had happened. However, the crack on the tombstone of tomb number 5 seemed to have grown a little bigger. Night. Sitting on the newly bought sofa, Wang Ye held the dried fruit in his hand, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. This is what he touched on the body of the owner of tomb number 6. The owner of tomb number 6 was suspected to have been killed by Xiaoxi. But Wang Ye had a question mark in his mind because of the missing internal organs. Unless the internal organs were eaten by Xiaoxi or stuffed into her body, it would be difficult to explain. But after Xiaoxi came back, Wang Ye observed that there was no blood on her body. This made Wang Ye doubtful about the matter. Unless, there was a third person in the cemetery on the outskirts of the city at that time. But for some reason, apart from taking out the internal organs, the fruit was kept. Wang Ye checked all the intelligence files within his authority, but found no record of this fruit. But every time he held the fruit, his body would feel a strong desire. Eat him. This desire continued to erode Wang Ye's brain. It also made him more cautious. There's only one fruit. It would be a pity to let Zhou try it. Wang Ye said to himself. Then he silently looked at Xiaoxi. Thinking about it, Wang Ye stood up, walked to the numb Xiaoxi, and gently put the fruit to Xiaoxi's mouth. Xiaoxi still had a stiff expression and did not move at all. You won't resist. Wang Ye's eyes moved as he spoke thoughtfully. Feeling the powerful desire in his body, Wang Ye took a deep breath and regained his composure. Night. It gradually got deeper. Wang Ye looked at the fruit in front of him and remained silent for an unknown period of time. In his previous life, people said he was a gambler, a crazy gambler. That's because he has nothing but his life. If he wants to live and live a better life, he has no choice but to gamble his life. Including this life. When I was just reborn, I could still take a step that could lead me to hell in school with a 50% survival rate. But I don't know when. I seem to be afraid and a little bit afraid of my life. Maybe it was because he owned the post office. Or maybe he had awakened his special powers. Unconsciously, he seemed to have lost the gangster-like blood in his bones. Including now, holding a fruit that may increase one's strength, or may cause death. He hesitated for so long. In my previous life, I would have eaten it without hesitation. Even if you bet 1%, there is a possibility of increasing your strength. But, is my life really valuable now? The horrifying severed hand, the mysterious old man, the fifth awakener in the wasteland, and the existence in his room that looks just like him. After all, I am still just a useless person. In this damned world, we are about to fall into a second eternal night. Even if we are timid and cautious, we still cannot escape death. Rather than dying silently in a supernatural event, it is better to make a way for yourself. What so-called ghost prince? In comparison, he prefers the previous name. Gambler. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Wang Ye's mouth at some point, and he put the mysterious fruit into his mouth without hesitation. It turns out that what I have relied on for survival all along is not my supernatural powers or the post office. It's the kind of courage that is willing to risk one's life like a bandit. Own. Almost lost it. The next second. The dried fruit turned into a huge energy that instantly swept through Wang Ye's body. With a muffled sound, Wang Ye knelt on the ground in pain. The skin exploded in an instant, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking and blood spurting out. That energy was full of dominance, forcefully washing over every cell and muscle in his body. When it reached the arms, a red energy kept swirling in Wang Ye's hands, full of hostility towards the energy transformed from the fruit. But Wang Ye actually felt a sense of disdain from this energy. Yes, disdain. Disdain for red energy. The next second, the overbearing energy suddenly hit, and the red energy in his hand melted away instantly like spring snow. My own special ability disappeared. Wang Ye clearly felt that the supernatural power of his hand had disappeared. It seems like I have become an ordinary person again. No. That's not right. Ordinary people would not have such a horrible body as mine. Although it is not very clear, through the comparison with the battle with King Kong, Wang Ye guessed that the body that has been awakened 3 times may not be as good as his own. Wang Ye had little time to think. The next second, Wang Ye fainted completely due to the huge pain. The blood flowed slowly along his body onto the floor. The sound of bones breaking continued to echo inside his body, and his skin also kept cracking, revealing the bones inside. The energy in Wang Ye's body is endless and keeps surging. With his current physical functions, he is unable to control such a huge amount of energy. In 5 minutes at most, the body will explode from the impact of energy. At this time, the door opened silently. At the door, Zhou Han walked in silently with his long hair fluttering in the wind. Xiao Si, who was originally standing there, suddenly moved. The last order Wang Ye gave her was to attack all outsiders who entered the room. Humph. Get back. A majestic aura suddenly emanated from Zhou Han's body, and the rosary on her white arms emitted a dazzling light. The bronze nail between Xiao Si's eyebrows trembled violently, but it still blocked her. I'm saving him. Looking at Xiao Si's actions, Zhou Han's expression changed slightly and he shouted. Xiao Si refused to give an inch. I don't know if you want him to die. Zhou Han looked a little helpless and finally chose to give up. He left Wang Ye's room and slammed the door. Wang Ye, who had fainted, couldn't help but let out a groan due to the severe pain in his body. For a long time, a wisp of black flame suddenly appeared between his eyebrows, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop. Then, his cracked skin began to heal slowly. The breathing sound gradually became steady. As time passed, Wang Ye's pale face gradually turned rosy. The originally dry skin also regained its vitality. In the living room, one could even faintly hear Wang Ye's strong heartbeat. Suddenly, Wang Ye opened his eyes and sat up on the floor. Silently feeling the changes in his body, Wang Ye was in deep thought. While he was unconscious, he clearly felt that his body could no longer withstand the terrifying energy. At that moment, he knew that he had lost the bet. Also prepared to die. But for some reason, another strange energy entered his body. The two energies gradually merged in his body, the domineering feeling gradually faded, and the energy became gentler. What happened after I passed out? Wang Ye silently raised his head and glanced at Xiao Si imperceptibly. As expected. Is there a problem? The piece of paper he left on Xiao Si's shoulder fell to the ground at some point. I'm so lucky. Wang Ye laughed at himself, clenched his fists slightly, and felt the tremendous power in his body. With my current physical condition, the second awakener would be completely unable to withstand my punch. However, every time he awakens, his body functions seem to be doubled. Having never actually fought with someone who has awakened 3 times, he is not sure of his own strength. But his powers are gone. Wang Ye looked at his hands silently. Sure enough, that familiar feeling of supernatural power disappeared. However, Wang Ye couldn't be sure whether this change was good or bad. But in the end, still got a lot stronger. After changing clothes and taking a shower, Wang Ye looked at the rising sun with a smile on his face. In this world, being able to be alive and see the sun the next day is the luckiest thing. In the next 2 days, Wang Ye found a remote place, where he continued to adapt to his strengthened body and undergo various tests. The final data made Wang Ye very satisfied. Maybe, this is the right path for mankind to take. Of course, Wang Ye received several calls from Zhang Xiao during this period, and Zhang Xiao solemnly invited Wang Ye to visit her laboratory. Wang Ye rejected them all without hesitation. What's the difference between this and the Hongmen banquet? Leisurely basking in the sun is a rare enjoyment for Wang Ye. Until Zhang Ziliang called. Linen City. I'm afraid the city will be destroyed. Zhang Ziliang's heavy voice sounded on the phone. Linen City. The city may be destroyed. Zhang Ziliang's voice sounded on the phone. Listening to Zhang Ziliang's words, Wang Ye stood there in a daze, his eyes flickering, with a hint of shock on his face. Among them, perhaps there was the shock of the destruction of Linen City. But more importantly, it's for myself. Rebirth is Wang Ye's biggest secret. At this point in time, I was still an ordinary student in my previous life. I was exposed to very few things and had no room for utilization. But after joining the A-level team, I became aware of certain information. When that time point arrives, Wang Ye will have a lot of room to play secretly. And in my previous life, Linen City had always been safe and sound. Although there have been supernatural events, there has never been a crisis of destroying the city. If there is, even if I am an ordinary student, I will definitely know it. Thinking. Wang Ye fell into deep thought. At this moment, he was filled with self-doubt. Perhaps. Did I remember it wrong? Memory confusion. Or have I never been reborn at all, and all this is just my fantasy? Wang Ye held his head in pain, his head splitting with pain. Are you still listening? Zhang Ziliang's somewhat cold voice sounded on the phone. Wang Ye didn't say anything, hung up the phone silently, walked to the window, looked at the city outside, and fell into silence. For a long time. A light flashed in Wang Ye's eyes. Maybe, it was because of all my actions that caused the butterfly effect and led to this incident. Maybe, there's nothing wrong with my memory. Wang Ye's brain kept working, and then he silently went to the study, turned on the computer, and logged into the intelligence website. On the website, a bright red title is placed at the very top. An S-level terrorist incident broke out in Linen City. Danger. Looking at the huge title, Wang Ye took a deep breath, controlled the mouse, and clicked it. Afternoon of the 5th. An S-level supernatural incident broke out in Linen City. Outside the wasteland, a strange voice was heard. The ghost realm spreads from outside the city, covering the entire Linen City. The last footage from the satellite showed a body with only the lower chest left running into the city. The entire Linen City is now completely closed, and no more information is coming out. Each city has quickly dispatched teams of psychics to provide support. At the very bottom of the information, there was a picture sent back by satellite. The picture shows half of a body. The upper part of the body seemed to be torn apart by something horrible. And in the abdomen of the mutilated body, there was an eye emitting a ferocious and bloodthirsty look. Silence for a long time. Wang Ye picked up the phone again and called Zhang Ziliang. I was in a bad mood just now, sorry. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Ziliang was silent for a moment. This matter is indeed hard to believe. If it is not handled properly, it will cause great panic. But the entire situation in Linen City is unknown now. Headquarters can't possibly send all the psychic teams to provide support. If we misjudge the danger level of that ghost and the team is wiped out, then other cities will not be at peace either. Zhang Ziliang paused for a few seconds and said in a somewhat cold voice. So, the headquarters is going to give up Linen. Wang Ye was silent and said lightly. We still have to save them, but we can't do it with all our strength, because there are still most of the human race who need our protection. Zhang Ziliang seemed to have no emotions at all. A look of helplessness flashed across Wang Ye's eyes, and he hung up the phone silently. It seems that the headquarters will not send me to take action. That's right, he is just a psychic with a little bit of strength. Even with his own team, he is still not enough in front of the terrifying existence of city massacre level. Thinking. Wang Ye looked out the window. Outside the edge of the city, it was pitch black and he fell into silence. At the headquarters, Zhang Ziliang silently hung up the phone, stood in front of the French window, and looked at Shangjing City dimly. With my hands behind my back, I clenched. Almost no blood. Amidst a faint wave of energy, a wooden door suddenly appeared in the living room of Wang Ye's house. Looking at the wooden door, a gleam of light flashed in Wang Ye's eyes. Wooden door. He showed up ahead of time. There were originally 2 days left until the next mission. Besides, it's only noon now. Could it be? Wang Ye's eyes flickered as he thought of something. He pushed open the wooden door and walked in. On the table at the front desk, there was a lantern and a piece of paper money quietly placed. Red lanterns. You can vaguely see a candle placed inside, and there is a stench of corpse coming out. The candle is bright red like blood, making people want to indulge in it subconsciously. The paper money next to it was exactly the same as the one Wang Ye had snatched before, except that this one was the complete version. Biting the tip of his tongue lightly, Wang Ye forced himself to calm down and looked at the note beside him. Location, Linen City. Find the source of the disaster. Put paper money on the eyes of the source. Light the lantern, guide the source, and go deep into the wilderness. Mail trucks can enter Linen City. Task reward, Primary Post Office Authority. This is a temporary mission, you can refuse it. Looking at the hint on the note, Wang Ye's eyes flashed with thought. A temporary assignment. Was it because of the sudden incident in Linen City that caused the post office to take action? It seems that ghost also exceeded the post office's expectations. If you can refuse, it means this mission is really dangerous. Wang Ye murmured to himself, it's really scary. As he spoke, Wang Ye put the paper money into his pocket without hesitation and picked up the blood-red lantern on the table. As a guy with a miserable life, the worst outcome is death. And it succeeded. The entry-level authority of the post office is really exciting. As for saving people, Wang Ye sighed, shook his head slightly, and his eyes calmed down again. How could such a cold-blooded guy risk his life to save others, right? Back in the living room, Wang Ye silently found the ugly ghost officer uniform, looked at the blood-red word officer on the back, shook his head helplessly, and put it on. The ghost messenger sword is hung on his waist and a hemp rope is wrapped around his waist as a belt. The boning knife is tied to the forearm of the right hand. After thinking for a while, he packed up the 3 burnt and somewhat torn paper money and the candle residues. After making sure that there was nothing that could help him, Wang Ye took a deep breath, dragged Xiaoxi and walked out of the room. The gate of the community. The mail coach appeared again silently. He opened the car door skillfully and got in with Xiaoxi, touching the fleshy touch steering wheel and the greasy accelerator. I don't know how the mail truck will get back to the post office if I die. Wang Ye complained slightly, drove the mail truck, and disappeared into the air. As the mail truck left, Zhou Han withdrew his gaze from the upstairs window with an expressionless face. She silently came to the door of Wang Ye's house, and the door opened automatically. Familiar energy, is that thing really here? Silently feeling the remaining energy fluctuations in Wang Ye's room, Zhou Han's eyes flashed with thought, and he kept walking around in Wang Ye's room. For a long time. Outside the door, a figure flashed by. A person who looked exactly like Wang Ye, with a stiff expression, walked in. Looking at the figure, Zhou Han frowned slightly, looked at him deeply, and left Wang Ye's room in front of him. The figure slowly sat on Wang Ye's sofa, turned on the TV, and watched silently. There was an obvious and horrific wound on his abdomen, which had not yet healed completely. One could vaguely see his internal organs churning gently inside his body, emitting a cold aura. After returning home, Zhou Han's eyes became empty for a moment, and then returned to normal. She looked at the clock on the wall and sighed helplessly. Suburban cemetery, in front of tomb number 5. Li Hongtian took out blood clots from his backpack with a smile on his face and placed them in front of the tomb. As wisps of black mist were sucked into the body, the eyes hidden behind the gold-rimmed glasses gradually turned red. Almost there. Finally, almost. Li Hongtian muttered to himself, took a deep look at the tombstone, and slowly left with a smile on his face. At the tombstone, the cracks deepened again. Only vaguely, one could hear an angry roar coming from deep within the tombstone. In just 2 hours, Linen City appeared in Wang Ye's sight from afar. Because they did not take the official road opened up by the Tian group, but relied on the ability of the post office to take a shortcut through the wasteland, so the speed was very fast. From a distance, you can see a group of people standing outside Linen City with deeply frowned brows. The atmosphere was very solemn. With a slight sigh, Wang Ye stopped the mail truck. Regardless of whether the incident in Linen City is resolved or not, the information about his appearance in Linen City will eventually appear on Zhang Ziliang's desk. Rather than facing inquiries at that time, it is better to reveal your cards in advance. But in the eyes of others, Wang Ye seemed to appear out of thin air. Seeing Wang Ye suddenly appear, everyone's eyes were filled with vigilance. In just a few seconds, several psychics exuding a powerful aura surrounded Wang Ye. Shangjing City, Logistics Department, Captain of Team A, Wang Ye. Wang Ye raised his hand slightly to indicate that he was not aggressive, then slowly took out his work ID from his pocket and held it up. It's Wang Ye. I can prove it. Not far away, a psychic's eyes lit up slightly and he said softly. He was sent from Shangjing City for support. He had seen Wang Ye at a meeting at the headquarters before and knew that Wang Ye's strength was unfathomable. The vigilance in everyone's eyes gradually disappeared. Not far away, a middle-aged man walked over. Wang Ye recalled that he had seen this middle-aged man before in the previous meeting and he seemed to be a senior member of the Tian group. Hello, Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng and Wang Ye shook hands gently. Did Zhang Ziliang send you here? There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Wang Ye shook his head slightly. No, I just wanted to come and see it myself. Lu Zheng nodded and looked at Wang Ye with a hint of admiration. Then he seemed to think of Zhang Ziliang again. His expression turned a little ugly and he snorted in dissatisfaction. I knew it, Zhang Ziliang, that old fox. Linen is about to be destroyed, but he didn't send anyone. What a cold-blooded bastard. I will definitely impeach him when I return this time. It can be seen that Lu Zheng should have communicated with Zhang Ziliang before, but was rejected. Wang Ye remained silent. Given his position, nothing he said now would be appropriate. After a long while, Lu Zheng sighed slightly. Actually, maybe he is right. We cannot enter Linen City at the moment. This ghost domain is too strong. Anyone who tries to enter will eventually walk out on their own for unknown reasons. As he spoke, a trace of pain flashed in Lu Zheng's eyes, and he looked towards the direction of Linen City in despair. You are so thoughtful to come here. But Linen City, perhaps, can no longer be saved. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zheng forced himself to calm down and patted Wang Ye on the shoulder. Anyway, thank you for your hard work. I can get in. Wang Ye said with his expression as calm as ever. What? Lu Zheng's eyes gradually widened and he looked at Wang Ye with joy. Are you sure? Wang Ye nodded slightly. This is why I came. Can you bring someone in with you? Lu Zheng's eyes were full of hope. Wang Ye shook his head. Although he could bring people on the mail truck and deliver them in more trips, this would expose his biggest secret. The most important thing is, Wang Ye already had a rough idea of the strength of these guys present. The troops sent by the various city branches of the Tianzu were not the top fighters. At least, apart from himself, there was no one among the three captains of Shangjing City. This is also the reason why Lu Zheng can be grateful to himself. What impressed Wang Ye the most was the number of civilian teams like Scarlet that came voluntarily. But for someone of this strength, being involved in a supernatural incident of this level is tantamount to committing suicide. After all, they couldn't even get into the city. Even I will probably die. Wang Ye laughed at himself. I can only go in by myself. If I die, just let them go. As he spoke, Wang Ye took a deep breath, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. This is probably the biggest gamble I have made since my rebirth. It worked. The primary use rights of the post office saved countless ordinary people. Lose and die. It's really exciting to think about it. The madness in Wang Ye's eyes became more and more intense. With a crazy smile on his lips, he turned back to the mail truck, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed into the thick fog that covered Linen City. Looking at Wang Ye who suddenly disappeared, Lu Zheng was silent for a moment, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. After a long time, he took a deep breath and looked at the many psychics. Let us wish Wang Ye a safe return. Return safely. Return safely. Countless civilian teams that came spontaneously looked silently in the direction of Linen City with respect in their eyes. S-level supernatural event. A city full of despair. At least there was a young man who risked his life. Kill them in Tianzu headquarters. Zhang Ziliang silently put down the phone in his hand, his face turning pale. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looking at the scenery outside, his expression was a little complicated, and it took him a long time to calm down. Well. A faint sigh echoed softly in his room. The sigh was filled with fatigue and helplessness. In Linen City. filled with despair and wailing. There were corpses everywhere on the ground. All the bodies were cut in half. On the streets, countless dead bodies turned into ghost slaves, wandering on the streets with stiff steps. There is a blood line on the waist of every ghost slave. Some ghost slaves even dropped their upper bodies to the ground while walking. Then, he used his arms to crawl back to his legs and put himself back together. Under all kinds of terror. At this moment, Linen City is like hell, with blood and energy everywhere. There were almost Northwest pedestrians on the street, and everyone was hiding. From time to time, people were discovered and shrill screams were heard. Soon after, the person who just died will become a new ghost slave, stand up again, and keep searching. The strong, pungent smell of blood is nauseating. Car slowly stopped. The mail truck clearly conveyed a sense of resistance, not wanting to go any deeper. It seemed that the smell of blood would irritate the mail truck. Can't I get blood on me? Wang Ye looked at the tire of the mail truck. The blood-stained area was constantly corroding the tire. As Wang Ye and Xiaoxi got off the car, the mail truck started on its own, quickly moved away, and finally disappeared. Haha, even the escape route has disappeared. Wang Ye muttered to himself, silently took out the ghost knife and held it tightly. Having lost the protection of the mail coach, all the ghost slaves wandering the streets instantly set their sights on Wang Ye, and then, controlling their stiff bodies, kept rushing towards Wang Ye. A cold light flashed in Wang Ye's eyes, and he sneered, waving the knife in his hand mercilessly. With his current physical condition, he could continue this movement for a whole day without feeling tired. As long as you don't control the dismemberment ability of the ghost sword, this sword will be just like an ordinary long sword. Blood was flowing on the ground. Wang Ye exuded a strong murderous aura and walked lightly over the broken corpses on the ground. In the shadow of the corner, a baby boy with a dark blue complexion was lying on the ground. His only remaining eye was bulging out, looking at Wang Ye's back with resentment. Then, the baby boy rushed out at an extremely fast speed and hit Wang Ye with his head. Xiaoxi, who had been following Wang Ye silently with an expressionless face, suddenly moved and reached out to pinch the baby boy's neck. The baby boy still looked at Wang Ye with resentment and waved his hands and feet. The speed and strength have changed dramatically. A second-level ghost slave. Feeling the baby boy's previous speed, Wang Ye pondered for a moment and murmured to himself. His brows furrowed slightly. Although this kind of ghost slave still cannot cause any harm to oneself, it will be very troublesome if there are too many of them. The point is, he's not sure if there are more advanced ghost slaves. It's a city massacre-level ghost, so any guess would not be an exaggeration. Following Wang Ye's signal, Xiaoxi twisted the baby boy's neck with force, but the baby boy's resentful eyes still stared at Wang Ye. Do I need to destroy my head again? Very bloody. With a slight sigh, Wang Ye raised his foot and stepped on the baby boy's head. The head was shattered. Starting from the second level of ghost slavery, the head will be destroyed. This ghost is very powerful. A trace of solemnity flashed across Wang Ye's eyes, and he gently shook off the blood on the ghost messenger's knife. More than a dozen ghost slaves on this street have all been dealt with. At this time, the door of a shop opened and more than 10 people ran out with surprise on their faces. You are here to save us. Take me out now, I don't want to die. Some people couldn't bear the tremendous pressure and burst into tears. More people cheered. Shut up. Wang Ye's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he scolded with a cold face. Want to lure out more ghost slaves? You want to die, I won't stop you. Wang Ye looked at the survivors indifferently. I advise you to go back and hide. If you are lucky, you may still survive. Having said that, Wang Ye turned around and prepared to leave. What do you mean? Why don't you take us out of the city? That's right, this place is so close to the city gate. Yes, you are here to rescue us. Wang Ye stopped, turned around, looked at these people coldly, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Believe me, even if you survived this time. But with your brains, you will still be dead within 3 years. In this world, it is better to rely on yourself than on others. Having said that, Wang Ye took Xiaoxi and turned to leave. Sudden. A gunshot rang out behind him. A bullet shot towards Wang Ye's back, but was blocked by the ghost uniform and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. A middle-aged man was holding a pistol, pointing it at Wang Ye, his hand holding the gun trembling. Seeing that the bullet did not penetrate Wang Ye's body, his face was filled with horror and disbelief. Wang Ye looked at the men with an indifferent expression and said calmly, "Why? You said it's better to rely on yourself than on others. Take me out, or otherwise I'll shoot again. You must have a way to get me out." As he spoke, the middle-aged man swallowed hard, with a hint of resentment in his eyes, and his expression gradually became crazy. "Yes, we must be taken out. Or we'll kill you." The other survivors also had ferocious looks in their eyes as they stared at Wang Ye. "Oh." Wang Ye chuckled, "You learn very quickly. I have said that it is better to rely on yourself than on others. Now, I will teach you another truth. Self-help is not based on hurting others, especially people who are much stronger than you." As he spoke, Wang Ye disappeared from the spot the next second and appeared in front of the middle-aged man, and his pistol had appeared in Wang Ye's hand at some point. The most basic knowledge of the psychic world should have been learned through popular science. In dangerous situations, don't make any noise, otherwise the ghost will come to you. Wang Ye sneered, twisted the gun into a ball of scrap metal and threw it on the ground. He looked coldly at the terrified people and turned away. Several people stood on the street, full of fear. Not long after Wang Ye disappeared, countless ghost slaves appeared on the streets, accompanied by shrill screams. Foolish people never live long. Wang Ye sighed slightly and no longer exposed himself on the street. Instead, he kept moving in the shadows. Now, he didn't even know where the ghost came from. Unwarranted exposure on the streets will only attract more stupid people, waste their time and even cost their lives. On the rooftop not far away, a cold gaze silently stared at Wang Ye, and then a figure slowly disappeared from the rooftop. Chapter 62. A pair of cold eyes, on the rooftop not far away, silently watched Wang Ye's figure. Finally, the figure slowly disappeared. Even if he walked in a corner, ghost slaves would occasionally discover Wang Ye and attack him non-stop. These huge numbers of ghost slaves kept delaying Wang Ye's steps. While dealing with the ghost slaves, Wang Ye searched aimlessly in the city, his brows deeply furrowed. Linen City is not big, but it is not small either. Searching aimlessly like this, I don't know when I will be able to find the ghost. The coverage of this ghost domain is simply exaggerated. What's more, what makes Wang Ye solemn is that there are quite a few second-level ghost slaves. There would often be second-level ghost slaves who would launch sneak attacks on Wang Ye in dark corners. Moreover, the wound on the waist of the second-level ghost slave has healed, and it will not split into two halves at any time like ordinary ghost slaves. Even with the presence of Shaoxi, he had already suffered several heavy blows. Although he was not seriously injured, if it continued for a long time, he would still be exhausted to death in the ghost realm. And seeing that the ghost domain could cover the entire city, he didn't believe that only level 2 ghost slaves were cultivated. It seems that we need to find a way to go to the Tianzu branch in Linen City first. After thinking for a while, Wang Ye recalled the map of Linen City he had checked before setting off, and moved quickly in one direction. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. "Do you want to go to the Tianzu branch? It's very dangerous there now." Hearing the sound, Wang Ye suddenly stopped and looked into the distance with cold eyes. A slender figure slowly walked out of the fog, carrying a huge black box on his back. He had a calm expression and looked at Wang Ye silently. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Luo Ping, the captain of the Lin and Tianzu team." Luo Ping. Wang Ye frowned slightly, recalling all the information he had checked about Linen City before leaving. Luo Ping, 22 years old. The second awakener. Awakening parts, legs, eyes. A native of Linen City, he joined the Tianzu half a year ago. He is calm in the face of difficulties and has handled many supernatural incidents. The photos on the profile. It's me. After confirming that it was Luo Ping, Wang Ye took back the ghost knife, but still kept a certain distance from Luo Ping. "What happened in the branch?" Wang Ye frowned slightly and asked. Luo Ping's expression was calm. 3 hours ago, the branch was attacked by the terrifying thing, and most people hid in the safe house. Is that ghost in the branch? Wang Ye asked. Luo Ping shook his head. No, he left. But he left a few ghost slaves at the branch location, which are more terrifying than these guys. As he spoke, Luo Ping's legs glowed faintly and he kicked a level 2 ghost slave that was attacking him to pieces. Are there really third-level ghost slaves? Wang Ye pondered for a moment. How did you get out? When the incident happened, I happened to be outside checking the situation. I wasn't sure I could deal with those things, so I went to the city gate to wait for rescue, and then I saw you. Luo Ping explained calmly. Safe house. Wang Ye has some understanding of the safe house because there is also one at the Tianzi headquarters. The room is made of gold melted into long plates. Ghosts cannot affect the gold, so as long as there is enough food, there will be no danger to life in the safe house. Of course, it is not absolute. If that creature in the wasteland made a terrifying cry, even if there is gold between them, they will all be killed in the room. So, you want me to accompany you to rescue the guys in the branch? Wang Ye said indifferently to Luo Ping. Luo Ping nodded and said nothing. What's in the box behind you? Suddenly, Wang Ye's eyes fell on the black box on Luo Ping's back. Luo Ping was silent for a moment. My weapon, a supernatural item. Wang Ye nodded slightly. You almost convinced me. Wang Ye looked at Luo Ping and smiled slightly, but I refuse. Reject. For the first time, surprise appeared on Luo Ping's usually calm face. It seemed very strange why Wang Ye would refuse. After all, he came to rescue. Isn't it the most reasonable to act together with himself, a person who has awakened twice? Wang Ye took 2 steps back gently. I feel something in you that can threaten my life. As the voice fell, Wang Ye gradually disappeared into the thick fog. After eating the fruit, his body functions became stronger than ever before, and his perception was also greatly enhanced. When facing Luo Ping, he felt threatened. It is the kind of energy that can threaten one's life. According to the information, Luo Ping is just a second-time awakener. How could he have such strength? Even the other 2 captains of Shangjing City could not give Wang Ye this feeling. But he did not sense any ill will towards Luo Ping, but this did not affect his decision. Linen City is full of dangers, and I may die at any time. It would be more reassuring to be with Xiaoxi than to be with such a guy whose strength is obviously not up to the standard described in the information. At least, he already knew that third-level ghost slaves did exist. Looking at the place where Wang Ye disappeared, a gleam of light flashed in Luo Ping's eyes. The huge black box on his back shook gently twice. Snort. Luo Ping snorted coldly, took out a strange piece of paper and stuck it on the box. The shaking of the box gradually died down. Luo Ping glanced coldly in the direction where Wang Ye disappeared, then turned and left. After Luo Ping left, the smoke surged slightly and Wang Ye's figure appeared again. Looking at the direction where Luo Ping left, Wang Ye's eyes flickered slightly, with a thoughtful look. Sure enough, is there something strange about the box? What is that piece of paper? Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Wang Ye's lips, and he followed Luo Ping silently in the direction he left. At this moment, outside Linen City, in a corner, a young man suddenly appeared. I don't believe it. I can fail again this time. The young man's eyes flashed with determination. He avoided the crowd outside and walked into the ghost realm silently. And in his hand, an antique bronze lamp appeared. The wick is almost burning out. As the bronze lamp lit up, the thick fog actually retreated a little. The young man kept mumbling something and successfully entered Linen City. The moment he came in, he blew out the wick with heartache, put it in his backpack, took out a shroud and put it on. The ghost slave who had originally rushed towards him seemed to have lost its target and wandered around the streets again. The young man took out a compass that looked a bit worn out and stared at it intently. The compass needle kept shaking. For a long time. Found it. The needle stopped, and the young man looked at the direction on the compass, his face full of surprise. Look at me, the Taoist priest, showing my power. Charge. The young man took back the compass and rushed excitedly in the direction the compass had pointed. As he walked past, all the ghost slaves seemed to ignore him. Following Luo Ping silently, Wang Ye frowned slightly. Luo Ping's physical strength was very strong. He easily dealt with all the ghost slaves along the way. This also saved Wang Ye a lot of effort. And looking in the direction of Luoping, recalling the map I had memorized in my mind. Hospital. The only large building on this road is the Linen City Hospital. Sure enough, he didn't go to the branch. Wang Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and he continued to follow Luo Ping. Standing at the hospital entrance, Luo Ping pondered for a while before entering the hospital. Inside the hospital, the number of ghost slaves has obviously increased a lot. A group of ghost slaves rushed towards Luo Ping numbly. Some of them even wore hospital gowns on their upper bodies but long legs and high heels on their lower bodies. Everything is messed up. Looking at the crowd rushing towards him, Luo Ping was obviously annoyed. He snorted coldly and tore off the note on the box on his back. The box shook slightly, and the ghost slaves stopped one after another. Then, he slowly retreated. Luo Ping did not put the note on the box again. Instead, he ignored the shaking of the box and walked into the hospital. Looking at this scene, Wang Ye's pupils shrank slightly. What the hell is in this box? Those ghost slaves have no emotions and will only madly attack any living thing they see. And this box can actually block the judgment of the ghost slave. In this way, it will become difficult for me to secretly follow Luo Ping again. Just as Wang Ye was lost in thought, a figure wearing shrouds and holding a compass in his hand came from a distance in the thick fog. The aura is getting stronger. Finally I found it, ha 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 ha. I hope I can make up for the losses from last time. As he said this, the young man stood in front of the hospital entrance in a swaggering manner, and Gui Nu seemed to be unable to see him. Looking at the young man's back, Wang Ye's eyes flickered slightly. Another one. Is that the shroud? Thinking of this, Wang Ye smiled and walked behind the young man. He gently raised his palm and hit the young man's neck. The young man trembled and fell to the ground silently. Before the ghost slaves could react, Wang Ye dragged the young man to a distant corner, took off his shroud, and put it on himself. It's a bit small. Wang Ye looked at the shroud on his body, feeling somewhat disappointed. He then took a deep look at the young man's backpack and the compass in his hand. Forget it, let's not do anything extreme. Seeing that the young man was about to wake up, Wang Ye asked Xiaoxi to find a place to hide, and he disappeared into the fog. A few minutes later. Which damn bastard stole my things? That's a treasure I got after dying once. The young man stood there and cursed, immediately attracting the attention of a group of ghost slaves. Looking at the ghost slaves swarming over him, the young man chuckled twice, silently took 2 steps back, and with some pain in his heart, he took out a small bottle of liquid with a strong fishy smell from his backpack and gently smeared it on himself. In an instant, the ghost slave lost his target again and began to wander. Is there anything else? A faint voice sounded in the young man's ears. His face changed and he reached for his backpack. The next second, a familiar feeling of dizziness. The young man fainted on the ground again. Wang Ye hurriedly grabbed the glass bottle in the young man's hand before he fell. It doesn't look very sturdy, and it would be a waste if it broke. Calling Xiaoxi, Wang Ye imitated the young man's previous actions and smeared a few drops of liquid on Xiaoxi's body. A strong fishy smell came. A faint light flashed across Xiaoxi's empty eyes, and his body twisted uneasily. After discovering that Xiaoxi could also block the attention of the ghost slave, Wang Ye nodded with satisfaction, looked at the fainted young man, calmly put the glass bottle in his hand into his pocket, and turned away with Xiaoxi. This time, he really left. Looking at the hospital, Wang Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and he walked in with Xiaoxi. For a long time. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, holding the backpack in his hands and constantly taking things out. A peculiarly shaped dagger, a doll that can run by itself when thrown on the ground, and an exaggerated human head. At this moment, he armed himself to the teeth. Who? Who is it? Let me out, sir. Believe it or not, I will smash your head. Unfortunately, the young man shouted for a long time but there was no response. He carefully put the head back into his backpack, leaving only the doll with a weird smile, following him all the time. The dagger was held tightly in his hand. If Wang Ye saw this scene, there is a high probability that You'll feel like you've made a fortune. This young man has a lot of treasures, but he is too immature. Feeling the dull pain in the back of his neck, the young man lost his previous arrogance and sneaked into the hospital like a thief. Ghost slaves can be seen everywhere, filling the entire hospital. The number of second-level ghost slaves is also extremely exaggerated. Looking around, Wang Ye frowned deeply. Judging from the number of these second-level ghost slaves, I'm afraid that third-level ghost slaves may not be the limit for this ghost. Perhaps he can create even more terrifying beings. Sure enough, none of the guys who can massacre a city are simple. Accompanying Xiaoxi, Wang Ye carefully searched the first floor. Apart from the huge number of ghost slaves, there was nothing unusual. Although there are many ghost slaves, the hospital is exceptionally quiet. Only occasionally would a ghost slave's body break into two pieces, and then be silently picked up and put back. The scene was very harmonious. After a little thought, Wang Ye took Xiaoxi and walked up the stairs to the second floor. Suddenly, Wang Ye stopped. In the middle of the first and second floors, there is a person hanging on the wall, nailed into the wall with a chair leg. Blood continued to drip onto the ground from his body. The corpse's eyes were glowing blue. A superpower. Wang Ye looked into the eyes of the corpse and muttered to himself. Relying on his experience, Wang Ye subconsciously took a few steps away from the corpse, walked around it, and went to the second floor. Not long after, the young man also came to the stairwell where the body was. This guy, is he the one who attacked me by surprise? The young man took 2 steps closer, stroked his chin, and observed the corpse carefully. The next second, the corpse's drooping head suddenly raised up, with a twisted smile on its face. Fuck. What the hell? The young man was frightened by the corpse's actions. He cursed and quickly backed away. The corpse struggled hard, pulling his body out of the chair legs bit by bit, and his intestines kept flowing out of the hole in his stomach. The corpse seemed to feel no pain and rushed towards the young man, with a gleam in its eyes. The young man suddenly froze in place, motionless. Seeing the corpse about to rush in front of him, the young man bit his tongue and cursed, "Taste my big treasure." After saying that, the young man regained his mobility, took out the head from his backpack and threw it at the corpse. The closed eyes of the head suddenly opened, revealing a sinister smile, and it opened its mouth and bit the corpse. Then, like a meat grinder, the head kept biting the corpse. The flesh and blood on the corpse disappeared at an extremely fast speed, and finally only the skeleton was left. The head fell heavily to the ground, with the mouth filled with blood. Snort. The young man snorted complacently, looked at the head with fear, put his backpack directly on the head, put it up, and rushed to the second floor with an unhappy look on his face. Wang Ye, who arrived at the second floor first, frowned deeply. Not far away, bursts of noise were heard from an emergency operating room. Boom. Boom. The regular vibration sound passed through the laboratory door and echoed in the corridor. Seem like a heartbeat. Wang Ye noticed that there was no trace of any ghost slaves on the entire second floor. Listening to the rhythmic sound, the atmosphere was a bit depressing. It seemed that Wang Ye's heartbeat also gradually changed with the rhythm of the sound, changing the rhythm of its beating. The rhythm of the sound became faster and faster. Wang Ye suddenly covered his chest, leaned against the wall, and kept gasping for breath. Little 4. Wang Ye gritted his teeth slightly. At this time, he heard the noise in the stairwell on the second floor. He used all his strength to give instructions to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi walked slowly towards the operating room and pushed the door open. A heart was hanging in the air, and blood was dripping from the heart onto the ground. A middle-aged man in doctor's clothes was holding a scalpel and dismembering his body with an expressionless face. There was a hole in his heart. Level 3 Ghost Slave. Looking at the heart filled with energy, Wang Ye gritted his teeth slightly, holding on to the wall to steady himself, while Xiaoxi rushed towards the heart. The doctor suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiaoxi. There was a gloomy look on his iron-blue face, and his heart hanging in the air began to beat violently. In an instant, countless heartbeats were heard. Inside the laboratory, there were a group of female corpses in nurse uniforms lying on the ground, their chests broken one after another, revealing beating hearts. The next second, the female corpses slowly stood up. blocking Xiaoxi's steps. Do superpowers become stronger after death? Wang Ye was certain that a person who had just awakened would not possess such a strong ability. Or in other words, their physical functions are not sufficient to support them from exerting excessive effort. The psychic needs to carefully control the energy of the awakened parts to avoid directly draining their own bodies. This is another reason why the more awakened parts there are, the stronger the psychic power. But the dead can do whatever they want. Under this terrifying energy, Wang Ye's heartbeat reached an extremely terrifying level, and blood kept circulating throughout his body. If it weren't for the fact that his body functions had become very strong after several washes, he would probably have become a corpse. Sudden. A glimmer of light flashed in Xiaoxi's empty eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up under his originally plain face. A terrifying pressure spread from her body and swept through the entire operating room. As the light flashed in her eyes, the bodies of the female corpses suddenly exploded, and the bronze nail on Xiaoxi's forehead kept shaking. Ignoring the man's resentful gaze, Xiaoxi slowly walked to his heart. The doctor's legs had been dismembered by his own hands. He struggled to climb onto the operating table and rushed towards Xiaoxi. The scalpel flashed with cold light. Xiaoxi turned his head stiffly and looked at the doctor with empty eyes. Then she silently extended a slender finger towards him. The doctor, who continued to rush forward, had half of his head fall to the ground. Then, arms, hands, muscles. His body seemed to have been cut perfectly, and in just 1 second, it turned into slices of meat. The bronze nail on Xiaoxi's forehead swayed a little bit more. From a distance, watching this scene, Wang Ye frowned slightly, his expression somewhat serious. He silently looked at Xiaoxi's back, not knowing what he was thinking. But as the heart beat faster, his face turned pale, his body trembled slightly, and he could hardly control the flow of blood in his body. Xiaoxi tilted his head to look at the heart in the air as if he had done something insignificant, and then gently took the heart down. With her other hand, she stretched out a finger and gently stroked it across her left chest. A huge wound appeared, but Xiaoxi seemed to feel no pain. Through the wound, you can see that Xiaoxi's chest is empty, without a heart. Then, she gently put the heart in through the wound. Veins of blood quickly wrapped around Xiaoxi's heart from her body. As her heart beat, one could almost hear the sound of blood flowing in her body. Finally, some light appeared in Xiaoxi's empty eyes. Her pale skin gradually turned rosy. But the next second, as the pulse in Xiaoxi's body entangled, his heart suddenly swelled up and exploded like a balloon. And those bloodlines withered again. It's just a little more moisturized than before. Xiaoxi's eyes became empty again, and the bronze nail on his forehead stopped trembling. Well. A faint sigh, with a hint of regret, floated in the air. Afterwards, the wound on her chest began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and eventually returned to its original state. After the heartbeat disappeared, Wang Ye heaved a long sigh of relief, collapsed on the ground, and gasped heavily. He just leaned against the wall, his eyes fixed on Xiaoxi. This is one of his most powerful trump cards now. If something happens to Xiaoxi and it backfires on him, the danger level will definitely be no less than that of the ghost in Linen City. Although, he also left a few tricks on Xiaoxi. Fortunately. As his heart exploded, Xiaoxi regained his composure and fell into a state of emptiness and numbness. Wang Ye breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up with difficulty after some thought. Judging from what happened just now, it seems that all the supernatural people killed by ghosts will become third-level ghost slaves. Moreover, there is a qualitative change between the second and third levels. It is truly terrifying that a person with superpowers can release his superpowers without restraint and without fear of death. I'm afraid even those who have awakened 3 times may not necessarily reach this level. And now, God knows how many such third-level ghost slaves there are in this city. After all, there are quite a few people with superpowers in every city. Just as Wang Ye was thinking, an angry voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Fuck, you're the one who hit me. Not far away, a young man holding his head stared at Wang Ye with his eyes wide open, and his gaze was fixed on the shroud on Wang Ye. Looking at the young man, Wang Ye frowned slightly. In this kind of world, if you come across something good, it is not shameful to grab it. If you don't have that kind of strength, you have to accept your fate if you get hit or die. Just like the scarred man who stole his ghost face vine in the wasteland before, if you try to steal something, you must be prepared to be killed. Of course, if I couldn't deal with the scarred man at that time, it would be my own fate. In an environment of terror resurgence, the strong prey on the weak. This is the way it is. In that situation, Wang Ye did not kill him and take away all his things, which was already an act of kindness. Now, is this guy here to cause trouble? Wang Ye took a deep breath, stood up with a pale face, but staggered and almost fell to the ground again. So, you're here to kill me? Looking at the middle-aged man, Wang Ye showed a faint smile, his eyes full of calmness. The young man looked at Wang Ye strangely, as if he was looking at a fool. Are you crazy? Killing someone for a treasure? Are people in the city so arrogant now? As he spoke, the young man still looked unhappy. But you have to return the things to me, or I will let you know how powerful I am. The young man threatened weakly. Wang Ye looked at the young man silently, his eyebrows slightly raised. This guy, besides being inexperienced in the martial arts world, seems to be a rather immature person as well. How did this weirdo get so many good things and still live to this day? Wang Ye, who always thought he was not stupid, was somewhat confused at this moment. And Daoi, are you from Daocheng? Wang Ye thought for a moment, then said calmly, what if I don't return it? As he spoke, his face turned even paler and he even coughed lightly twice. The young man looked at Wang Ye and suddenly smiled grimly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, not returning it. I don't want that Taoist anymore. It's not something very valuable. As he spoke, the young man lowered his head slightly and whispered to himself in an imperceptible voice, sure enough, the world outside is so dangerous. Then, as if he didn't want to weaken his momentum, he suddenly raised his head and glared at Wang Ye fiercely. For some reason, Wang Ye suddenly felt guilty. It seems, bullying children is never a good thing. Looking at the young man, Wang Ye was silent for a moment. Suddenly, a murderous look appeared on his face. His pale face disappeared in an instant, and he rushed towards the young man at an extremely fast speed. The young man was so frightened that he stood there dumbfounded. Then, a second-level ghost slave who had sneaked in at some point had his head smashed by Wang Ye's punch. The young man shrank his head and felt a chill. After dealing with the ghost slave, Wang Ye's face seemed to turn pale again, and he coughed slightly twice. The young man thanked him subconsciously. Then he remembered something and said dissatisfiedly, give me a few more drops of corpse soul water, the one you took away. That thing is time-limited, it's precious. Looking at Wang Ye, the young man's voice became smaller and smaller, and gradually became weaker and weaker. Even the doll that had been following the young man tightly grasped the young man's trouser legs, leaving only its head exposed. Is this thing called corpse soul water? Having gained more experience, Wang Ye silently took out the glass bottle from his pocket, opened the bottle cap with slightly trembling hands, and dripped 2 drops on the young man. Then he seemed to be thinking of something, called Xiaoxi from the distance over, and applied another layer of paint on her. Xiaoxi's body trembled slightly again. The young man's eyes suddenly swept across Xiaoxi's face. The next second, he seemed to remember something and took 2 steps back, his eyes filled with fear. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Where did this ancestor come from? Wulian Tianzuan, you're dead. As he spoke, the young man skillfully placed the backpack across his chest, opened the zipper, and took things out one by one. A paperman holding a spear, a ghost face sculpture, a blood-stained scarecrow, and finally, a blood-stained kitchen knife. When he saw the kitchen knife, a barely perceptible light flashed in Wang Ye's eyes. It's made of the same material and style as my own boning knife. Moreover, he had seen this kitchen knife in the image that the boning knife sent to him. Could it be? Wang Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and he silently took a step back, still feeling a slight toothache. This guy who seems to be a little bit mentally ill actually has more good things than me. For a moment, he couldn't help but want to hit this guy on the back of the head again. The paperman fell to the ground and stood up nimbly. The spear in his hand glowed slightly, and blood slowly flowed from the eye sockets of the small ghost-faced sculpture. The blood-stained scarecrow rushed out of the corridor and ran out of the hospital at an extremely fast speed. But Xiaoxi stood there silently, not moving. After a long time, the young man seemed to notice Xiaoxi's abnormality. He looked at Xiaoxi's forehead with shock on his face. "I, immeasurable heavenly lord. It's a good thing." As he spoke, the young man's eyes were filled with excitement, and he raised his hand to touch the nail. Under Wang Ye's cold gaze, the young man withdrew his hand weakly, as if he thought of something and felt heartbroken again. If I had known that this ancestor was sealed, why would I have thrown a substitute strawman? Valuable. As he spoke, the young man looked at Wang Ye with resentment. After noticing Wang Ye's eyes, he shuddered and looked at the floor weakly. "Ahem, are you from Daocheng?" Wang Ye coughed twice lightly and asked as if nothing had happened. The young man nodded, a little frustrated. "This world outside is too dangerous. My ancestors really didn't lie to me." As he spoke, the young man sighed quietly. After a little thought, Wang Ye suddenly showed a sunny smile and gently patted the young man's shoulder. "What's your name?" "I am a senior member of the Tian group. It will be much safer if you follow me. Even, I can take you to fully enjoy the outside world." At this moment, Wang Ye could faintly see the shadow of Zhang Ziliang in the expression on the young man's face. "Master, my name is Mao Yong'an." The young man looked at Wang Ye suspiciously. "You didn't lie to me." Wang Ye was silent, took out a work ID from his Tian group from his pocket, and glanced at it lightly in front of Mao Yong'an's eyes. Mao Yong'an's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was filled with excitement. "I was in Daocheng, and heard from some scavengers that the world outside is very exciting. Red wine, luxury cars, and beautiful women. Is all this true?" Looking at Mao Yong'an's excitement, Wang Ye was silent for a moment. Does he really know the Tianzu work ID? Don't you even have the mind to check? Even if I give him a student ID, will he believe it? A deep sense of guilt rose from Wang Ye's heart. He silently glanced at Mao Yong'an, then looked at the numerous supernatural objects on the ground, and his unfathomable backpack. Poor kid. Can you believe what the scavengers say? Taking a deep breath, Wang Ye's eyes were full of sincerity. "Believe me, what they said is true. Once we're out of Linen City, I'll take you there." Hearing Wang Ye's words, Mao Yong'an suddenly became more excited. Okay. I will follow you from now on. Let's go now." "No, I came in to look for something. There's something good here." Mao Yong'an suddenly became troubled, as if he couldn't choose between luxury cars, beautiful women, and supernatural objects. Wang Ye was sensitive enough to notice the problem. "Can you get out?" "Yeah, it's just a ghost town." Mao Yong'an smiled proudly, stubbornly proving his identity as a master. "Brother. Beauty, don't worry, accompany me to do something in linen first." Wang Ye solemnly changed the way he addressed him and said, "Brother is very strong, there will be no danger." "But you look so pale, and you were coughing just now." Mao Yong'an glanced at Wang Ye weakly. Wang Ye's face instantly glowed rosy, and his back straightened up. With his cold face, he exuded the aura of a master. He swore, he had never been so pretentious in his life. But, this kind of walking treasure house, the basis for survival in troubled times, may have a terrifying elder behind him. Cold and aloof will never be Wang Ye's label. Try to live better, that's it. For this goal, face, haha. From today on, Mao Yong'an will temporarily become his second trump card. Xiaoxi was laid off with honor. Looking at Xiaoxi, Wang Ye suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, do you know her?" "I tell you, this ancestor is horrible. I was passing by Shangjing at the time, and I felt that there was something good in one of the abandoned neighborhoods. I went in and sure enough, there was a room full of supernatural objects. It's a pity that I just grabbed a kitchen knife when some damn bastard showed up. I was so scared. Ahem, I'll just hide in the closet and observe from the dark. Then this ancestor came back. I can't let him block me in the closet and kill me, so I fought this ancestor for 300 rounds and finally left in style." As he spoke, a calm expression emerged on Mao Yong'an's face. He subconsciously put his hands behind his back and faced Wang Ye at a 45-degree angle, with a faint aura of a master. Sure enough, the other person in 404 at that time was him. "By the way, why is this ancestor following you?" Suddenly thinking of something, Mao Yong'an looked at Wang Ye and asked. Wang Ye glanced at him and said briefly, "Oh, I sealed it." Mao Yong'an was struck by lightning and stood there in silence. Sure enough, are all big guys so calm and indifferent? I am still too immature. For a moment, Mao Yong'an felt that staying with Wang Ye might be an extremely correct choice. Just then, footsteps were heard in the stairwell. Wang Ye's expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "Pack your things and lean against the wall." As he spoke, he and Xiaoxi instantly leaned against the wall and held their breath. Mao Yong'an was stunned for a moment, looked at Wang Ye strangely, picked up the things on the ground and put them back into his backpack, then imitated Wang Ye and stood against the wall. The footsteps gradually became louder. Judging from the sound, they should be almost on the second floor. Before going upstairs, Wang Ye observed that the hospital had an old-style staircase with a total of 13 steps. Silently counting the footsteps and judging the location of people. Gradually, the footsteps stopped. Wang Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. If his estimate was correct, this person should have come down from the 4th floor. Now, it stopped on the platform on the 2nd floor. Or rather, there is only a wall between us and them. The boning knife appeared silently in Wang Ye's hand. He did not move, but his eyes emanated a hint of coldness. The figure stood on the other side of the wall and paused for a long time. Finally, the footsteps sounded again until they disappeared. Mao Yong'an breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to speak, but Wang Ye's expression changed and he instantly stopped him with his eyes. If you observe carefully, you will find that there are subtle differences in the sounds made by people going up and down the stairs. The sound will be heavier when going downstairs and lighter when going upstairs. But the sound was obviously wrong. It was loud at first and then light. He went down half a floor, then whispered, controlling the volume, and came back. That is to say, he still in the same place. The most important thing is that when he came, he noticed that the steps on the 1st floor had been damaged, which means, when he actually went downstairs, the footsteps should only be 25 steps. Wang Ye's eyes flickered slightly. This guy outside the wall is not easy to deal with. Did he sense something strange on the 2nd floor? But he wasn't sure if there was anyone behind the wall, and he didn't want to show up and try, fearing that he would be put in a passive position. Interesting opponent. Wang Ye licked his lips gently, and the hand holding the boning knife obviously exerted more force. Mao Yong'an was full of doubts and confusion. There was another 10-minute silence. The footsteps sounded again. Wang Ye closed his eyes silently and listened to the sound. For a long time. He's gone. Wang Ye said softly, then quickly walked to the window not far away and looked down silently. A figure, carrying a huge box, walked forward silently. Luoping. Wang Ye pondered for a moment, and suddenly, the figure stopped and turned sharply to look towards the window on the 2nd floor. Wang Ye seemed to have guessed it, and disappeared at the window a second before the figure turned around. Luo Ping looked at the empty window on the 2nd floor with a hint of doubt on his face. Finally, he silently withdrew his gaze and disappeared into the thick fog. After Luo Ping left, Wang Ye stood at the window again, looking in the direction he left with an expressionless face. What are you looking at? Mao Yong'an looked at Wang Ye curiously. Looking at Mao Yong'an's innocent and ignorant eyes, Wang Ye remained silent, nothing. After saying that, he took Xiaoxi and walked out of the hospital. With Luo Ping's departure, there was no need to explore the hospital anymore. Outside the hospital. Tisk, isn't it just a ghost? I can find him easily. Mao Yong'an looked at Wang Ye proudly and said boastfully. Under Wang Ye's encouraging gaze, he took out the broken compass, squeezed out a drop of blood with heartache, and dripped it on it. The compass spun rapidly. A wisp of energy floated in the air. For a long time. It's done. Mao Yong'an's eyes lit up, then he frowned slightly, a little puzzled. Why does the compass point to 2 places? Are there 2 ghosts here? Wang Ye listened to his words and thought for a moment, which one is the most powerful? Mao Yong'an pointed in a direction without hesitation. Recalling the map, Wang Ye had a vague goal in mind. Laboratory. Every city has its own laboratory, where all kinds of strange things are studied. This ghost went to the laboratory. Are you looking for something? Let's go over there first. Tightening the backpack with red lanterns on it on his back, Wang Ye's expression became serious. He tied the ghost knife tightly to his hand with the ghost rope, and with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, he moved towards the direction of the laboratory. Mao Yong'an followed behind Wang Ye with a dissatisfied look on his face, muttering something. Tianzu branch, rooftop. Luo Ping stood on the rooftop, overlooking the entire city, his eyes as cold as ever. Father, would you be proud of me? Gently taking off the black box in his hand, Luo Ping whispered to himself. Then he opened the box, and a pale middle-aged man suddenly opened his red eyes. He slowly walked out of the box, his face stiff and his eyes empty, and stood in front of Luo Ping. Luo Ping looked at the middle-aged man and smiled for the first time. A hint of warmth appeared on his cold face. Father, I will succeed. As he spoke, Luo Ping slowly raised his hand and excitedly placed it on the middle-aged man's head. The next second, the middle-aged man's head was taken off by Luo Ping. He. There was a hint of madness in Luo Ping's eyes. He held his father's head in his hand and smiled silently. Behind him, there stood a dense crowd of figures who looked like his father. There are middle-aged, elderly, and children. Everyone's eyes were slightly red, and they stood behind Luo Ping stiffly and blankly. Grandpa, son, you will be proud of me. Luo Ping became more and more agitated, his face was ferocious, and there was a hint of a crazy smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he took out a barrel with the hospital logo from the black box. The bucket was filled with blood. Let us begin this grand ceremony. As Luo Ping's voice fell, the figure behind him quickly withered and gradually turned into a mummy. Wisps of energy floated in the air and gradually fell into the blood. The blood in the bucket was boiling, surging, and emitting little red light. The blood of the superpowers, through the neutralization of the energy of their loved ones. Luo Ping licked his lips excitedly, looking at his family members who had become mummies, with a smile on his face. And the energy contained in the blood in the barrel seems to be getting stronger. Damn it, why is this ghost slave getting more and more fierce? If you keep going like this, I'll run away. I'm here to enjoy myself, not to risk my life. Mao Yong'an leaned against the wall in a mess, gasping for breath as he looked at the corpse of the third-level ghost slave that he had killed with great effort. It's almost time, go back to Tianzu and introduce the beauty to you. Wang Ye felt the gradual change in the ghost slave's strength, thought for a moment, and said lightly. Mao Yong'an had a look of disdain on his face. I, the Taoist priest, have seen all kinds of beauties, seen. Wang Ye silently found Zhou Han's photo, and it flashed before Mao Yong'an's eyes. Quick, I'm going to kill that ghost right now, and then you take me back to Shangjing. Master, I'm in love. My last name is Mao. Her smile is so sweet and lovely. Our child will be named Mao Gang. Mao Yong'an was filled with excitement and instantly became motivated. He looked at the direction indicated by the compass with full of anticipation. Looking at Mao Yong'an's condition, Wang Ye chuckled. Sure enough, Zhou Han's charm is irresistible. Looking at the door of the laboratory, Wang Ye withdrew his thoughts and his expression gradually became serious. It is obvious that a powerful pressure is filling the entire laboratory. At the entrance of the laboratory, 3 supernatural ghost slaves were looking at Wang Ye and others with empty eyes. Fuck, I'm going to fight you guys. For Mao Gang. While shouting with his blood boiling, Mao Yong'an quickly retreated, took out the human head from his backpack again and threw it at the 3 ghost slaves. Then, the doll on his shoulder bared its teeth and roared, then jumped to the ground. Its body instantly became huge, like a wild bear, full of power, and slammed heavily into the 3 ghost slaves. What's even more exaggerated is that he took out a dark black mysterious fruit and threw it at the feet of the 3 ghost slaves. The fruit trembled slightly, swelled up instantly, made a loud noise, and exploded. Wang Ye, who was just about to take action, looked at the 3 shattered bodies that were being devoured by the head. This guy is so fierce. Wang Ye glanced at Mao Yong'an silently and was silent. Really a treasure boy. The difficulty of hell mode seemed to have suddenly become a lot easier. Let's get started. On the rooftop, the energy in the blood in the bucket has reached its peak at this moment. Father, it's your turn. Luo Ping looked at his father's head in his hand and smiled affectionately. He then threw the head into the bucket. The head suddenly opened its eyes, looked at Luo Ping with resentment, let out an unwilling roar, and then sank weakly to the bottom of the barrel. The blood gradually stopped boiling and returned to calm. Luo Ping took out a gold-plated box from his pocket and opened it gently. Inside the box, there was an eyeball that emitted a strange light the moment the box was opened. At the same time, a low roar was heard from the direction of the laboratory, and a terrifying pressure instantly spread throughout the entire linen city. Did you sense it? Luo Ping licked his lips excitedly, and, the heart. As he said this, he looked in the direction of the hospital. Strangely, there was silence in the direction of the hospital. Luo Ping frowned slightly, as if he had thought of something, and gritted his teeth. Damn, there really is someone. Never mind, it's just a low-level heart. Luo Ping muttered to himself, looked towards the laboratory, and waited silently. At the laboratory door. Hearing the low growl coming from inside, Wang Ye's expression turned serious. The red lantern appeared in his hand. In the other hand, he held a piece of paper money. Wow, this is good stuff. When Mao Yong'an saw the lantern in Wang Ye's hand, his eyes lit up instantly. He rushed in front of Wang Ye and looked at him carefully. The pure stench of a corpse, the bright red color, this feels like human skin. Mao Yong'an took a deep breath, gently stroked the lantern, and showed a look of enjoyment. Wang Ye ignored the stupid Mao Yong'an, silently took a few steps back and looked towards the door of the laboratory. He could clearly feel that a terrifying thing was getting closer and closer to the door. Half a minute. The door of the laboratory opened silently and a figure appeared. The figure only had the lower half of the body, starting from the chest, as if it had been cut in half. On the figure's belly, there was an eyeball that kept scanning the surroundings. Finally appeared. Wang Yi took a deep breath. Mao Yong'an, help me. As he spoke, Xiaoxi on the side rushed over silently. Mao Yong'an gritted his teeth and threw out his head again. The strange look in his eyes was filled with anxiety, as if something urgent was going on. And this half of the body launched a charge instantly. Xiaoxi was kicked back by him, and then he hit the man's head, knocking it to the ground. Then, he raised his foot and stepped on his head casually. The head, which Mao Yong'an had always regarded as a treasure, was torn into pieces. Fuck your mother, my precious baby. Mao Yong'an looked painful and roared angrily, but his body quickly retreated backwards. Xiaoxi rushed towards the half-body again like a ghost. The eyeball was obviously impatient and kept looking anxiously in a certain direction. Feeling Xiaoxi's attack, the eyeball became irritable. A red light flickered slightly inside the eyeball, and countless ghost slaves emerged from the thick fog and rushed towards Wang Yi and others. He completely ignored Xiaoxi's attack and rushed to the rooftop. Mao Yong'an, can you stop him? 3 seconds will do. Wang Yi had a solemn expression, staring at the figure, and spoke in a low voice. Mao Yong'an gritted his teeth and said, damn it, this guy is too fierce. Do you think I will stop him with my life? Obviously there is something attracting him ahead, otherwise with our limited strength, we would have been killed by him long ago. As Mao Yong'an spoke, he retreated faster and faster, obviously not wanting to get entangled with this horrible thing. Countless ghost slaves rushed from all directions and attacked Wang Yi and others. Xiaoxi's palm hit the figure, but it had no effect other than making his body tremble slightly. Xiaoxi stopped where he was, a hint of anger flashing in his empty eyes. The next second, the bronze nail between her eyebrows began to shake wildly, and a terrifying aura that was no weaker than that of a human figure instantly filled the air. Countless ghost slaves stopped and stood there in a daze. For the first time, the figure's eyes showed other emotions and looked at Xiaoxi. You die. Xiaoxi, who had always been like a puppet, suddenly opened his mouth at this moment and uttered 2 words somewhat stiffly. Wang Yi looked at this scene and his expression became serious. He vaguely felt that Xiaoxi seemed to be out of his control at this moment. The bronze nails were shaking more and more frequently, and there were even signs of them falling off. She raised her white palm and pointed at the half-body. The body was trembling slightly, and countless bloodstains could be faintly seen on the body. His eyes became surprisingly angry and he looked at Xiaoxi with resentment. As the light in his eyes flashed, countless ghost slaves were cut in half and fell to the ground. Wang Ye's ghost uniform flickered slightly, and instantly tore into pieces, disappearing completely. A tiny scar appeared on his waist, and blood slowly flowed out. Cold sweat dripped slowly on Wang Ye's forehead. At that moment, he felt the breath of death. Mao Yong'an, who was not far away, let out a scream, and the doll on his shoulder, which had returned to its normal size, broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground without a sound. Mao Yong'an's face turned pale, and he no longer looked as playful as before. He gritted his teeth and said, "What a big loss. Mr. Wang, if it weren't for my son Mao Gang's sake, this matter would not be over today." As he spoke, a talisman paper emitting green light floated out from Mao Yong'an's black backpack and hung above his head. Xiao Si, who was directly hurt, had a horrific wound on his waist, but no blood flowed out. Xiao Si frowned, the flesh and blood on his waist surged slightly and healed quickly. Snort. A faint cold snort came from Xiao Si's mouth, and a fierce pressure burst out from his whole body. And the bronze nail began to vibrate at this moment. Xiao Si's body trembled slightly, and the jade hand raised in the distance seemed to have used up all her strength and slowly clenched. The pupil of the eye suddenly contracted, a drop of blood flowed from the eye, and a feeling of pain came from the eye. Chance. Wang Ye gritted his teeth and rushed towards the half-body in an instant. At the moment when that half of the body was twisting in pain, the paper money was almost stuck to the eyeball. The body stopped instantly. It's sealed. Fuck your mother, how dare you bully your master? In the distance, Mao Yong'an watched this scene and said excitedly, "Do you still have paper money? Give me 2 kilograms. What a good thing." Wang Ye ignored Mao Yong'an. His eyes swept over Xiao Si imperceptibly, and then he stared at this half-body. Really? In just a few seconds, his body began to twist restlessly, trying to shake off the paper money on his body. It's just a little difficult because I don't have arms. However, you can still see some paper money falling off as the body sways. Wang Ye hurriedly picked up the lantern and lit it with a lighter. In an instant, the lantern emitted a faint red light, and a strong stench of corpse came from inside the lantern. The body quieted down again. On the side, Xiao Si looked at the lantern, and a strange emotion flashed in his eyes. Then, feeling the energy coming from the bronze nail on his forehead, Xiao Si snorted in dissatisfaction and looked at Wang Ye with deep eyes. Gradually, her eyes became empty again, and she stood there like a puppet. However, the bronze nail between her eyebrows was moved 1 inch away compared to before. Seeing Xiao Si gradually calm down, Wang Ye breathed a sigh of relief, holding the red lantern and slowly walked forward. Behind him, that half of the body seemed to be dazed, following Wang Ye numbly, or to be more precise, following the red lantern, step by step. This guy has a lot of good stuff. Mao Yong'an looked at this scene and muttered. At this moment, on the rooftop of the branch, they felt the powerful pressure, and then a second pressure rose up. Finally, the 2 pressures disappeared at the same time. Luo Ping's expression changed again and again. That stern face was filled with gloom, damn it. As he spoke, his figure disappeared on the rooftop. Holding the red lantern, Wang Ye kept moving forward, cold sweat dripping from his forehead from time to time. The terrifying aura that the guy behind him inadvertently exuded made him feel cold all over. The hand holding the lantern felt slightly numb. The ghost fog in Linen City showed signs of dissipating, and all the ghost slaves fell into silence. With the eyeball sealed, all the ghost slaves stopped moving. In other words, does this ghost place most of its energy in its eyeballs? Wang Ye thought about it and kept walking towards the city gate. Asshole, you're looking for death. Suddenly, a voice filled with crazy murderous intent rang out. In the distance, Luo Ping's eyes were bloodshot, staring at Wang Ye with full of resentment. As he spoke, a strong bloody aura emanated from his body, as if it were real. A long knife appeared in his hand at some point and he chopped it down towards Wang Ye's head. Luoping. Wang Ye's expression changed slightly. He was now fully focused on controlling this horrible half of his body and had no time to care about anything else. If it is affected by Luo Ping, it will be extremely difficult to seal it again. Little 4. Mao Yong'an. Thinking of this, Wang Ye's face was full of coldness and he shouted in a low voice. Xiaoxi appeared silently and patted Luo Ping with her slender hands. Mao Yong'an gritted his teeth and took out a paperman with a spear in his hand. After falling down, he rushed towards Luo Ping flexibly. Feeling threatened, Luo Ping suddenly stopped and dodged the attack. He looked at Wang Ye and said coldly, "Give him back to me. Return it to you." "You mean this damn thing?" Wang Ye continued walking forward and said to Luo Ping. "Do you know how much effort I put in to lure him to Linen City? My Luo family has been passed down from generation to generation, relying on raising corpses to survive. This is the most perfect corpse. Control him, and I will be invincible in the human realm." Luo Ping's voice was filled with anger. He glanced at Xiaoxi and Mao Yong'an in the distance with fear and said in a cold voice, "You let it." Wang Yi was stunned, and looked at Luo Ping with murderous eyes. "For your so-called plan, a whole city of people died." Wang Ye's face was full of coldness. Luo Ping sneered, "Humph, do you know how many ghosts this level of existence can suppress under my control? How many people can be saved? I can even lead the human race to clean up the wasteland. The people of this mere city deserve to die." As he spoke, Luo Ping's expression became more and more crazy. "Return him to me quickly, otherwise, I will die with you." A golden box appeared in Luo Ping's hand. "You are short-sighted. You don't understand the wasteland at all." Wang Yi looked at Luo Ping coldly, with some pity. He had personally experienced the horror of the wasteland. There were countless beings that were no weaker than this half-body, and even. Thinking of the severed hand, Wang Yi was silent. That hand is enough to crush. Thinking about this, Wang Yi looked at Luo Ping and sneered, "Besides, do you have the courage to die together with him? In the final analysis, you are just a coward. I believe that if you open that box, it might be a threat, but you don't dare. Otherwise, you wouldn't be saying these things to me. I advise you not to provoke me, otherwise. I don't know whether I will die or not, but you will definitely not survive." Wang Yi looked at Luo Ping with a cold gaze. There was a flash of resentment in Luo Ping's eyes and his face was full of hesitation. Xiaoxi appeared silently and rushed towards Luo Ping, his white palm glowing faintly. Luo Ping's expression changed again and again. Feeling the threat to his life, he tightly grasped the box in his hand. "Don't force me." As he spoke, Xiaoxi slapped Luo Ping on the body, sending him flying backwards. He fell heavily to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. "I bet you don't dare." Wang Yi didn't even look at Luo Ping, and he really couldn't spare the energy to do so. The terrifying pressure emanating from this half of the body had already made his body somewhat stiff. "You." Luo Ping gritted his teeth, barely stood up, and stared at Wang Yi with a gloomy expression. After a long time, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "I will remember this grudge." As he said this, Luo Ping looked at Xiaoxi with fear and retreated unwillingly. "It's not certain who will find whom," Wang Yi said calmly and continued walking forward. And Luo Ping disappeared. Feeling Luo Ping's departure, Wang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Mao Yong'an is a very unreliable guy. But Xiaoxi now has a big problem. When he took action just now, there were gradually fluctuations in energy, rather than a pure physical function battle. He really didn't want Xiaoxi to make any more moves now. Finally, the city gate appeared in Wang Ye's sight, the ghost fog gradually dissipated, and the crowd outside the city gate could be vaguely seen. "Mr. Wang, I'm leaving now. I'll wait for you in the capital. I'm not used to so many people." Looking at the crowd outside the city, Mao Yong'an frowned slightly and said, "Take Xiaoxi away. I don't have the energy to take care of him now." Wang Yi nodded and gave Xiaoxi an order to follow Mao Yong'an. The two disappeared one after the other. Wang Yi felt the chill in his body, gritted his teeth, and walked out of the city again. Feeling the changes in the ghost fog, Lu Jing outside the city had a look of anxiety on his face. He paced back and forth, watching the changes in Linen City. Gradually, a figure emerged from the much lighter ghost fog. The expressions of many psychics became serious. They stared at the figure and raised their pistols at the same time. When the figure gradually became clear, Lu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Ye. It's Wang Ye. The crowd looked at Wang Ye, full of surprise. But the next second, the half-body behind Wang Ye walked out. Many psychics retreated with panic on their faces, and the smile that had just appeared on Lu Zheng's face froze. Retreat. I'm taking this damn thing deep into the wasteland now, get out of my way. Wang Ye gently shook his stiff arm and said while looking at the crowd. The crowd's eyes flickered slightly as they looked at the half-body of Wang Ye behind them. They found that it was indeed very stiff and became delighted again. Can't it be sealed? A psychic looked at the remains and asked with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Are you looking for death? Wang Ye said with a sneer. This thing will make your blood coagulate and make you feel suffocated when you get close to it, let alone the seal. The psychic was stunned for a moment, then retreated silently. But, what will you do if you send him to the deep wasteland? Lu Zheng seemed to have thought of something, looked at Wang Ye anxiously and asked. Wang Ye was silent for a while, then he looked at Lu Zheng with a smile and said, I'll find a way. Or, I'll do it for you. Lu Zheng gritted his teeth, looked at Wang Ye, and said firmly, I am just an ordinary person. My sacrifice in exchange for your return is worth it.